Chapter 351. Above the Black Spirit Mountain Range. An object resembling a small boat floated in the sky above the Black Spirit Mountain Range. The next moment, the boat abruptly diminished in size, revealing a single figure in the sky. Milton Cheney withdrew his profound jade boat, making a gentle landing in the Black Spirit Mountain Range. Black Spirit Mountain Range, this is the third location. I hope there will be some gains here, he mused. Milton Cheney appeared to be quite experienced by now. After descending to the mountainous terrain, he swiftly retrieved a jade pendant emitting a faint yellow light from his spatial treasure. By now, more than a decade had passed since Milton Cheney left the Soul Academy. Over these years, Milton Cheney had only been doing one thing, that was seeking for rules. However, if it were really easy to find these hidden unknown rules, they would have been found already. After all, in this world, Milton Cheney was not the only one hoping to advance further through the fusion of rules. If he had access to such information, others would surely be aware of it too. Therefore, this time, Milton Cheney approached the search with more of a mentality of picking up overlooked odds and ends. Milton Cheney was indeed clear in his heart about the fact that finding such rules would never be plain sailing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come back empty-handed in his past 2 attempts. Milton Cheney placed the jade pendant on his forehead, and with a simple movement of his spiritual power, a landscape materialized in his mind. The next moment, the spiritual power surrounding Milton surged. The spiritual law was applied by Milton, and his figure disappeared from where he stood. Time slowly passes, and 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Within the Black Spirit Mountain Range, Milton Cheney stood still before a towering ancient tree, carefully examining his surroundings. After comparing it with the image in his mind, he gave a small nod of confirmation. This is the place, no mistake about it. Milton Cheney once again fetched the spirit communicating jade from his spatial ring. He channeled his spiritual power into the jade pendant, then gently attached it to the ancient tree. The next moment, a gleam sparked in his eyes. Because the ancient tree in front of him really did respond. However, Milton Cheney was destined to have his hopes dashed. A moment later, the ancient tree returned to its state of tranquility. No rules have emerged, not even the light of the rules has appeared. At best, there were some aura of the rules, likely the remnants of the rules that once resided here. This indicated that there were indeed rules here before, but they have long been claimed. They may have even been taken before Milton Cheney was reincarnated into this world. As expected, the reason why Brand sold me the spirit communicating jade is because he had already tried it once. Milton Cheney said to himself. Although he had already known about it. After simulating it so many times, it would be strange if he couldn't tell. However, he was left with no choice, as the only spirit object Milton Cheney could buy to verify the presence of rules was this jade pendant. Even though he had no real hope for the locations recorded in the jade pendant, he still decided to purchase it. After all, disregarding everything else, the ability of the jade to sense and test the aura of rules was already valuable in itself. If it weren't for Brand's lack of interest in rules, he probably wouldn't have sold it to Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney didn't hold any real hope for the information about these places that came for free. What he purchased was a tool for inspecting rules, so he wouldn't miss a genuine rule when it appeared. Milton Cheney placed the spirit communicating jade on his forehead once again. A miniature image of the ancient tree in the form of a cluster of light appeared in his mind. Wood spirit rules. Too bad, even if this rule still exists, it wouldn't be of much use to me. After sensing what kind of rule the aura here belonged to, Milton Cheney muttered to himself before storing the jade into his spatial ring. As of now, the reason he could instantly recognize that the cluster of light in his mind represents the wood spirit rule was entirely due to the books he had read in the library of the Soul Academy. Without exaggeration, he was familiar with the images representing all known rules. Even some that only appeared once tens of millions of years ago, Milton Cheney was also aware of. The next moment, Milton Cheney summoned the profound jade boat once again. With his spiritual power driving the profound jade boat, the boat gradually enlarged, and Milton Cheney set foot on it, leaving the Black Spirit Mountain Range. Time flickered, and 80 years passed in a blink of an eye. Looking at the familiar scenery in front of him, Milton Cheney stepped once again into the grounding of Soul Academy. 100 years after leaving the Soul Academy, Milton Cheney had been scouring the entire Soul realm in search of unknown rules. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded little to no results. Milton Cheney's thinking was too naive. It's true that there are many unknown rules in this era of the soul realm. But even with an abundance of unknown rules within the soul realm, not being able to find them is no different from them not existing. Even if there is a forest in this world, it is a hidden forest that is not easy to find. This time when I return, I will first cultivate to become a level 4 spiritualist. Milton Cheney looked over the familiar surroundings of the academy, talking to himself. Next moment, his figure moved, disappearing from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the Sun Tower. A significant reason for not making any gains this time was because his level was too low. In certain circumstances, if he were a level 4 spiritualist, he would have had some opportunities to find some unknown rules. Chapter 352. But because his realm was too low, even if he found the unknown rules, he couldn't hold on to them. So Milton Cheney decided to return to the Soul Academy first. Conveniently, it had been nearly 100 years since he left the academy. Just as Milton was preparing to begin his heart technique cultivation, an elderly man suddenly appeared before him. Mentor. Milton spoke respectfully. Dole turned his head and looked at Milton, nodded and said, "It seems you haven't gained much. I know you are interested in the rules, but your realm as a level 3 spiritualist is too low. You really don't need to rush to understand the rules. After you become a level 4 spiritualist, I will prepare a suitable rule for you to merge." After Dole finished speaking, Milton gave a bitter smile. He knew his purpose couldn't be concealed from the elder before him. Of course, Milton had no intention of concealing it. After all, if he wanted to hide it, he wouldn't have spent decades studying books about the rules. However, Dole did not know that Milton's goal was not to merge with the rule. He was actually seeking a rule, or some rules, then hid these rules in the soul realm. Not until he finished the simulation, that he could find these rules in reality. That was Milton's true goal. Although this thought was somewhat imaginative, Milton knew it was completely possible. If one rule didn't work, he'd try to find 2, if 2 were not enough, he'd find 5. Milton didn't believe that if he found 10 rules in this world and hid them, he wouldn't be able to find them in the future. There should always be a 10% probability, right? And Milton didn't have just one opportunity. He could accumulate one reincarnation simulation every 2 years. Milton thought his plan was indeed feasible. While the plan looked promising, it was not easy to execute. The realm of a level 3 spiritualist was definitely not enough. Milton knew that in this world, no matter how talented he was, he probably couldn't cultivate to become a level 5 spiritualist. The fundamental reason was that his existence in this world was just a reincarnated consciousness from his reality. The main body hadn't reached the realm of a level 5 wizard yet. A reincarnated consciousness naturally couldn't cultivate above a level 4 spiritualist. But the limit of a level 4 spiritualist was enough, at least if he could merge with the rules in reality. Then his path ahead would definitely be clear. At least before becoming a level 5 wizard, the time Milton needed to spend depended only on whether he could live long enough in the text simulation. Seeing that Milton hadn't spoken, Dole didn't say anything more. He simply said one phrase, "Focus on cultivating your heart technique. The matter of the rules can be considered after you become a level 4 spiritualist." Hearing this, Milton nodded. In the next moment, Dole moved his figure and disappeared from Milton's Sun Tower. Time, like a gear, kept turning. 1,000 years passed in a blink of an eye. Soul Academy, atop a high platform. This was an important place in the Soul Academy, the spiritual terrace. This place served only one purpose, and that is to be used during major realm breakthroughs. Because the spiritual terrace is like a large spiritual bead, it can continuously supply spiritual power. At this moment, 2 people were standing and sitting on the spiritual terrace. Milton sat cross-legged in the middle of the terrace, while Dole stood behind him. Time slowly passes. Boom! In the next moment, a spiritual power storm set off with Milton at the center. This spiritual power storm didn't affect Dole at all. Dole looked at Milton, the white light in his eyes flickered incessantly. It was as if he wanted to see something in Milton. A moment later, the spiritual power storm gradually subsided. The spiritual power that lingered around Milton gradually began to calm down. Dole's eyes flashed with confusion at high speed, then the confusion disappeared the next moment. Because Milton had already stood up. Level 4 spiritualist. Milton felt the huge changes in his body and sighed slightly in his heart. In this reincarnation simulation, he had caught up with the realm of his reality in just over 1,000 years. You should know that in reality, the realm of his wizard took tens of thousands of years. Of course, those years include the time spent on text simulations and true body simulations. Milton suppressed the thoughts in his heart and turned his gaze to Dole. "Thank you, mentor." Milton Cheney started to speak, gratitude embodied within his tone. This emotion of gratitude Cheney is expressing isn't fabricated, because without Dole, it would still take time for him to become a level 4 spiritualist. Dole shook his head indifferently. "Don't leave the academy for a while," Dole called out. Then he moved from the spot before Cheney could respond. Cheney's gaze lingered on the spot where Dole disappeared, his brow furrowed. Although he couldn't detect Dole's emotional fluctuations, he felt something was amiss with Dole for a moment. It was as if something strange had occurred. Without pondering much, Cheney engaged his spiritual power and also left the spiritual terrace. After becoming a level 4 wizard, he sincerely can proceed with his plans now. Having reached this realm, no unexpected circumstances should pop up again, right? Your judgment was wrong, Merlin is not an avatar of the world consciousness. Even during his breakthrough to becoming a level 4 spiritualist, not a hint of the world consciousness's aura was scattered. I saw the full process, so I'm not mistaken. In a space, Dole spoke aloud. In this space, besides Dole, Carl was also present. This place was essentially Carl's rule space after all. Upon hearing Dole's words, Carl was intrigued. So he really isn't the avatar of the world consciousness. He naturally wouldn't doubt Dole's words. Perhaps his judgment was truly flawed. Given that he isn't the avatar of the world consciousness, then why is the main consciousness incomplete? It indeed is weird. Actually, there's another way to determine whether Merlin is an avatar of world consciousness. It seemed as if Carl remembered something, and a smirk spread across his face. He chuckled and continued speaking. It seemed even he found this idea amusing. "What method?" Dole asked with a hint of curiosity. What method could there be that he didn't know of? "Take him to meet the real avatar of the world consciousness," Carl said with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, Dole was taken aback. He had to admit, he hadn't thought of this approach. "Won't your actions be too risky? After all, if Merlin really is the avatar of world consciousness, won't you expose the wizard realm in your words to the world consciousness of the soul realm?" Dole countered. "Even if it's exposed, it won't matter since it's merely the world consciousness, not an entity. I guess the avatar of the world consciousness in the wizarding world would also not refuse," Carl remarked. "But what about your plans? Just because the wizard realm won't be impacted doesn't mean that you wouldn't be," Dole continued. Hearing this, the smile on Carl's face didn't fade. Venturing into the unknown always involves a certain risk. Besides, haven't you already stated that Merlin is not the avatar of the world consciousness? Upon hearing Carl's response, Dole didn't continue. Carl's decision would be hard to influence, and Dole could do little to change the decision Carl had already made. Time went by and 3 months passed. "Meet someone?" Cheney was somewhat puzzled. "That's right, meet someone," Carl, who was standing next to Cheney, confirmed. Cheney nodded and didn't object. Although he didn't know who he was supposed to meet, as the proposal came from Carl, Cheney naturally couldn't refuse. The next moment, Carl's hand was on Cheney's shoulder, and they both left the spot. Chapter 353. Milton Cheney's vision faded to black, and his consciousness plummeted into darkness. Milton could distinctly sense the feeling of weightlessness in his body, yet he was unable to control it. He had no strength to resist Carl's method of getting them out of this place. However, Cheney managed to calm his mind quickly. After countless simulations and experiences, Cheney had long forged an indomitable will. Time slowly passes, perhaps just an instant, or maybe a long while has passed. Until a light appeared before Milton's eyes. The feeling of weightlessness disappeared, and his consciousness returned to normal. Milton started to take in the environment subconsciously. An utterly unfamiliar place, this was Milton's first impression of this location. Milton looked at Carl, who was standing beside him without uttering a word, seeming to be waiting for something. Seeing Carl not saying anything, Milton also didn't break the silence. Moments later, a middle-aged man appeared before the two of them. Milton focused his gaze on the middle-aged man. Seeing the sudden appearance of this middle-aged man, Carl portrayed no surprise but wore a touch of a smile on his face instead. But at this moment, Milton's heart was swirling with emotions, contrasting to his calm exterior. The moment he saw this middle-aged man, a monstrous tide surged in Cheney's heart. However, this wave of emotion was instantly suppressed by Cheney. Because the middle-aged man appearing suddenly before him was not a stranger to Cheney. In fact, he could say they were quite acquainted. Never did Cheney anticipate that he could encounter someone from his memories after reincarnating in the soul realm. The person standing before him was someone he hadn't even truly met in reality. Because even in the real wizard realm, this individual had long since become a figure of legend. Milton was 100% certain that the person in front of him was the ancestor of the White Wizards, the true founder of the Guardian Sea, Bertatu. Milton's reason for certainty was simple: during the test in the Guardian Sea, Cheney had once undertaken this man's identity. Merlin, the person before you isn't simple, an avatar of a one-world's world consciousness. Among the three, Carl was the first to speak. With a smile on his face, Carl turned towards Milton and spoke softly. Upon hearing this sentence, Milton was taken aback for a moment. For an instant, Milton had the illusion that Carl might have mistaken his identity. Because the way Carl was speaking didn't sound like he was talking to a junior. Therefore, after Carl's words, Milton did not reply immediately. Even he was confused about what Carl's intentions were. World Consciousness Avatar? This term was new to Milton. But what Milton can assert was that this so-called World Consciousness Avatar is definitely not simple. At least for Milton, it was valuable information that had been kept secret. Otherwise, he would have known about it sooner. But now, such confidential information was directly revealed to him. Milton wasn't sure what Carl was up to. So, Milton did not hastily speak. Because right after Carl spoke, Bertatu's gaze shifted to Milton. He carefully observed Milton from head to toe, seeming quite interested in him. However, after a while, he gently shook his head and turned to look at Carl. He is not just an ordinary person, Bertatu said. He spoke directly, so even Milton could hear it. The moment he heard this sentence, countless thoughts emerged in Milton's heart. But he temporarily suppressed these sudden thoughts. After all, this was not a good time for contemplation. Carl naturally heard Bertatu's words too, but his face didn't budge, just subtly nodding. It seemed he was being a bit too speculative. "Guy, you may leave now." Carl spoke again. As soon as he spoke, Milton felt his consciousness fade to black. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the Sun Tower of the Soul Academy. Carl was not beside him. And just then, a mechanical voice resounded in his mind. Milton's expression changed instantly. Detection of memory modification on host, memory modification blocked for host. It seems I still know something I shouldn't. Milton's expression gradually relaxed, he mumbled to himself. In fact, Milton had felt something was off just now. Carl seemed to have mistaken him for someone else. This sudden memory adjustment confirmed Milton's suspicion Carl had mistaken him for someone else. However, after Bertatu uttered those words, Carl changed his mind. Along with Carl's peculiar words earlier. Could he mistake me for an avatar of the world consciousness? Milton pondered in his heart. Meanwhile, in a spatial layer of the wizard realm, Carl and Bertatu stood side by side. I really can't see through you anymore. You were born from the world consciousness of the wizard realm, yet you aspire to break free from the wizard realm. Is there no limitation from the world consciousness for you? Carl said. Chapter 354. Upon hearing these words, Bertatu's expression didn't change, nor did he respond to Carl's statement. This world is not as simple as you think. I don't necessarily want to leave the wizard's realm, I just want to escape the endless cycle of reincarnation. Bertatu stared into the distance as he spoke, his words slightly inexplicable. Carl didn't understand what he was trying to express. After all, he was not the avatar of world consciousness. So Carl didn't respond. I can help you break free from the control of the soul realm, but you have to do something for me. What is it? Carl asked, a hint of curiosity in his voice. He was genuinely curious about what task Bertatu couldn't accomplish and needed his help for. However, if Bertatu could really promise to help him escape the control of the soul realm, even if Bertatu's task was difficult, he would still try his best to accomplish it. Help me bring the outer domain devil into the wizard's realm. Bertata said indifferently. Hearing this, the smile on Carl's face gradually disappeared. Is that why you let me discover the wizard's realm unexpectedly? Carl asked, his tone calm and unperturbed. If he still didn't understand Bertata's intentions at this point, then his millions of years of cultivation might as well have been in vain. Yes. Bertata admitted directly. As his words fell, Carl fell silent. At his level, he was very clear about what the Outer Domain Devil stood for. Bringing the Outer Domain Devil into a world that hasn't truly emerged yet would cause radical consequences. Especially with the involvement of the Avatar of World Consciousness. If introducing the Outer Domain Devil to the Wizard's realm would only affect the Wizard's realm, Carl would obviously have agreed without hesitation. But he was aware. If the Outer Domain Devil was brought into the Wizard's realm and was left unrestricted, sooner or later, like a boomerang, it would come back and hit the Soul Realm, which was too close to the Wizard's realm. If he agreed to Bertata's words, it would be like placing a ticking bomb next to the Soul Realm. This time bomb could explode at any moment. And after the explosion, he couldn't predict the impact it would have on the Soul Realm. You are the avatar of the dark side of world consciousness. Carl suddenly spoke. Carl knew that Bertata would certainly understand the meaning of his words. But Bertata did not respond to this. It seemed to be tacit approval, or perhaps a disdain to continue arguing about this topic with Carl. I agree, but only after you have helped me completely eliminate the influence of the world consciousness of the Soul Realm. Carl said. In the end, he agreed. After all, as long as the influence of world consciousness in the Soul Realm is not eliminated, he can't become a level 8 spiritualist. He desires to advance further, unwilling to be trapped in the Soul Realm. That young man just now is not bad. After eliminating his memory, he would be a perfect vessel. Bertata commented casually. Seems like he's waiting for Carl to make a decision. Merlin? No. Since you have such a plan, you must have prepared a vessel in advance. What's more, Merlin is not born in the wizard's realm, he simply doesn't meet the criteria. Carl refused immediately. Since Milton Cheney is not the avatar of world consciousness, he must be his brother's true student. He even has the potential to become the new helmsman of the Soul Academy in the future, as his talent is there. Therefore, naturally, he can't let Milton be involved. The reason why he eliminated Milton's memory about the avatar of world consciousness was mostly to protect him. Because sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. It does not matter whether one is born in the wizard's realm. His lack of consciousness makes it impossible for him to cultivate to higher realms, but for the outer domain devil, he is a perfect vessel. Bertata spoke up. Carl, of course, understood all this, but he still refused. There's no need to discuss further. Besides me, I don't want the soul realm and the wizard realm to get too involved. Carl said it out loud. Although the wizard realm is a new world, he feels that this world is too strange. So he naturally does not want the soul realm and this world to have any entanglement. This is also why even though he knew about this world, he did not publicly reveal the coordinates. One needs to know that a new world would definitely arouse the scrutiny of many parties. But there was an inexplicable fear in Carl's heart. Seeing Carl finally refused, Bertata didn't say anything more. Just as Carl said, since he had already been planning, he must have prepared the vessel in advance. The sudden appearance of Milton Cheney was but an interlude, which would not affect the final outcome. Soul Academy, Sun Tower. Milton Cheney was not cultivating the heart technique. He was not aware that he was almost involved in the plot of the two big shots. Milton was still pondering over the issues regarding the world consciousness avatar and Bertata. After all, the shock this time was no less than when he first discovered the hidden features of the simulator. Carl thought I was the world consciousness avatar, so he brought me to Bertata to confirm whether I was the world consciousness avatar. It should be so. So Bertata is the avatar of the world consciousness in the wizarding world. Carl thought I was the world consciousness avatar in the soul realm. Most likely that was the case. With his memory not wiped, along with the lines of Carl and Bertata, Milton Cheney clearly figured out the whole context. Thoughts were constantly flooding into Milton's mind, pondering over everything that had happened. Bertata is actually the avatar of world consciousness? What exactly is an avatar of world consciousness? At this moment, Milton suddenly felt that he knew too little. While Milton didn't know what the avatar of world consciousness actually was, he did know who Bertata was. After all, when he was in the wizard realm, the founder of the Guardian Sea organization he joined was Bertatu. Even further, during the trials of joining Guardian Sea, Milton had even taken Bertatu's place. But in the trial of the Guardian Sea, Milton could assert that he had taken the place of an ordinary person. Him in the trial could age normally. And his body in every aspect had no difference from ordinary people. While Milton didn't know what the World Consciousness Avatar was, he knew that the World Consciousness Avatar couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. Because if that was the case, Bertatu wouldn't be able to sit and chat with Carl. Of course, if it's a comparison between the trial and the reincarnation simulation, Milton definitely believes everything that happened in the reincarnation simulation. After all, even though the reincarnation simulation is a simulation, everything in it is real. Which is to say, in the real reality, Carl and Bertatu are two familiar people. However, all of this has left many questions for Milton. Among them, what left Milton the most puzzled was that the wizard realm hasn't emerged yet, so why would Carl know of the existence of the wizard realm? After pondering for a while, Milton suppressed the chaotic thoughts in his mind. There are times when no amount of thinking would influence reality. At this time, Milton is just in a simulation and everything in reality has become a constant. Now Milton is just a level 4 spiritualist, and he doesn't have the ability to change the future yet. Even if he had the ability to change the future, Milton doesn't have much interest in changing it. After all, he's not sure if the future he can see is the real future. Even though Milton doesn't know what Bertatu is planning, there's no longer a Bertatu in the wizarding world of his known future. Chapter 355 Soul Realm, East Continent, Mysterious Dark Forest. Milton Cheney's figure darted through the forest, stopping deep within the mysterious dark forest a moment later. Upon halting, Cheney stepped on the soil beneath his feet. The soil here was not really soil anymore. It felt even harder than a rock underfoot. Not only the soil, but everything here was incredibly hard. The impact of the rules sometimes significantly affects the exterior. Rock rules. Cheney muttered to himself. He didn't stimulate spiritual law, instead, he observed the surroundings with naked eyes. He had been chasing this rule for nearly 100 years and had gained some understanding of its nature. If he stimulated even a bit of spiritual power, then this rule hidden in darkness would disappear once again. 900 years have passed since Cheney left the Soul Academy. It wasn't his first time discovering unknown rules in the soul realm. He had even captured more than one rule. The 4th level spiritualist's realm is completely different from the 3rd levels, all the more so since Cheney didn't neglect his heart technique cultivation over the years. His realm was steadily improving. His strategies in the soul realm were also steadily progressing. Given another 2,000 years, he could bury at least 10 unknown rules in the soul realm. However, Cheney wasn't sure whether these rules had no upper limit. Because, in the current soul realm, the concept of upper limits for the rules had not yet appeared. The rule's upper limit was discovered in the wizard realm 10 million years later. Whether a rule has an upper limit isn't important for spiritualists, but it's extremely important for wizards. Integrating a rule is more like obtaining a key to unlock oneself for a spiritualist. For spiritualists, all rules have no upper limit. The only determinant of realm limit is talent. So, Cheney could only judge based on the memory of the rules from his past life in the wizard realm and his own experiences. Time slowly passes, and Cheney doesn't make any rash movements. He just silently observes his surroundings, trying to find anomalies in this environment. Cheney never lacked patience. Especially since he had been tracking this rule for nearly 100 years, he didn't mind investing a bit more time. A moment later, enlightenment struck Cheney. His figure disappeared from the spot instantly. Boom! A spiritual power storm surged outwards from Cheney's body. This was initiated abruptly. However, the moment Cheney mobilized a considerable amount of spiritual power, the surroundings changed again. The once solid soil instantly turned normal. But this had no effect on Cheney. If Cheney made a sudden move, it meant he was certain of his actions. Just as expected, when Cheney's figure reappeared, he was tightly clutching a palm-sized rock in his hand. This rock didn't differ from an ordinary rock, and there was no struggle when held by Cheney. A hint of a smile appeared on Cheney's face. The following moment, he gripped the rock in his hand tightly, but it didn't budge, with no impact whatsoever. Once confirming that the rock in his hand was indeed the embodiment of the rock rules, Cheney mobilized his spiritual power. A disc hovered in front of him. The next moment, the rock in Cheney's hand was pressed onto the disc. The moment the rock and the disc contacted, the rock disappeared, while the disc still floated motionlessly in front of Cheney. Seeing this, Cheney nodded and stowed the disc back into his spatial ring. The fourth rule. After storing the rule's sealing disc, Cheney muttered to himself. 900 years have passed since he left the Soul Academy, and Cheney hadn't stopped for a moment. However, his rewards were impressive. In 900 years, Cheney had collected 4 rules. He was able to attain an unknown rule every 200 years, on average. Cheney collected all these rules without merging any in this world. Cheney indeed tried to assimilate one rule in this world first. After all, his realm in this world would be maintained after the simulation ended. So, the stronger he was in this world, the greater the benefit in reality. Although spiritualists were not as strong as wizards, they were on par with wizards in certain aspects. But when he was all set to assimilate a rule, his consciousness issued him a strong warning. It seemed that if he recklessly integrated the rule, unimaginable impacts would occur. In the end, Cheney chose to trust his subconscious and refrained from acting rashly. Of course, Cheney didn't have any emotional upheaval, as his plot to collect rules was for his future real self. Even if his simulated self could merge with the rule, it had no potential, and once the simulation ended, his realm would be fixed. The real world was different. If Cheney could integrate the rule in reality, the only limitation to the elevation of his wizard realm could be the number of simulations. There was no rule bottleneck. If Cheney wanted to become a level 5 wizard, it would be just a matter of time. Although Cheney didn't know how strong a level 5 wizard was, he knew for sure that a level 4 wizard couldn't rival them. After all, there were only 3 level 5 wizards in the Guardian Sea. If Cheney could become a level 5 wizard in the wizard realm, he would be the 4th level 5 wizard in the Guardian Sea. Chapter 356. Some secretive information, which might not be known to a level 4 wizard, may not be a secret at all to a level 5 wizard. And after becoming a level 5 wizard, he may well jump onto the higher echelons of Guardian Sea's authority. By then, even if something happens in the wizard realm, it probably won't involve him. Sometimes, powerful strength is the best talisman. A moment later, Milton Cheney stopped musing, his figure disappearing into the mysterious dark forest. Time slowly passing, in the blink of an eye, another 300 years had passed. 300 years, to the whole soul realm, perhaps it wasn't even considered the passage of time. But for Milton Cheney, 300 years was no short period. At this time, Milton Cheney had been away from the Soul Academy for more than 1200 years. This was a genuine 1200 years, he hadn't returned to the Academy at all in that time. He hadn't come back, his mentor hadn't come looking for him either. It seemed as if they had just let him be. The system in the Soul Academy really did behave like this. Students of the Soul Academy, once they became level 4 spiritualists, can have the maximum amount of freedom. Even if they never returned to the Soul Academy for their entire life, it wouldn't matter. This was very different from the Guardian Sea. In the Guardian Sea, with a higher realm, the restrictions became more and more clear. At least it was so from the stage of a level 1 to level 4 wizard. As for how it was for level 5 wizards, Milton Cheney was not sure. Because he wasn't a level 5 wizard. Inside the Soul Academy, Milton Cheney's figure suddenly appeared on top of a high platform within the Academy. This high platform was the first place he stayed after joining the Soul Academy, and also where his mentor spoke with him about talent. Milton Cheney looked around the environment of the Soul Academy with his own eyes. Without a doubt, though 1200 years had passed, there was not a bit of change in the Soul Academy. There were neither more nor less buildings inside the Academy, and it held no difference from when Milton Cheney had left. Maybe there were indeed some changes, but Milton Cheney couldn't see them. Suddenly, Milton Cheney's shoulder twitched slightly and he turned his head to look behind him. "Mentor," Milton Cheney said. The one who had suddenly appeared behind him was his mentor, Dole. Milton Cheney knew that Dole would come to see him. After all, they hadn't seen each other for more than 1,000 years. But Cheney didn't think it would be so soon. After all, he had only been back to the Academy for a moment. However, 1,000 years wasn't really a long time for Dole. "You're back. Good, your heart technique cultivation hasn't slacked off." Dole's eyes glowing white, he measured up Milton Cheney and said with a light smile. After saying that, without waiting for Milton Cheney to respond, Dole continued. Over the years you've read quite a few rule-related books, so you should have some understanding of the rules. Since you haven't integrated into the rules on your own, you can try to merge with the rule that Carl prepared for you. However, to Dole's surprise, Milton Cheney shook his head and refused after hearing his words. Mentor, I may not be able to integrate into the rules. Perhaps it's due to the influence of consciousness. I've tried to integrate into a rule before, but I have a sense of impending disaster. Milton Cheney explained. He knew that some things cannot be avoided, so Milton Cheney chose to tell the truth. Sometimes, telling the truth is better than lying. Upon hearing this, Dole's eyebrows creased slightly. It seemed he had not expected Milton Cheney to say such a thing. However, Dole didn't doubt the truth of his words. After all, nobody would ignore the rules and not integrate. Those were the keys to reaching higher realms after all. Dole didn't respond to Milton Cheney's words but instead became lost in thought. It seemed he was considering why such a thing had occurred. What does it feel like? Can you describe it more specifically? Dole asked after contemplating for a moment. Upon hearing this, Milton Cheney didn't hide anything and described his feelings when he was preparing to integrate the rules in detail. A warning from consciousness. Dole muttered to himself. This was the first time he had heard of a warning from consciousness appearing when integrating into the rules. He had encountered many of the situations on Cheney for the first time. The problem was, Cheney was just an ordinary person, not an incarnation of world consciousness. His friend Carl just verified this point, so Dole didn't doubt Cheney's identity. I have never encountered such a situation before. The fusion of rules is beneficial to the body, how could a warning appear in the consciousness? There was a hint of doubt in Dole's tone. Milton could only helplessly shake his head as well. Not to mention Dole, even he wasn't sure why it would turn out this way. His only suspicion was that the reincarnation simulation was to blame. It could be possible that after the fusion of rules within the simulation, it might conflict with his body in reality. This was Milton's only guess. After all, apart from being a reincarnated individual, there was nothing special about him. The soul realm was real, the rules were real too. So, the problem must lie with his own body. Under these circumstances, the only option is to have Carl examine you. If you can't integrate the rules, you won't be able to become a level 5 spiritualist. This would undoubtedly be a waste of your talent. Dole said. Milton nodded in agreement, not refusing. After all, it is beneficial to him as well. If he could indeed integrate the rules and become a level 5 spiritualist in this simulation, Milton would naturally not refuse. However, Milton knew the chances were slim. The more similar the realms in the simulation and reality, the harder it is to continue practicing. Milton had experienced this firsthand. The fundamental reason being that even if everything is real, he is merely a reincarnated consciousness in reality, and not an entire reincarnated consciousness. Seeing Milton's nod of agreement, Dole mobilizes his spiritual power and takes Milton away from the high platform. Unable to integrate the rules. Carl looked at Milton and asked. Milton nodded in agreement. Without uttering another word, Carl swirled his hands, and a light purple round bead appeared. The moment Milton saw the bead, something crossed his mind. After a millennium has passed, and having collected 4 rules, Milton was by no means unfamiliar with them. Therefore, the moment the bead appeared in Carl's hand, Milton recognized it for what it was. It was an unknown rule that was sealed away. But as to the specific rule, since it was sealed away and had not leaked any aura, Milton couldn't determine what it was. Try to fuse this rule in front of me. You can merge it with ease. If there is any problem, I will interrupt it immediately. This purple moon rule was prepared by me especially for you. Carl said. While speaking, he threw the bead in his hand towards Milton. The bead was floating in front of Milton. Milton nodded. The next moment, he activated all his spiritual power in his body and then injected it into the bead floating in front of him. This was the first step in blending into the rules, imprinting his spiritual power into them. The moment Milton's spiritual power touched the bead, it exploded into dust. A purple moon phantom appeared out of nowhere, hovering in front of Milton. Here it comes. Milton felt a surge in his heart. A strong danger warning suddenly appeared deep in his consciousness. Milton instinctively wanted to cancel the integration of the rule. Keep going. A voice entered Milton's ear. The next moment, a warm white light enveloped his body. Milton stabilized himself and continued to instill his spiritual power into the purple moon phantom in front of him. Time slowly passed, and after a while, another strong danger warning emerged from the depths of his consciousness. Without waiting for Carl to speak up, Milton's body instinctively halted the fusion of the rule. This was his body's instinct to protect itself, much like how it's impossible for one to strangle themselves with a rope. Milton was feeling this way at the moment. As expected, your consciousness can't withstand the intensity of the rules. If you forcibly try to fuse them, your consciousness will shatter. A frown appeared on Carl's face as he said this. Such a situation was not only a first for Dole, but also for Carl. Chapter 357. Is there a way to fix it? Milton Cheney asked. Upon hearing Milton's question, Carl's furrowed brows relaxed, an expression of contemplation appearing on his face. There is a solution, that's to make up for the missing part of your main consciousness, Carl said. As his words fell, Milton nodded, indicating his understanding. He knew this naturally. After all, the reason he couldn't fuse the rules was due to the issue of his consciousness. There was nothing wrong with his body, but due to the reincarnation simulation. Only a single strand of his original consciousness from the wizard realm existed within this body. Except for completing the consciousness, is there any other way? Milton asked again. This was a matter of personal concern. If there was indeed a solution that allowed him to assimilate a rule during this simulation, it would only be beneficial for him. After all, everything that happened within a reincarnation simulation would be inherited in reality once the simulation ends. There is no other way. Absorbing another consciousness might be possible, but it is very risky. If you forcibly absorb a consciousness that isn't yours, there may be a mismatch. You might not usually notice such a situation, but during rule fusion, it could be fatal. I initially thought that even if part of your consciousness is missing, you could normally fuse with the rule. But I didn't expect that you're missing so much of your consciousness. Your case isn't a simple matter of incomplete consciousness, but only a sliver of consciousness is remaining. Carl said. He had indeed assumed that even if Milton was born with a fragmented consciousness, the impact wouldn't be too significant. Because Milton's cultivation speed of the heart technique hadn't slowed down much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have prepared unknown rules for Milton to fuse with in advance. But the reality was somewhat different from what he had imagined. When his words fell, Milton didn't respond immediately. Carl's statement was totally accurate. Milton also didn't expect Carl to discern the root of the problem just because he was unable to fuse with the rules. Indeed, he didn't lack one consciousness, instead, he only had one. I understand. Milton nodded and said. He didn't display any particular emotion. After all, he was already prepared for not being able to fuse with the rules. The reincarnation simulation in the future might allow him to fully reincarnate, but the current intensity of the simulated consciousness didn't support his fusion with the rules within the simulation. Don't despair too much, perhaps there are some special rules that you can fuse with. Carl said. The world is vast and filled with wonders, maybe there are indeed some rules that Milton could endure. However, the chances of this might be very slim. At least Carl didn't believe that Milton could find such a rule. After all, he was merely comforting him. Thank you, Dean. I understand. Milton said. Carl nodded. The next moment, he waved his hands lightly, and a force of spiritual power drove Milton out of this space. His gaze languished where Milton had disappeared, as if contemplating something. If Milton's hope of leveling up was gone, could he leverage Milton to obtain more bargaining chips? Time slowly passes, and 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this 1,000 years, Milton left the Soul Academy again and set off for the Soul Continent. With no way to assimilate the rules, pure cultivation of the heart technique had become meaningless to Milton. Thus, Milton devoted all his time to finding rules. Since he couldn't assimilate the rules within the reincarnation simulation, he'd leave the rules for reality. In the future of the wizard realm, the value of an unknown rule would be extremely high. If Milton found any rules at this time and a couple of them could be found in reality, then even if he couldn't merge with them, he could trade them for countless cultivation resources. These cultivation resources, in turn, would make the improvement of his meditation technique in the text simulation faster. Soul Realm, Southern Continent, Sea Spirit Academy. Do you really have the ocean rules? In a luxurious room, an old man questioned with a hint of doubt in his voice. Milton nodded, his expression neutral. The next moment, a disc appeared in Milton's hand as it shimmered with light. Milton handed the disc in his hand to the old man in front of him. "You can check it. The ocean rules have been sealed into the rules disc by me," Milton said. The old man's expression was one of doubt, but he still accepted the rules disc Milton offered. After taking the disc, the old man pulled out a faint blue magic wand. Holding the wand, he gently touched the rules disc that Milton gave him. The next moment, the old man closed his eyes, seemingly perceiving a memory in his mind. A moment later, the old man opened his eyes, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "It's true. Fine, I agree to the exchange. The flame rules are in the Academy treasury," the old man said. He had no reason to refuse. Compared with the flame rules, the ocean rules were more useful to the Sea Spirit Academy. Hearing this, Milton nodded, his face remained unperturbed. It seemed as if he had just completed an ordinary rule exchange. However, inside, Milton was not as calm as he seemed on the surface. Chapter 358. Excitement stirred within Milton Cheney. For the White Wizard, the ocean rules were an unknown set of rules with a ceiling. The flame rules, however, were different. In the wizard realm after 10 million years, they were known as a set of rules truly without a limit. And at present, these rules have no owner. Therefore, this exchange seemed fair on the surface, but in reality, Milton had gained a huge advantage. Time slowly passed, and after a while, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the room. This middle-aged man held a round bead in his hands. Upon appearing in the room, he handed the round bead to the old man. The old man took it and passed the round bead to Milton. "The sealing spiritual bead, you really got the better end of this deal, this is the best rule sealing device possible." After Milton took the round bead, the old man spoke with a grin. From his speech, it was clear he was in high spirits. A smile also appeared on Milton's face. After receiving the spiritual bead, Milton took out his jade pendant and pressed it against the sealing spiritual bead. The next moment, Milton had a memory of flame in his mind. Within the void of nothingness, there was an eternal red flame. This was the image that suddenly appeared in Milton's mind. The flame rules, precisely. This was truly the first set of unknown and unlimited rules that Milton had obtained in the real sense. If he could incorporate these rules into reality, his future would no longer be limited to being a level 5 wizard. Time flowed like a gear that never stopped rotating. 300 years passed in a blink. In a canyon, Milton put the last sealed rule in place and departed from the spot. By doing so, he truly scattered 10 different unknown rules in different parts of the Soul Continent. All these places were meticulously selected by Milton over hundreds of years. Though somewhat unstable, they were the best places Milton could find. But for a period of 10 million years, no one knew what might happen. Even Milton could not be entirely certain that he could find all these rules after the reincarnation simulation ended and he returned to reality. Milton did not plan to find them all. After all, tens of millions of years was an incredibly long cycle. Even Milton was unsure of any significant changes that might occur in the soul realm during this time. But having done his best, the rest was up to fate. Milton had done the best he could. As for whether his planning would meet his expectations in reality after 10 million years, he could only know after the simulation had ended. Soul Continent, Central Continent, Soul Academy. Milton suddenly appeared within the Academy. Upon his sudden arrival at the Academy's high platform, Milton inspected the Academy, as usual, to see if any changes had occurred during his absence. It had been over 1,000 years since his last visit to the Soul Academy. Just as when he left, there were no changes to the Soul Academy. It must be said, the freedom at the Soul Academy was something that was impossible in the wizard realm. In the wizard realm, once you joined a realm-level wizard's organization, you were basically bound to the organization for life. To break away would be considered betrayal, and impossible without a significant cost. After careful inspection of the Soul Academy, Milton disappeared from atop the high platform. When he reappeared, he was in Sun Tower. This time, returning to the Soul Academy, he didn't plan to stay long. He intended to cultivate the heart technique to the limit of a level 4 spiritualist, then leave the Soul Academy again. Though he had already found 10 unknown rules, he still felt somewhat insecure. Indeed, the more rules, the better. Retreating into his meditation room, Milton pulled out the spiritual bead from his spatial ring, preparing to start his heart technique cultivation. However, just then, a surge of spiritual power emerged behind him. Milton instinctively put the spiritual bead back into the spatial ring and turned around. "Dean," Milton said. Carl's sudden visit left Milton puzzled. After all, if there was an issue, his mentor Dole would be the one to find him. Nevertheless, Milton buried his doubts in his heart. "Let's go, there's someone I want you to meet." Carl spoke. A hint of confusion appeared in Milton Cheney's eyes, which was, of course, feigned. After all, previously Carl had taken him to meet someone, but that memory had been erased by Carl. Although influenced by the simulator, Milton Cheney had managed to retain that memory. But in front of Carl, Milton Cheney still had to fake a look of confusion. Suddenly, an uneasy feeling welled up in Milton Cheney's heart. He had a hunch that the person Carl was going to introduce him to might very well be Bertatu. Last time Carl took him to visit Bertatu, it was because Carl suspected that he was the incarnation of the world consciousness, but wasn't that suspicion already dismissed? So, what could be the reason for taking him to meet Bertatu this time? Milton Cheney suppressed his thoughts and nodded with a calm expression. The real reason would be revealed once he met Bertatu. Upon seeing Milton Cheney VNV, Carl, invoking his spiritual power, led Milton Cheney away from the Sun Tower. The next moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness turned pitch black. When light appeared before his eyes again, he found himself in an environment that was not unfamiliar to him. Indeed, the person Carl took him to meet this time was still Bertatu. Milton Cheney's expression was unaltered, and he didn't initiate any conversation. Time slowly passed, and after a while, another figure appeared in the space. Bertatu appeared in front of Milton Cheney and Carl. The moment he saw Bertatu, Milton Cheney felt a sinking feeling in his heart. This is not good. A foreboding feeling welled up from deep within Milton Cheney. "Let's begin," said Carl, uttering an ambiguous statement. Upon hearing this, Bertatu showed no surprise, instead, he nodded in agreement. The next moment, Milton Cheney realized he could no longer command his spiritual power. Almost immediately, his consciousness was submerged into darkness. Detected that owner's memory is being altered, memory modification has been blocked for the owner. A mechanical voice echoed in Milton Cheney's mind. Despite his consciousness being drowned in darkness, Milton Cheney could hear the voice clearly. Time went on for what felt like an eternity. Until a mass of darkness enveloped Milton Cheney's body. But at that moment, a white light, invisible to others, emanated from Milton Cheney's body, overcame the obstruction of time and space, and flew away from the place. It failed, and the consciousness has completely disappeared. It was a perfect container, but now it's become a real shell. How peculiar. In the space, Bertatu suddenly spoke, a hint of perplexity discernible in his tone. This situation seemed like a first for him. Everything was normal when erasing the memory, but during the transfer of the outer domain devil's existence to the body, all the consciousness of the body abruptly disappeared. Surely, it was a failure. After all, the current condition of Milton Cheney's body had no difference from a dead body. In order to transfer the outer domain devil into a body, the container couldn't possibly be a corpse. Failure. Carl also seemed taken aback, as though he hadn't anticipated this either. Milton Cheney's consciousness was engulfed by darkness for an interminable amount of time. It wasn't until the familiar scene appeared before him again. Inside reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness became normal. The next moment, his consciousness was kicked out of the reincarnation space. Inside the Wizard Tower, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. A few mechanical voices echoed in his mind. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulated memory. Detected that the host won't be affected by the reincarnation memory, simulator memory protection function not activated, do you want to activate it manually? Detected that the host is a level 4 spiritualist, do you wish to retain the role compatible with Wizard Realm rules? Do not activate memory protection. Retain the role compatible with Wizard Realm rules. Chapter 359. With a single thought, Milton Cheney's consciousness appeared in his spiritual sea. A pure white gem emerged within his spiritual sea. This gem represents the realm of his heart technique, a level 4 spiritualist, in the soul realm. The next moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness shifted and left his spiritual sea. The memory of the reincarnation simulation was etched sharply in his mind. Seated cross-legged on the top floor of the Wizard Tower, Milton Cheney tapped into the memory of the final moment of reincarnation simulation. Despite having nearly fulfilled the plans of his reincarnation simulation, the simulation had not reached its final stage. Milton had imagined many scenarios wherein his reincarnation simulation was forced to end prematurely, but he had not anticipated the scenario that had occurred in the simulation. What was the black fog engulfing my consciousness in the last moment of the reincarnation simulation? After digesting all the memories, Milton wondered. Due to the protection of the simulator, his memory was not affected in any way. The last memory of the reincarnation simulation was a dark fog that enveloped his consciousness. Milton was certain that he had never encountered such darkness before. If the simulator hadn't wrapped up his consciousness to end the reincarnation simulation, Milton was uncertain of the outcome. Though Milton was unsure of the specifics of what occurred. He did, however, know that it was related to the avatar of the so-called world consciousness in the wizard realm, which is Bertatu. Perhaps the very reason he was able to cultivate his heart technique with such tranquility in the past was his talent. Milton guessed that the spectacle at the end of the reincarnation simulation appeared largely because he was unable to fuse with the rules. Being unable to fuse with the rules meant that he had no way to progress further to become a level 5 spiritualist. Without the ability to become a level 5 spiritualist, his value in Carl's eyes would decrease drastically. After thinking for a moment, Milton didn't arrive at a final conclusion. Thus, he decided to stop thinking about it. After all, what was done was already done. The next moment, Milton thought. He summoned the attribute panel. A faint blue translucent light screen emerged in front of Milton's eyes. Milton's attention was focused on the attribute panel. Name, Milton Cheney. Spiritual, 43.1, 46.3. Physique, 32.6, 34.2. Spiritual Wizard Realm, Level 4 Wizard. Bloodline Wizard Realm, Level 3 Wizard. Meditation Technique, Guardian Meditation Technique, Perfect. Refining Technique, White Raven Refining Technique, Perfect. Night Skills. Spiritual Magic, Eye of Truth, Tier 4, Time Stagnation, Tier 4, Subspace Annihilation, Tier 4. Bloodline Magic, White Raven True Form, Tier 3, Soul of the White Raven, Tier 3. Simulation Count, 0. Milton looked at the attributes on the panel. There were no significant changes in Milton's own spiritual attributes and physical attributes. However, after undergoing this reincarnation simulation, Milton's maximum spiritual power had increased. After all, in the reincarnation simulation, his spiritualist cultivation level had surpassed his wizard realm level in reality. Besides, if he could last till the end of this reincarnation simulation, Milton was quite confident he could cultivate his spiritualist realm to the limit of a level 4 spiritualist. Unfortunately, plans could not always keep up with changes. Even Milton himself couldn't anticipate every detail. After observing the changes in his attributes, Milton vanished the faint blue light screen in front of him. The next moment, Milton stood up and used his spiritual power to leave the wizard tower. In the void beyond the wizard realm, Milton's figure suddenly appeared here. Milton, who had suddenly appeared at this place, showed no change in expression. Milton looked around and his eyes filled with a trace of surprise. His departure from the Guardian Sea to the Void was naturally to leave the Wizard Realm and move towards the Soul Realm through the World Passage. After all, the unknown rules he had hidden in the Soul Realm after the reincarnation simulation ended, were still waiting for him to discover. Although the reincarnation simulation had ended, Milton's planning hadn't. Whether he could succeed or not could only be determined after he arrives in the Soul Realm. However, upon arriving in this void, Milton didn't detect the presence of Odom. As the man guarding the plane channel and world passage of the Guardian Sea, Odom wouldn't leave the void unless it was a matter of great importance. After all, in the Guardian Sea, Milton was not the only one who needed to use the plane channel and world passage. Although a little surprised, Milton did not rush and instead summoned the Book of Truth. The next moment, Milton's spiritual power surged into the Book of Truth suspended before him. A message was sent out by Milton. After sending the message, Milton's Book of Truth was once again called back into his spiritual sea. A moment later, the Book of Truth floating in Milton's spiritual sea vibrated slightly. After checking the message sent by Odom, Milton's eyes were filled with a look of understanding. Time slowly passes, and Milton remained in the void without making any moves. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and a surge of spiritual power not belonging to Milton emerged beside him. Milton turned his head to look at the spot where the spiritual power had appeared. A figure slowly appeared in this void. "Sorry, I kept you waiting." Odom spoke with a trace of apology in his tone. "That's fine, it doesn't affect anything." Milton spoke. "Where to this time?" Chapter 360. Odom spoke, simultaneously channeling his spiritual power. The Book of Truth hovered before him. Soul Realm. As soon as Milton Cheney spoke, Odom nodded. A moment later, Odom opened the world passage to the Soul Realm. An illusory circular door appeared in front of Milton Cheney. "Thank you." Milton Cheney nodded and said. As his words fell, he stepped into the world passage. Watching Milton Cheney disappear into the void, Odom closed the world passage. He didn't linger on the spot where Milton Cheney vanished but departed once again from this void space. Although the wizard continent has many wizards, few of them usually use plain channels or world passages. Especially in this period, due to the inter-realm war between the wizard realm and the Bloody Sea realm, very few wizards would leave their realm-level wizards organization. Most of them would stay within the organization and practice the meditation technique. Milton Cheney would most likely remain cultivating meditation techniques within the wizard continent if he had not just experienced a reincarnation simulation and hatched a plan in the soul realm. After all, during the inter-realm war, there is nothing safer than staying within the wizard continent. Outside the soul realm, within the void. Milton Cheney suddenly appeared in this void space. The next moment, Milton Cheney channeled his spiritual power, and his figure disappeared from the void space. When he reappeared, he was already within the soul continent in the soul realm. Different from the reincarnation simulation, thousands of 10 million years have passed, the soul continent now had greatly changed from its state in the simulation. After all, 10 million years is a long time. During these thousands of 10 million years, the soul realm has also experienced a lot. Even inter-realm wars, the soul realm has experienced numerous times. Milton Cheney naturally considered all these, as he wasn't unfamiliar with the soul realm in reality. In the reincarnation simulation, Milton hid his rules in places that wouldn't change much, even after thousands of 10 million years have passed. Although the passage of time brought significant changes to the soul realm. But a world, naturally, cannot be thoroughly changed by time regardless. There are always some places that, no matter how thousands of 10 million years have passed, do not alter significantly. Just like in the wizard realm. Some wizard continents existed 10 million years ago and still exist now. The next moment, Milton channeled his spiritual power flowed out of his spiritual sea and engulfed his surroundings. In a short while, Milton knew his current location. Having determined his location, everything that followed was simple. Milton's figure blinked out from the spot. Even Milton couldn't arrive at his target location with just one spell. After all, the soul realm is vast. Time passed slowly. Milton stopped at a deserted island after several translocations. Culling his spiritual power back into his spiritual sea, Milton walked toward the central area of the island. Fourth ring magic eye of truth. A voidal eye emerged above Milton, lifelike and full of vitality. The moment it appeared, it took over Milton's eyes and began evaluating everything around him. As time passed, Milton's brow furrowed in concentration. He had oversimplified his thoughts. Although some places in the soul realm do not change much even after thousands of 10 million years. Some minor changes do indeed happen. This deserted island, Milton was sure, was where he hid a rule during the reincarnation simulation. But with 10 million years gone by, the deserted island remained, but the unknown rule he had disappeared. So, a stretch of 10 million years really is too long. A slight sigh echoed within Milton's heart. From the time Milton crossed to this world till now, not even 100 years have passed in total. Even if one counts all the simulation as actual time, it only amassed to several 10,000 years. Several 10,000 years, compared to several thousands of 10 million years, is a difference of several thousand times. Thus, Milton's comprehension of this concept of time was somewhat hazy. He did, naturally, know that it was a long stretch of time, but how long exactly it was or what such an expanse of time stood for, Milton was somewhat uncertain. After all, asking him, a level 4 wizard, to comprehend the greatness of time was also not realistic. Still, that was merely a tiny sigh from Milton given that he had hidden more than just a single unknown rule. 10 paths. As long as he could find one, it would prove that his scheme was correct, that it had meaning. Milton Cheney deactivated the Eye of Truth and with a sudden movement left the lonely island. Since there was nothing to gain here, he moved on to the next place. Time slowly passed, several days went by. Within a winding mountain range, at the waist of a tall mountain. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. A huge hole was blasted into the belly of the mountain. Milton Cheney withdrew his spiritual power and moved into the bowels of the mountain through the hole. Upon entering the mountain's interior, a light shone in Milton Cheney's eyes. The next moment, Milton's spiritual power moved, and a disc appeared in his hand. Indeed, everything about the reincarnation simulation is real. Feeling the real touch of the disc in his hand, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. The sealed disc in his hand was none other than one of the unknown rules he had hidden during the reincarnation simulation. Several days had passed, and this was the 8th place that Milton Cheney had visited. The previous 7 visits had already diminished Milton Cheney's hopes for his schemes during the reincarnation simulation. After all, the higher the expectations, the greater the disappointment. What he didn't expect, however, was that one unknown rule did indeed survive from the reincarnation simulation of 10 million years ago to the reality of 10 million years later. This was enough to prove that the reincarnation simulation was real. It also validates that Milton Cheney's planning during the reincarnation simulation was useful and not in vain. At this moment, even Milton Cheney felt a surge of excitement in his heart. What a pity, for a white wizard this rule, I don't know whether it is an unlimited rule or a limited rule. Milton Cheney held the disc in his hand and contemplated. For a white wizard, not all rules are unlimited rules. In fact, almost 9 out of 10 rules are limited rules. But this rock rule does not exist in the records of the Guardian Sea. So even Milton Cheney, at this moment, is not clear whether this rule is an unlimited rule or not. Although he's unsure, there must be others who know. At least his ancestral master, his research in this field is much higher than Milton Cheney's. Even if the rock rule is a limited rule, Milton Cheney will not be too disappointed. After all, this victory has proven that he is following the right path. The accumulation of the reincarnation simulation can be accumulated once every 2 years. If it doesn't work this time, there will be another time. When a more experienced Milton Cheney schemes next time, the rules he can hide will certainly be more than 10. Of course, the premise is that he must reincarnate to the soul realm 10 million years ago. If he reincarnates to the recent era of the soul realm, everything would just be empty talk. After a moment of contemplation, Milton Cheney didn't think about it anymore. With a snap of his body and a summoning of his spiritual power, he left the confines of the mountain. After all, the search for the rules was not yet over. He still had 2 more places to go where he had hidden rules. Since he could find one unknown rule, there might be a chance to find a second one, a third one. Time passed, and 3 days later. In a canyon. Milton Cheney suddenly appeared in this unnamed canyon. The final place. After appearing here, Milton Cheney subconsciously took a look at his surroundings. It must be said that the canyon here is almost identical to what it was 10 million years ago. This place is located somewhere in the central continent of the soul realm. Tens of millions of years have passed and it has hardly been affected by anything. 4th ring magic Eye of Truth. Milton Cheney's spiritual power moved, activating his magic. Almost instantly, Milton Cheney's figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already deep under the canyon floor. Flame rules. Milton Cheney looked at the round bead floating in front of him and spoke softly. A true unlimited unknown rule was, at this very moment, floating in front of him. Chapter 361. The Wizard Realm, above a continent of wizards. In an unknown place, Milton Cheney sat cross-legged on the ground. There was no one around him, and he was the only one for hundreds, even thousands of miles. Huff! The next moment, Milton Cheney slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. A round bead floated in front of him. After everything was prepared, a psychic power surged from his spiritual sea. The spiritual power flowed into the sealing spiritual bead floating in front of him. Boom! An enormous psychic power spread in all directions, centered on the sealing spiritual bead. The seal on the spiritual bead was released, revealing an unknown rule that had been sealed for 10 million years. The originally dull round bead turned red in an instant. Lines of red light wandered within the sealing spiritual bead. Milton Cheney could clearly feel an overwhelming force pressing down on him. Milton Cheney's expression remained unchanged as he crazily manipulated his spiritual power to adhere to the ceiling spiritual bead floating in front of him. Time slowly passed, and cracks began to appear on the smooth surface of the ceiling spiritual bead. Suddenly, the ceiling spiritual bead exploded and a red light soared into the sky. Milton's expression slightly changed, but it quickly returned to calmness. Milton Cheney was not unfamiliar with the aspects requiring attention in rule fusion. Without absolute certainty, Milton Cheney would not fuse rules in reality. After all, he had already succeeded in text simulation, so he had some confidence. Though the rule fusion was successful in the simulation, the changes brought about by it did not reflect in reality as Milton had imagined. However, he had anticipated it. After all, text simulation preserves only realms and techniques, and rule fusion is neither a realm nor a technique. So even though he succeeded in fusing rules in the text simulation, he must again fuse them in reality. The movement is a bit too big, I can't continue to drag it out. Milton Cheney said to himself. The disturbance caused by the emergence of the rule was not insignificant. Naturally, Milton Cheney did not want to attract the scrutiny of others. Fortunately, regarding rule fusion, Milton Cheney had retained successful experiences. So, he was not anxious. Time slowly passed, and the red light representing the flame rules still hung in the sky. Suddenly, Milton Cheney's psychic power burst out forcefully. A powerful force was drawing the flame rules. He could clearly sense a powerful force pulling against him. Successfully fusing unknown rules was not an easy task. If it weren't for Milton Cheney's successful experiences, he would not have dared to attempt in reality. In most cases, Milton Cheney would only take action when he had minimized the risk. Fortunately, he had the simulator, so he had many chances to trial and error. A moment later, the power of Milton Cheney's psychic power surpassed the power of the rules, and the flame rules were forcibly dragged down from the sky. Milton Cheney's eyes lit up. The next moment, a more powerful force of psychic power erupted from his spiritual sea. This time, he used all his psychic power. The complete eruption of a level 4 wizard's psychic power caused unimaginable turbulence. At this moment, everything within hundreds of miles around Milton Cheney was engulfed by his psychic storm. As the disturbance increased, the abnormalities here naturally attracted some people's attention. However, this wizard continent chosen by Milton Cheney was uninhabited at this time. Due to the reason of the inter-realm war. Many wizard continents in the wizard realm were now devoid of wizards. Perhaps there were some wizard apprentices and level 1 wizards. But even if these wizard apprentices and level 1 wizards discovered the anomaly here, they would choose to avoid rather than rashly approaching here. The flame rules, that Milton Cheney had pulled to him, finally fused into his spiritual sea at this moment. But the fusion of rules had not ended at this moment. Attracting the rule into the spiritual sea was only the first step. Even though this step was extremely important and everything would likely go smoothly from this point forward, Milton Cheney remained vigilant and did not let his guard down. Although everything so far had been going incredibly well, Milton Cheney was still on edge. Time slowly passed, and the flame rules, after entering Milton Cheney's spiritual sea, floated tranquilly in the center of the sea without any abnormalities. Not until an apparition appeared in his spiritual sea, and from the moment of its appearance, it drew close to the flame rules. It seemed as if this apparition that had suddenly appeared in his spiritual sea and the flame rules were attracting each other. This apparition was Milton Cheney's main consciousness. The main consciousness in reality, the complete consciousness. Unlike in the reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney's original consciousness was not missing anything. At the moment when Milton's consciousness touched the flame rules, the apparition appeared to be engulfed in raging flames. However, the fiery red flames wrapping around his consciousness didn't make Milton feel any discomfort, it felt extremely warm. Time slowly passed, an unknown amount of time. Perhaps it was an instant, or several months. Until Milton Cheney's consciousness and the flame rules perfectly fused. Chapter 362. The image and the burning flame above it slowly disappear. Soon afterward, the image vanishes inside Milton Cheney's spiritual sea. At this moment, Cheney can clearly sense a change in his body. The transformation of spiritual power seems to have been fundamental. His spiritual power didn't grow in quantity, rather the quality of it had changed drastically. If Cheney's spiritual power was fragile before, now it had become exceptionally sturdy. It seems I have complete control over the power of the flames. This thought suddenly surfaced in Milton Cheney's mind. The next moment, Cheney slowly opened his eyes, feeling the changes in his body. A flame suddenly appeared in front of him and hovered before his body. Cheney felt as if the flame were an extension of his own hand, manipulating it effortlessly. Milton closed his eyes, and visualized a river flowing along the horizon before him. Within this river, Cheney could clearly see a small, fiery red boat. An image suddenly appeared atop the small boat at the moment his gaze fell on it. The image represented Cheney himself. Cheney also observed different colored boats of varying sizes floating around his own red one. On some of these boats, figures stood, while others were empty. Simultaneously, an unfamiliar memory suddenly appeared in his mind. Cheney slowly opened his eyes, a spark of realization flickering in them. The long river of rules. Cheney muttered to himself. The things he had glimpsed moments ago were not illusions, they were real. The winding river flowing along the horizon he had seen, represented the long river of rules of the wizard realm. The solitary boats on the river represented individual rules, and the images on the boats were their masters. The benefits of successfully integrating the flame rules were far more than trivial for Cheney. Firstly, his realm would no longer be limited. He would not encounter any bottlenecks until he became a level 5 wizard. In other words, as long as he cultivated to the limit of a level 4 wizard, he could choose to become a level 5 wizard at any time. Although reaching the limit of a level 4 wizard is not an easy feat. But to Cheney, it was just a matter of time. After all, he had the simulator, and text simulation was his biggest external plugin for improving his realm. One round of text simulation could save him 1,000 years of meditative cultivation. Cheney could accumulate 2 opportunities for text simulation in a year. In other words, perhaps within a decade or so, Cheney could naturally advance to a level 5 wizard. Of course, the premise of this benefit is that his physical body in the real world is absolutely safe. The benefits brought to him by the flame rules were far more than just these. A wizard who has integrated rules, and one who has not, are completely different. After merging with the flame rules, Cheney could receive protection from the rules. He could borrow the power of the rules whenever he wanted. The power of the rules could absolutely make him invincible among level 4 wizards. Although he couldn't challenge level 5 wizards directly, at least in the realm of level 4 wizards, Cheney was one of the elites. Even though his spiritual power hadn't yet reached the limit of a level 4 wizard. However, even after merging with the flame rules, it would be impossible for him to completely control the power of rules. His initial feeling of complete control over the power of rules was merely the sensation of blending into them. This feeling was not real. At this moment, he was still just a level 4 wizard and he could only borrow the power of rules. It wouldn't be until he became a level 7 wizard that he could fully control a single rule. What does it mean to completely control a rule? Put it this way, if Cheney fully controlled the flame rules, he could eliminate the existence of fire in the wizard realm or ignite flames in any corner of the wizard realm instantly. At that stage, he would represent the element of fire. He could become an incarnation of fire or a totem of fire. All fire-related magic would lose its effect to him. He could even instantly eliminate the existence of fire-based magic in the wizard realm. If Milton Cheney had control of the life rules, then he would be invincible within the wizard realm. He could control the life of anyone. However, rules like the life rules only exist in legends. Whether they truly exist remains an unknown. Even Milton Cheney did not consider rules of that level as his target. Of course, the flame rules as one of the 5 elements, is extremely powerful, and Cheney finds himself quite satisfied with it. He even feels quite fortunate. But even if Cheney can thoroughly control a rule, as long as he isn't foolish, he wouldn't do that. After all, to do that would be to virtually touch the bottom line of the wizard realm. All the top wizards of the wizard world would act against him. The power of rules is not invincible, and the world is full of wonders. Setting aside other things, the power of destiny that Cheney faced in his text simulation could not be influenced by the power of rules. Of course, that realm is far away from Cheney's current status. Nonetheless, even so, Cheney is already very satisfied. After all, it's been merely a few years since he broke through to become a level 4 wizard, and he's already standing at the top of level 4 wizards. When one looks over the history of the wizard realm, one might not be able to find many like him. The further he goes, the more Cheney feels the significant help he's getting from his simulator. Suddenly, Cheney, who is deep in thought, frowns. What is this? An unknown feeling rises in his consciousness. Power of destiny. What you think comes to you. This odd feeling is not foreign to Cheney. Because he had conserved related memories from his previous text simulation, he is not entirely uninformed about the power of destiny. However, what caused his frown isn't the fact that the power of destiny had deliberately contacted him. It's because the power of destiny reached out to him a bit too early. The contact between a wizard and the power of destiny starts from the moment a wizard becomes a level 6 wizard and begins to see the river of fate. But it seemed like it occurred in advance for Cheney. Moments later, the feeling in Cheney's consciousness gradually became clearer. The furrow of Cheney's brow slightly eased. Did the power of destiny reveal the attraction between the destiny of the wizard realm and my own destiny? Cheney thought to himself. He had actually been expecting this situation to arise. Because in the related classics about wizards, rules, and destiny, Cheney had seen related records. In fact, not only wizards, but anyone born in the wizard realm, their destiny more or less is tied to the wizard realm. However, the weaker ones cannot perceive this feeling. Even a level 4 wizard can scarcely sense this feeling. After all, a level 4 wizard is strong, but if you compare a level 4 wizard with a world, it's quite insignificant. But Cheney as a level 4 wizard is clearly different from other level 4 wizards. After incorporating rules, the power of destiny reveals itself, letting him sense a connection between his destiny and the destiny of the wizard realm. However, this situation doesn't really have any significant impact on the wizard itself. In fact, there could be some benefits, as this situation indicates that the world consciousness has noticed him. The world consciousness itself is lifeless and doesn't have any consciousness. Of course, although the world consciousness doesn't have consciousness, the embodiment of the world consciousness does, and the two are one, yet they are not completely the same. If this world could be compared to a game, then Cheney at this point has an added lucky buff. Apart from this, there are no other impacts. Even if he dies, the wizard realm won't be affected. Similarly, if the wizard realm were to be destroyed, he won't be affected too much, at most this layer of lucky buff would disappear. After realizing this, Cheney stopped overthinking it. The next moment, Cheney channeled his spiritual power, calling forth a spatial door. Cheney rose to his feet and stepped into the door, disappearing from the spot. Chapter 363. Inside the Wizard Tower in the Guardian Sea. Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, putting an end to this session of practicing meditation technique. The spiritual power swirling around him returned to his spiritual sea. Even though merging with the rules had bolstered his own strength noticeably, the speed at which he cultivated the meditation technique remained unchanged. The speed of cultivating the meditation technique using the meditation roots was the same as before. Although the magic array of the Guardian Sea did amplify it, Milton's speed of meditation in reality was still less than ideal. Stopping his cultivation of meditation techniques, Milton moved his spiritual power and called forth the Book of Truth from within his spiritual sea. The next moment, the Book of Truth floated before Milton. The pages turned automatically, and a message surfaced in Milton's mind. Milton, sensing this message, showed no change in his expression and sent a reply with a thought. This message was from his mentor, Bernard, relating to the news of the unknown rules. Of course, even if it were true this time, Milton wouldn't be interested. After all, he had successfully merged with an unknown rule now. Now, even if another rule were to be placed in front of him, he wouldn't be able to merge with it. At this point, he was only a level 4 wizard. Both the strength of his spiritual sea and consciousness were unable to support him merging with a second rule. After the message was sent, Bernard did not immediately respond to him. Hence, Milton put away the Book of Truth. After putting the Book of Truth away, Milton did not continue cultivating the meditation technique. Instead, he stood up, mobilized his spiritual power, and left the Wizard Tower. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had vanished in an instant. In the outer reaches of the wizard realm, within the void, a figure was shuttling through the void. The figure moved so swiftly that it was impossible to capture with the naked eye. Milton, who was shuttling through the void, had a somewhat stern look on his face and his brow slightly furrowed. The planning of the Bloody Sea realm for the wizard continent in the wizard realm has been advanced by so much. Milton murmured to himself. Despite the numerous thoughts surging in his heart, his movements did not pause. His figure continued to shuttle through the void. In the previous simulations, there indeed had been instances of the Bloody Sea Realm infiltrating and wreaking havoc within the wizard continent of the Wizard Realm. However, those events took place decades later, even 100 years later in some instances. In reality, though, this timeline had clearly been brought forward. If Milton's guess was not wrong, it was most likely that actions of some grand wizard in the Wizard Realm had infuriated the higher-ups of the Bloody Sea Realm. After all, initiating a plot against the Wizard Continent, and departing from the void battlefield opened by the Wizard Realm, was not a rational choice for the Bloody Sea Realm. If they proceed with this, they would undoubtedly infuriate the advanced-level wizards in the upper echelons of the Wizard Realm. The ultimate outcome would be mutual damage. A counterattack from the Wizard Realm filled with fury might not be something that the Bloody Sea Realm could withstand. In this case, would the inter-realm war come to an end earlier? Milton, who was shuttling through the void, murmured to himself. He had a reason for thinking this. Because the reason why the Wizard Realm and the Bloody Sea Realm had maintained a stalemate until now was the absence of a trigger for the conflict. Once this trigger was ignited, the inter-realm war would instantly escalate to a white-hot stage. Milton hadn't anticipated that his unexpected return to the Wizard Continent would expose the intention of the Bloody Sea Realm. After discovering the Bloody Sea Realm's surveillance of the Wizard Continent, Milton chose to avoid them initially. After all, even if he excelled among level 4 wizards, he was simply a level 4 wizard. Considering that the Bloody Sea Realm had dared to hatch a plot against the Wizard Continent, the minimum strength they would deploy would be a level 5 Blood Descendant. It is even possible that they might send a level 6 Blood Descendant. Given such circumstances, Milton wouldn't be reckless and act alone. Milton has always been prudent, especially in reality. Because death in reality is final. Dying in a simulation is merely the end of that simulation, returning you to reality. However, in reality, Milton only has one life. Dying means truly dying. Even the life-saving puppet was not omnipotent. After all, he still clearly remembers the conclusion of the previous text simulation. Perhaps the end of the inter-realm war won't come earlier because of this. After all, the final fate of the Bloody Sea Realm was to be consumed by Mancer, and the timetable for the end of the inter-realm war is in the hands of Mancer. Within the void, Milton was deep in thought. The timing of the end of the inter-realm battlefield directly affects the path he takes in the future. After all, in all his previous simulations, the timeline for the end of the inter-realm war was roughly the same. Once the inter-realm battlefield ends earlier in reality, it means all the futures he saw in his simulations are useless. As time slowly trickled by, after some time, Milton's figure shuttling through the void vanished. When he next appeared, he was already above the pure white sea region of the Guardian Sea. On returning to the Guardian Sea, Milton lingered above the pure white sea region but for a short time. Instead, he summoned the Book of Truth and sent out a message. After the message was sent, Milton received a reply in no time. The next moment, Milton mobilized his spiritual power and departed from the skies above the pure white sea region. Having discovered the Bloody Sea Realm's intent to target the Wizard Continent, Milton could not keep silent about it. Chapter 364. After all, keeping this news hidden would bring him no benefits whatsoever. If the Wizard Continent were to truly experience turmoil, even Milton Cheney himself would not be able to stay out of harm's way. If the advanced-level wizards of the Wizard Realm were to truly engage in a war on the Wizard Continent with the advanced blood descendants of the Bloody Sea Realm, the Wizard Realm would still be the one that suffers. After all, the Wizard Continent, fundamentally, probably wouldn't be able to withstand the outbreak of a war involving level 5 wizards. Moreover, Milton's family also lives within the Wizard Realm, so he can't guarantee that his family won't be affected if blood descendants from the Bloody Sea Realm integrate into the Wizard Realm. So, Milton chose to transmit the information he discovered. Of course, his choice to transmit the information he discovered also served as multiple layers of insurance. After all, if he could discover this matter, the advanced wizards in the Wizard Realm who won't sit idle could perhaps already have made preparations. In a certain space, Milton Cheney's figure instantly appeared. After Milton appeared here, he subconsciously surveyed his surroundings. This had become a small habit he'd developed over countless years. That is, whenever he arrived in an unfamiliar place, Milton would instinctively observe his surroundings first. Perhaps this habit gave him a sense of security, or maybe it was for some other reason. In an instant, Milton saw a familiar figure. Ancestral Master. Milton spoke softly, his tone carrying a hint of respect. This level 5 wizard who had been of great help to him certainly deserved Milton's respect. As soon as Milton finished speaking, Lan, with a hint of a smile on his face, nodded lightly in acknowledgement. "I've seen the message you transmitted to me. The Bloody Sea Realm has been prying into the wizard realm, not just for a day or two. In fact, from the very beginning of the Inter-Realm War, some blood descendants from the Bloody Sea Realm had already started infiltrating the wizard realm," Lan spoke out. It seemed like he wasn't bothered by what Milton had said. Upon hearing this, a serious expression crossed Milton's face. Milton was aware of what Lan said, but it seemed Lan may have misunderstood him. Initially, Milton thought that Lan might already know. However, looking at the current situation, it appeared that Lan still did not have this information. "Ancestral Master, this time the situation may not be that simple. The Blood Descendant squad I accidentally discovered in the void space, all 5 Blood Descendants were level 4 Blood Descendants. I suspect that the Bloody Sea Realm may be planning to make some major moves within the wizard realm, starting to undermine this inter-realm war from within." Milton began speaking. Naturally, he made the situation sound as dire as possible. Although his words may seem to be exaggerating after all, it's almost impossible for the Bloody Sea Realm to undermine the inter-realm battlefield from within. Milton, who is aware of the future, knows even more so that this is impossible. Yet, Milton still said this, with the intention to cause the wizard realm to pay more attention to the situation. After all, even if the Bloody Sea Realm were to cause a slight disturbance, it would be significant to the entire world. If this disturbance were to happen in a specific region of the wizard realm, it would absolutely result in catastrophic upheaval. Upon hearing Milton's words, Ian's brow furrowed slightly. It seemed that he had not anticipated that what Milton said would be this serious. Even so, Lan didn't show much emotion. Would the Bloody Sea Realm really be that bold? Doing this would undoubtedly break the agreement of the Inter-Realm War. The result of such an act would be wizards from the wizard realm freely entering the Bloody Sea Realm to destroy their blood pools. Does the Bloody Sea Realm truly have the audacity to do this? Lan spoke softly. Upon hearing Ian's words, Milton did not immediately respond. He knew that at this moment, Lan was pondering over something. However, based on the text simulation from before, the Bloody Sea Realm in the future did indeed carry out this plan. Not only did they carry it out, but this action also caused the wizard realm immense losses. It even directly provoked several level 7 wizards at the pinnacle of the wizard realm. Milton was even clearer that, even if the Bloody Sea Realm didn't carry out this plan, their fate in the future was unavoidable. Their entire world would be devoured by Mancer. In Milton's heart, the Bloody Sea Realm practically no longer existed. After all, countless simulations and their final outcomes indicated that the fate of the Bloody Sea Realm was exhausted, and no matter what, they couldn't escape being devoured in the future. Even Milton, who knew of the future, found it hard to change this outcome. Even in the future, if he had the chance to change the outcome, he probably wouldn't. After all, he was just a level 4 wizard. Even if 100 years from now he could become a level 5 wizard, or even a level 6 wizard. What about a level 7 wizard, let alone knew that Mancer had already reached the limit of a level 7 wizard. Moreover, even if Milton Cheney really became a level 7 wizard, it would be impossible to confront another level 7 wizard just because of the insignificant Bloody Sea Realm to him. A moment later, Lan finished thinking. He looked at Milton Cheney and started to speak. "I know, I'll pass the message to the Sea Lord. If what you said is true, your contribution will be substantial." As Ian's words faded, he turned his words. "How did you discover the 5 level 4 blood descendants? I remember you just became a level 4 wizard not long ago." There was a hint of curiosity in Ian's tone. As he spoke, a bright light flashed in his eyes. The next moment, before Milton Cheney had the chance to reply, a sense of realization appeared on Ian's face. "You've actually found and integrated an unknown rule so quickly." A hint of laughter appeared on Ian's face, accompanied by a hint of surprise in his tone. Hearing Ian's words, Milton Cheney felt somewhat helpless. He had known all along that he wouldn't be able to keep his integration with the rule a secret for long. After all, the change brought about by integrating the rule was too obvious. If Lan hadn't exerted any spiritual power before, Milton Cheney would have been discovered as soon as he set foot here. Just like Milton Cheney at this moment, although he was just a level 4 wizard. But he could clearly sense that Lan had also integrated a rule. Keep in mind, Lan was a level 5 wizard, a level above him. Nevertheless, Milton Cheney could still clearly sense that Lan had integrated a rule. On the other hand, it would be even easier for Lan to sense whether he had integrated a rule. However, Milton Cheney didn't have any particular feelings about this. After all, he had never intended to keep it a secret forever. If he wanted to keep it a secret, he could have just not returned to the Guardian Sea, or even to meet Lan. Exposing the rule is not a bad thing for Milton Cheney. After all, Lan harbored no ill will towards him, and another reason was that once integrated, the rule could not be forcibly removed. Now I get why you didn't care about the rule I gave you, seems you had planned this all along. Lan teased. From his tone, it was evident that he was in a good mood. After all, his student had lost the chance to integrate a rule, but his student's student had already integrated a rule. This integration indicated that Milton Cheney might well become a level 5 wizard equal to him in the future. His grandchild has a chance to become a level 5 wizard in the future, naturally, he would be in a good mood. Upon hearing Ian's words, Milton Cheney didn't explain. It seemed that Lan thought he had found an unknown rule long ago and only recently integrated it. It was quite normal for Lan to have this type of assumption. From the time Milton Cheney rejected his rule to now, his own integration with an unknown rule only took a few years at most. If he said Milton Cheney found a rule in these few years, Lan wouldn't believe it. Since you've integrated a rule, I can ask the Guardian Lord to open a river cavern for you. After his teasing, Ian's face turned more solemn. His tone also took on a hint of gravity. Milton Cheney was taken aback upon hearing these words. River cavern? Milton subconsciously asked back. It was his first time hearing this term, both in simulation or reality. It appeared that even though he had become a level 4 wizard, there were still things he was unaware of. Lan nodded, preparing to explain the details to Milton Cheney. Chapter 365. Yes, the River Cavern. The River Cavern is a unique mystic realm in the Guardian Sea, inconsequential to ordinary wizards. But it's of extraordinary usefulness for wizards who have integrated with the rules. Lan spoke. After the words fell, Milton Cheney nodded his head in a somewhat non-committal manner. Lan was too general, after all. Furthermore, Cheney didn't even know what the River Cavern was. Even the name River Cavern was heard for the first time. Even in the simulator, he had never encountered the River Cavern. What is the extraordinary use? Cheney asked. The river in the River Cavern actually originates from the Long River of Rules in the Wizard Realm. Long River of Rules. Cheney was taken aback, his voice a bit of surprise. Cheney had always assumed the Long River of Rules to be a purely subjective product in the past. But it was not difficult to hear from Ian's words that the Long River of Rules is actually a real river? Yes, you should have felt the virtual image of the Long River of Rules the moment you integrated with the rules. The Long River of Rules in the Wizard Realm actually does exist materially, you just can't touch it. The river in the River Cavern is from the Long River of Rules. Lan explained. Hearing this, Cheney was frankly quite shocked. Although he didn't know what level of existence the Long River of Rules was due to the distance being too far for him, it wouldn't be hard to guess that even a level 7 wizard might have difficulty touching that level. That the Guardian Sea could actually take the river water from the Long River of Rules as an independent mystic realm, this act was beyond just being powerful. What is the extraordinary use of the River Cavern? Cheney asked with some curiosity. He would humbly ask for guidance on this aspect. After all, since Lan had told him these words, it indicated that Lan had also visited the River Cavern. So, Cheney voiced some of his doubts. Hearing Cheney's words, Lan thought briefly. Seemingly considering how to describe it. The River Cavern can accelerate your understanding of the rules, making you more familiar with the power of rules. You can consider this way, you can now only borrow a tiny part of the power of rules, but after practicing in the River Cavern, the power of rules you can borrow will greatly increase. If you focus on blending the rules into yourself in the future, you won't be far from becoming a level 6 wizard. After Ian's words fell, Cheney did not immediately respond. Instead, he was digesting the meaning of Ian's sentence in his heart. The meaning of Ian's words wasn't hard to understand, at least for Cheney. So after a moment, Cheney nodded to indicate he understood. If the River Cavern could truly help him, Cheney wouldn't mind going there. However, before that, Cheney would first try out text simulation. After all, if he could enter the River Cavern in reality, there's no reason why his simulated self couldn't enter it. You should not leave the Guardian Sea during this period. Though you have integrated with the rules, you must not slack off in practicing the meditation technique. The rules are just a stepping stone for you, the most crucial factor is still the realm of your spiritual power cultivated by your own meditation technique. Lan spoke. He was somewhat concerned that Cheney would relax his cultivation of meditation technique after integrating with the rules. After all, in his eyes, Cheney was still just a child. It would be normal if he couldn't distinguish priorities. I understand, Ancestral Master. I know what matters most. Cheney said solemnly. In fact, even if Lan hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have relaxed in his practice of meditation technique. He knew himself best. Cheney knew he was no genius. He was just luckier than others, possessing the external plug-in called the simulator. It could be said that 90% of his wizard level could be attributed to the simulator. Seeing that Cheney knew his priorities, Lan didn't comment further on this topic. I'll inform the Sea Lord about the Bloody Sea Realm. If it's true, there will be unrest in the wizard realm for a while. But of course, it hasn't much to do with you. All you need to do now is to continue practicing the meditation technique without cease. If you can become a level 5 wizard, you will have a clear understanding of nearly all the secrets of the wizard realm. Lan said. His last sentence carried a hint of deep emotions. There seemed to be some other implication in his voice. Cheney could detect the change in Ian's tone. And so, Cheney nodded and held his peace. Seeing Lan signaling him to leave, Cheney used his spiritual power and left this space. Ian's gaze lingered where Cheney had disappeared, as if contemplating something. After a while, a different book of truth from Cheney's floated before Lan. If Cheney had been here, he would probably be surprised. Because Ian's book of truth wasn't pure white, but a pale purple in tone. Bloody Sea Realm, hey! Lan muttered to himself and sent out a message. After sending out the message, Ian's figure moved and also disappeared from this space. As a level 5 wizard, he could be anywhere he wished in the wizard realm at any time. Time slowly passed by, the span of several months swiftly gone. Now, a few months' time was almost inconsequential to Cheney. Chapter 366. As more and more simulations were experienced, Milton Cheney's perception of time began to change. If it had been Milton Cheney who had just traveled to the wizard realm, a few months would have definitely felt like a long time to him. But now it was different, a few months weren't even enough for Milton Cheney to complete a single round of practicing his meditation technique. During these few months, Milton Cheney hadn't left the Guardian Sea. So he wasn't aware if anything significant had happened in the wizard realm during these months. Wizard Tower, top floor. Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, halting his current practice of the meditation technique. After the halt, Milton Cheney didn't immediately rise and leave the wizard tower. Instead, he summoned the panel of the simulator. The next moment, a light azure transparent light screen emerged in front of Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney's gaze moved away from the attribute bar on the panel, shifting to the simulation count column. Text simulation count, 2. The count for text simulations had already accumulated twice, Milton Cheney didn't plan to continue accumulating it anymore. Whether it was the actions of the Bloody Sea Realm or what Lan had told him about the river cavern, they all indicated that this text simulation might be different than before. The frightening thing about text simulation wasn't because it could allow him to foresee the future. But under circumstances when the future is obviously likely to change, it could still allow him to see some trends of the future clearly. Although this path of the future was from his perspective and might be somewhat inaccurate, for Milton, it was already very precious. Milton Cheney thought for a moment, and a string of black characters appeared on the light curtain in front of him. Enable text simulation. Enable. Seeing this string of black characters, Milton Cheney didn't hesitate and chose to start the text simulation. The next instant, as the text simulation started, black letters began to appear on the transparent light screen. Milton Cheney's expression remained unchanged, his gaze focused on the screen. H44, you're in the wizard tower of the Guardian Sea practicing the meditation technique, not leaving the Guardian Sea. H45, Lan takes you to the Mystic River Cavern in the Guardian Sea. H46, you leave the river cavern, with quite a few gains from the mystic journey. H79, the Bloody Sea Realm launches a surprise attack on the wizard continent in the wizard realm, but the wizard realm is well prepared and no large-scale war breaks out. Age 82, leave the Guardian Sea and go to the Wizard Realm. Age 95, left the Wizard Realm and returned to the Guardian Sea again. The mission deadline has arrived, and you take your first mission after becoming a level 4 wizard. Age 97, leave the Guardian Sea and go for the Stellar Realm to prepare for the mission. Age 152, you successfully completed the mission of the Guardian Sea, you left the Stellar Realm and returned to the Guardian Sea again. Age 153, your mentor also returned after completing his mission. He was very surprised that you had already merged with the rules. The mission was completed so much earlier this time. When he saw that, Milton Cheney paused for a moment. He knew the future might change a bit, but he didn't expect the direction of his future had indeed changed while he was still uncertain about the changes happening. In the previous simulations, the earliest Milton Cheney completed his first mission was after he was 300 years old. This time he has completed the mission of the Wizard Realm in his early hundreds. It's been advanced by over 200 years. This was enough to surprise Milton Cheney. Although he didn't know what made him complete the task ahead of time. But Milton Cheney guessed that it probably had to do with the rules. Thus, Milton Cheney didn't think too much and continued to read the black text that appeared. Age 212, you halted the practice of meditation technique, and took your second mission after becoming a level 4 wizard. Age 215, depart from the Guardian Sea and proceed to the Soul Realm. Age 426, completed the mission and returned. The war between the Wizard Realm and the Bloody Sea Realm has entered a heated stage, several void battlefields have been destroyed. Age 428, started practicing the meditation technique. At the same time, the Bloody Sea Realm launched a total attack on the Wizard Realm. At 462, the Bloody Sea Realm mysteriously vanished, marking the end of the inter-realm war between the Wizard Realm and the Bloody Sea Realm. At 463, you asked Mansur for advice, then left the Guardian Sea. Indeed, the ending time of the inter-realm war has moved ahead, but not seem to be due to the scheming of the Bloody Sea Realm against the Wizard Continent. Milton Cheney murmured to himself as he read those lines in black letters. The probable reason for the early conclusion of the inter-realm war could be the early start of the Bloody Sea Realm's all-out attack. Since the inter-realm war ended 300 years early, Milton Cheney was curious about what could happen next. Milton Cheney thus pushed back his tangled thoughts and continued reading the following lines in black letters. At 632, you returned to the Guardian Sea, which by that time had launched a conquest against other realm-level wizard organizations in the Wizard Realm. At 656, you didn't participate, everything seemed unrelated to you. At 838, Mansur stepped in, ending this meaningless civil war, while you were still practicing the meditation technique. At 852, the four seas of the Guardian Sea merged, and you were still practicing the meditation technique day in and day out. At 1025, the Guardian Sea launched a conquest against the Ireland realm, and you were not involved. At 1072, you handed the rock rules to Mansur in exchange for a large amount of cultivation resources and tried to gauge Mansur's attitude towards you. At 1433, the Ireland realm surrendered voluntarily, becoming an affiliated world of the Wizard Realm. At 1445, the Guardian Sea continued to conquer other worlds, causing dissatisfaction in the True Spirit Realm. At 1985, you keep practicing the meditation technique. The Wizard Realm, existing on the edge of the World Sea for tens of millions of years, was riddled with holes in the war. At 1997, the war between the Wizard Realm and other worlds finally involved the Guardian Sea. You were forced to leave the Guardian Sea for other worlds. At 2325, you left the Wave Realm and began drifting in the void. At 2352, an anomaly occurred in the void, and you unexpectedly fell into a hole. The life-saving puppet failed, and you died. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain Realm or Retain Technique. You may choose to keep 3 memories. Retain Realm. Milton Cheney didn't hesitate and chose to retain the realm. The next moment, ripples gently spread across Milton's spiritual sea. Milton could distinctly feel his spiritual power strengthened. However, the power of rules did not show any significant change. In this simulation, it seems like the Guardian Sea intentionally kept me out of those wars. Is it because I merged with the rules, and therefore Mansur started to value my future? The black letters in the light screen in front of Cheney disappeared gradually as he was pondering. This text simulation was longer than any he had lived through before. If it wasn't for the unexpected anomaly in the void in the end, Cheney could have lived even longer. He definitively wouldn't believe it if there was no reason behind this. There must be reasons. After all, in this text simulation, he wasn't chosen as part of the Guardian Sea's team to conquer other worlds. Instead, Milton peacefully cultivated in the Guardian Sea for hundreds of years. Milton speculated that the most likely explanation was that he had merged with the rules. After merging with the rules, Milton's potential was clearly different from before, which is why he avoided danger. After reflecting for a while, Milton decided to not dwell on this aspect any further. Another thought appeared in his mind. True Spirit Realm. Milton murmured the name of this world. This world appeared in his simulation for the first time. Even in reality, this was the first time Milton had heard of it. This undoubtedly indicates that this world is far away from the wizard realm. Chapter 367. Memories were continually surfacing in his mind. Even those that Milton Cheney had buried deep within his mind were emerging. A moment later, Milton Cheney slightly furrowed his brows. Because no matter how he searched his memory, he never once heard of the existence of the true spirit realm in the vicinity of the wizarding world. If it's not a world surrounding the wizarding world, then why would this so-called true spirit realm meddle in matters concerning the wizarding world? Moreover, it was not hard to deduce from this text simulation that the true spirit realm was undoubtedly a powerful world. Even the Guardian Sea, home to a level 8 wizard, struggled to resist. Could it be due to Mancer, the outer domain devil's identity? Milton Cheney mulled over this in his mind. Besides this, he could not think of any other reason. With that thought, Milton Cheney brushed aside the miscellaneous thoughts in his mind. After all, no matter what happens in the simulation, it is still a simulated event. The real wizarding world is still a far cry from that time period. It would be a matter at least 1,000 years in the future. There is no meaningful point for Milton Cheney to worry about it now. The next moment, Milton Cheney invoked a thought. 3 unfamiliar memories surfaced in his mind. Milton Cheney closed his eyes, assimilating the memories that suddenly appeared in his mind. A moment later, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, a hint of understanding reflected in his gaze. Of the 3 retained memories, one was about the river cavern of the Guardian Sea. This memory provided him with some understanding of the upcoming journey into the river cavern. After absorbing the memories, Milton Cheney did not close the attribute panel. Instead, he looked at the simulation count that was displayed on the luminous screen before him. Text simulation count 1. Initiate text simulation. Yes. Without hesitation, Milton Cheney initiated the accumulated second text simulation. The next moment, strings of black text appeared on the light screen floating in front of him. Time slowly passes, and after a moment, simulation ends. Please select your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. Retain realm. Milton Cheney, without any hesitation, once again chose to retain realm as he stared at the last line of text disappearing from the light screen. The next moment, his tranquil spiritual sea stirred with faint ripples once again. Milton Cheney felt the increase in his spiritual power. Retain the memory of when I was 155 years old, 423 years old, 1262 years old. That was what Milton Cheney inwardly recited. In the moment that thought was born, 3 more foreign memories emerged in his mind. A moment later, he had completely absorbed these 3 memories. Milton Cheney, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes, then made the light blue screen floating in front of him disappear. World C. Milton Cheney quietly murmured to himself. With this text simulation, the future he saw from the wizarding world was more apparent now. The true spirit realm wasn't a world near the wizarding world, but a world from the world C. And the wizarding world, strictly speaking, didn't belong to the world C. Of course, one could also say the wizarding world was merely on the edge of the world C. But in the simulation, the wizarding world's advances unexpectedly reached into the world C. That ultimately led to the intervention of the great powers of the true spirit realm. With one move, no matter the Guardian Sea or Mancer, almost no resistance was put up. Compared to those at higher levels, a level 8 wizard is not considered on the same level. Even the existence of the wizarding world and the true spirit realm is not on the same level. If the wizarding world existed on the fringe of the world sea for tens of millions of years, then the true spirit realm is a nearly timeless world standing in the world sea. The reason for the true spirit realm's action was not because of some outer domain devil. It was purely because the wizarding world touched a level it shouldn't have reached. This text simulation brought quite some benefits to Milton Cheney. Regardless of anything else, it broadened his horizons significantly. Besides, with these two text simulations, Milton Cheney lived longer than before. That alone was enough. After all, the longer he lived, the longer he could cultivate his meditation technique, and the more his spiritual power could be enhanced. You might not see too much difference from one simulation. But if you stack up 10 or dozens of simulations one after the other, the changes that come out of it would certainly drastically shorten the time it would take for Milton Cheney to become a level 5 wizard. Milton Cheney didn't forget the primary purpose of text simulation. Text simulation, for the most part, is to enhance his realm, allowing him to grow faster in reality. If he were to use the text simulation as a means to recklessly pry into the future, then he would definitely be at a disadvantage. After all, the previous Milton Cheney had suffered from such a disadvantage. The future can change, this principle is something Milton Cheney never forgot. With that thought, Milton Cheney didn't dwell on the issue anymore. He got up, activated his spiritual power, and then left the wizard tower. By the time he reappeared, he was already in the library of the Guardian Sea. Time slowly passed, and 3 months went by in a blink of an eye. Inside the library of the Guardian Sea, sitting in a corner, Milton Cheney lit up at the sight of a thick ancient book in his hands. "I really found it," Milton Cheney muttered to himself. He flipped to the last few pages of the ancient book, where the contents were exactly what he was looking for. He could search for information in the Book of Truth, but the information that could be retrieved from the Book of Truth was limited after all. To learn more detailed content, he still had to come personally to the library of the Guardian Sea. Milton Cheney leisurely flipped through the ancient book. Chapter 368. It was not until Milton Cheney had fully imprinted the final few pages of this ancient book in his mind that he closed the tome in his hand. There is a natural barrier in the world ocean. Then how did the wizard realm at the edge of the world ocean come into contact with this barrier? After reading through the related content, a sense of confusion couldn't help but arise in Milton Cheney's heart. If it really is as the ancient book suggests, it should be nearly impossible to break the barrier of the world ocean. So, how did the wizard realm reach into the world ocean? Is it because of Mansur? Milton Cheney thought to himself. This could indeed be the case. Perhaps Mansur's ultimate goal was to break the barrier of the world ocean and enter the true depths of the world ocean. After all, in the latter half of the text simulation, Mansur essentially disappeared without a trace. At least from Milton Cheney's perspective, he did not know where Mansur had gone. Of course, these are all but Milton Cheney's conjectures. Even with 2 text simulations under his belt, Milton Cheney could not guarantee that this is indeed the truth. After all, such matters are still far beyond his reach. At the current stage, his attempts to peer into deeper secrets are undoubtedly akin to a fool's dreams. Milton Cheney returned the ancient book to the shelf and, with a flicker, disappeared from the library. Having gained understanding up to this point was sufficient, and Milton Cheney had no desire to delve deeper. Even if he wished to learn more, it would be when he was far stronger in the future. After all, knowing too much is not always a good thing. Furthermore, even if he wished to know more at this point, he lacked a channel for doing so. How far a person can see is entirely dependent on their own standing. One's own realm is the hard truth, and this is something Milton Cheney understands very well. Time slowly passes, and in the blink of an eye, another month has gone by. This month, Milton Cheney returned to the Wizard Tower to practice the meditation technique. In the Wizard Tower, at its very top, Milton Cheney, who was practicing the meditation technique by following the meditation routes, seemed to sense something and halted his practice. Milton Cheney, sitting cross-legged, slowly opened his eyes. The spiritual power swirling around him returned to his spiritual sea. In the next instant, the Book of Truth floated before Milton Cheney and automatically opened itself. A message appeared in Milton Cheney's mind. After perceiving the specific content of this message, instead of replying, Milton Cheney directly returned the Book of Truth into his spiritual sea. Milton Cheney then summoned his spiritual power, and with a flicker, he left the Wizard Tower. When he appeared again, he found himself in a place within space. This space was not unfamiliar to Milton Cheney, it was Ian's rules space. Although Milton Cheney had already fused with rules, he was still unable to create a personal space using the power of rules at this stage. Although he had indeed merged with the rules, it's difficult even for Milton at this stage to utilize the power of rules skillfully, let alone control them. After all, not much time has passed since he officially fused with the rules. And the text simulation had no beneficial effects on the control of the power of rules. Text simulation can retain the realm, it can retain the technique, but it cannot retain the power of rules. Milton had verified this in the text simulation. After all, he had ventured into the river cavern in the text simulation, but after the simulation ended, the rules he had fused with did not change in the slightest. Maybe the true body simulation can, but Milton did not know. Because after he had merged with the rules, he had not yet conducted a true body simulation. Upon appearing in this space, Milton Cheney did not unconsciously survey his surroundings, as he had done previously. Instead, he directly fixed his gaze upon the back figure of an elder. The elder was Lan himself. Next moment, the elder turned around to look at Milton Cheney. The Guardian Lord has agreed to let you enter the river cavern, but you only have 1 year. Use this time wisely and devote yourself to feeling the power of rules. After merging with the rules, the power of rules will accompany you for life. Even if you become a level 7 wizard in the future, the rules still hold an irreplaceable role for you. Lan looked at Milton Cheney as he spoke. There was a hint of seriousness in his tone. Hearing these words, Milton Cheney solemnly nodded. This concerned his own future, naturally he wouldn't take it lightly. Even if Lan didn't mention it, Milton Cheney wouldn't slack off on his upcoming journey to the river cavern. With the experiences and lessons learned from the memory retention from text simulation, even if it was Milton Cheney's first time entering the river cavern, he wouldn't feel unfamiliar. Constant trial and error is one of the benefits that text simulation has brought him. Good, you can choose when you want to enter the river cavern. Whether you choose to enter now or at a later time is entirely up to you. You can think it over. Of course, regardless of when you choose to enter the river cavern, it won't have a significant impact. Seeing Milton Cheney's appearance, Lan naturally knew that Milton Cheney was taking his words seriously. So, Lan opened his mouth in a relaxed tone. After his words fell, Milton did not respond immediately. Choosing when to enter the river cavern might be the same for others, and have no impact. But for Milton, it might be different. Because he possesses a simulator. Just now, he was wondering whether his progress in the power of rules would be retained after the true body simulation ends. Now the opportunity has come. If he chooses to enter the river cavern in the future, then he would have time to verify the speculation in his heart. But if he chooses to enter the river cavern now, he undoubtedly won't be able to verify his speculation about the true body simulation. So, almost instantly, Milton made a decision. I would like to wait a little longer. Milton said softly. Lan wasn't surprised to hear this from Milton. He could understand Milton's desire to prepare, after all, this wasn't a small matter. So, Lan nodded, indicating his understanding. Message me in the Book of Truth when you're ready, then I'll take you to the river cavern. Lan said. Milton nodded, I understand, thank you, Ancestral Master. The next moment, Lan waved his hand, and a wave of spiritual power enveloped Milton's body, escorting him out of the rules space. Time slowly passed, with several months flying by. In the Wizard Tower, Milton once again paused his practicing of the meditation technique. At the same time, a transparent light blue screen emerged in front of him. Milton shifted his gaze to the simulation count column at the very bottom of the screen. Text simulation count 1. Reincarnation simulation count 1. True body simulation count 1. Seeing the 3 different simulation counts added to the panel, Milton's face did not change at all. It's been 4 years since the last true body simulation. And 2 years since his last reincarnation simulation. Start text simulation. Start. Looking at the string of black characters in front of him, Milton hesitated for a second, then started the text simulation. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. Can opt to retain 3 memories. Retain realm. Text simulation ends, and Milton again chooses to retain realm. After this retain realm, the changes in Milton's spiritual sea are even more noticeable than before. The spiritual sea can now inscribe another 4th ring magic. Feeling the amplification of spiritual power, Milton mumbled to himself. Retain memories from ages 455, 456, and 457. The very next moment, with a thought from Milton, 3 unknown memories once again appeared in his mind. After digesting these 3 memories, Milton did not hide the light blue screen. A string of black characters appeared in front of him again. Start true body simulation. Start. Without any hesitation, Milton started the true body simulation, which could only be accumulated once every 4 years. His main goal for this true body simulation was to verify whether the enhanced power of rules in the true body simulation could affect reality. If it can, then in reality, Milton won't choose to enter the river cavern. After all, if he can keep freeloading, Milton certainly won't play just once. Chapter 369. Inside the Wizard Tower. Milton Cheney's expression remained the same after the true body simulation started. Aside from the light blue screen disappearing from in front of him, nothing else in reality had changed. But Milton, having experienced several true body simulations, knew that the simulation had already begun. He conjured the Book of Truth, sending a message to Lan. Almost instantly, he received a response from Lan. Milton gathered his spiritual power, his figure altered, leaving the Wizard Tower. The next moment, he was already inside Ian's rules space. Seeing Milton, Lan was unsurprised, and nodded slightly before waving an arm gently. The next instant, Milton felt a surge of spiritual power enveloping his body. His consciousness went dark. When light again appeared before him, he was in a strange place. Milton could clearly feel a current of water touching his body. He instinctively surveyed his surroundings. Around him was darkness. Even with his impressive night vision, Milton couldn't fully make out his environment. He could feel that his body was submerged in water. Time slowly passed, and after a while, Milton, who had adapted to the environment, discovered that he could see some of his surroundings. It was described as a river cavern, but it was more like a small pool. Milton's body was now at the center of this small pool. The water in the pool was not deep, just reaching his waist. The next moment, Milton tried to mobilize the spiritual power within his spiritual sea, but it had no effect. As I recall from the text simulation, it is indeed impossible to mobilize spiritual power here. Milton mused to himself. Being well prepared in advance, he naturally felt no panic. Milton cleared his mind of scattered thoughts and began to perceive the power of rules with his consciousness. Instantly, a streak of crimson rose before his eyes. His consciousness saw again the majestic long river of rules. In the midst of the river, a small crimson boat adrift. In that moment, Milton easily perceived the essence of the rule power. This was different from borrowing rule power. Perceiving the essence of rule power is not an easy thing. Under normal circumstances, it would be very difficult for Milton to directly perceive the essence of rule power using his consciousness. In reality, he could borrow the power of rules, but couldn't perceive their essence. It was different here. Here, Milton could effortlessly perceive the essence of rule power. This deepened his understanding of rule power. Because of the memory retained by the text simulation, Milton had some experience. He didn't waste time and decisively began to perceive the rules. Time slowly passed. Here in the perception of rules, Milton felt hardly the passage of time. So he didn't even know how long it had been since he arrived here. But his perception of the rule power has been rapidly increasing ever since the moment he arrived. Milton found he could see the long river of rules more clearly. The deeper his perception of the rules, the more he sensed the unfathomable distance between the long river of rules and himself. As if it were an insurmountable chasm. He could see it, but couldn't reach it. The long river of rules that he saw didn't even seem to be real but merely an illusion. In the river cavern, Milton stood at its center. Milton's eyes were tightly shut, his brow slightly furrowed, as if he saw something in his consciousness. Time doesn't stop for anyone. Suddenly, standing in the center of the river cavern, Milton Cheney relaxed his furrowed brow slightly. His tightly shut eyes opened instantly. A streak of red light flitted across his vision. Clusters of dense flame rose around Milton. The flames touched the stream of water in the river cavern the moment they appeared. Hiss! Hiss! The flames made a sizzling noise when they met the water. The sound was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear in this dark place where only Milton was present. Milton didn't move, his expression remained unchanged. Still standing in the center of the river cavern, the flames around him continued to spread. The flames weren't conjured by Milton. Instead, as his perception of the rules deepened, they were spontaneously attracted to him. While one couldn't mobilize spiritual power here, one could summon the power of rules. Milton had only just discovered this. The memories retained from the text simulations hadn't mentioned this. This place truly is a treasure for wizards who have fused with rules. The enhancement for rules perception is far too exaggerated. After pausing from perceiving the rules, Milton felt a bit sentimental. The retained memories from the text simulation gave him some experience. But first-hand experience was a completely different sensation. Though Milton didn't know how long it was since he had arrived here, he knew it was definitely less than a year. If it had been a year, he should have been teleported out by now. But it was within this brief time of less than a year. Milton's perception of the rules had improved as if he had spent thousands of years. Chapter 370. It was indeed such an exaggeration, which caused Milton Cheney's heart to rise with a sense of emotion. But the next moment, Milton put away all his miscellaneous thoughts from his mind. After all, it was still too early for him to be emotional. After all, he was just inside the true body simulation. Although the true body simulation was almost indistinguishable from reality, it was still just a simulation. After the simulation ends and he returns to reality, it is still unknown whether he can retain his perception of the rules. If he was unable to bring the rules perception back into reality, then he would only have one opportunity for the kind of perception of the rules. However, if he could bring the perception of rules back to reality, then he wouldn't have to worry about the rules perception later. Because of the true body simulation, he could gather it once every 2 years. And for Milton, 2 years weren't a particularly long time. After all, every time he went through the reincarnation simulation or true body simulation, he would live at least 1,000 years more. These thoughts only lingered in Milton's mind for an instant. The next moment, Milton stopped thinking and continued his perception of the rules. The flames around him were still spreading out, as if they would never be extinguished. Time slowly passes, and the river cavern gradually grew quiet, almost no sound was coming out. In the center of the pond, in the river cavern, Milton, who was perceiving the power of rules, seemed to feel something, and subconsciously stopped his perception of rules. The next moment, an inexplicable force enveloped his body. The fire of rules burning around Milton was extinguished at that moment. The silent river cavern plunged into deep darkness once more. It wasn't just the river cavern that plunged into darkness, but also Milton's consciousness. By the time light returned to Milton's eyes, his body was no longer in the river cavern. Spontaneously ejected out of the river cavern, Milton subconsciously surveyed his surroundings. It was still the familiar environment, and he was back in Ian's rules space. Milton breathed out a sigh of relief. For a moment there, he thought there had been an accident. Fortunately, it wasn't the case. It was most likely because a year had passed. It must be said that Milton, who was perceiving the power of rules in the river cavern, could not sense the passage of time at all. Was a year already finished so fast? This thought appeared instantly in his mind. How do you feel? When Milton suppressed his thoughts, a voice reached his ears. Milton turned his head subconsciously in the direction of the voice. Lan was looking at him with a smile, seemingly waiting for his response. Though Lan could sense that Milton had merged with the rules, he could no longer sense the progress of Milton's perception of the rules. Not even he, let alone a level 7 wizard, could possibly perceive a person's degree of rules perception. That's because different rules are not interchangeable. Only if both people merge with the same rules, they might have a vague perception of each other's progress. Of course, it is rare for the majority of rules to be merged by 2 people at the same time. And the more precious the rule, the lower the likelihood. Pretty good. Milton let out a sigh, and said openly. This was indeed his most genuine feeling. Upon hearing this, Lan also nodded with a smile. It was normal that Milton felt this way. When he first entered the river cavern, his reaction was far more exaggerated than Milton's. Is it true that each person can only enter the river cavern once? Seeing that Lan only nodded but didn't speak, Milton spoke up again. In fact, it was also a question that Milton wanted to understand. Of course not, but at the stage of a level 4 wizard, you can only enter it once. When you become a level 5 wizard, you will gain 2 more chances to enter the river cavern. Each wizard of the Guardian Sea has a maximum of 3 opportunities to enter the river cavern in their lifetime. Upon hearing Milton's question, Lan began to explain. Even if Milton didn't ask, he would explain it to him later. Of course, Milton asking this question was not surprising to him at all. It's because a wizard wants to enter second time once they have experienced the benefits of the river cavern. These kinds of chances to improve one's power, naturally, the more the better. 3 times. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. This answer was both within and beyond his expectation. It wasn't that he thought the number was too high, but rather that it was too low. A wizard only had 3 opportunities in their lifetime, and they even had to be a level 5 wizard, with each chance only lasting a year. The chances were few and the conditions strict. But this just went to show how precious these opportunities were. That's right. I believe you've already felt it, the water of rules in the river cavern is being depleted. If there were no limits, the water of rules in the river cavern would have long been exhausted. Lan spoke. Upon hearing this, realization dawned in Milton Cheney's eyes. So that's how it was. Milton remembered the collision between the flame transformed from the power of rules he had perceived in the river cavern and the water of rules. Milton hadn't thought of this just now. He had thought that frequently perceiving the rules had some side effects. Now it seemed he was overthinking it. The problem wasn't that complicated, it was simply because the water of rules was running out. A moment later, when Lan hinted that Milton could leave, he nodded and left the rules space. Time slowly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 320 years have passed. In the void space outside the wizard realm, Milton's figure traversed to this place and stopped after void. The next moment, Milton's figure moved and returned to the Guardian Sea. In the pure white sea region, Milton summoned the Book of Truth. The Book of Truth, floating in front of him, automatically flipped open. With a movement of his consciousness, Milton entered the task space. When his consciousness appeared in the task space, a streak of flowing light flew out of his body and melted into the task space. Next moment, Milton's consciousness was pulled out of the task space. Back in reality, Milton opened his eyes and stored the Book of Truth back in his spiritual sea. With a movement, he returned to the Wizard Tower. After returning to the Wizard Tower, Milton sat cross-legged and directly started practicing meditation technique. Time flew by. This time, a full 1500 years passed. Inside a separate space, Milton stared solemnly at the back of a middle-aged man. A moment later, the middle-aged man turned his head to look at Milton. There was a smile on his face, but it was very stiff. Seeing the middle-aged man's facial expression, Milton sighed helplessly in his heart. It was still too early. In the next instant, Milton's body gradually turned illusory, dissolving into space. The middle-aged man, watching this scene, had no change in expression, as stiff as robots. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The gears of time seemed to start turning backward. In the Guardian Sea, within the Wizard Tower. True body simulation ends. Realm, techniques, and memories retained. Milton slowly opened his eyes, revealing 2 lines of black words floating on the light screen before him. The memories of thousands of years in his mind became exceedingly clear at this moment. Milton, sitting cross-legged on the ground, didn't move, but slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. The light blue light screen faded away. Milton slightly closed his eyes, as if he was sensing something. A moment later, Milton opened his eyes, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Indeed possible, the retention of rules perception from true body simulation is indeed intact. Milton mused to himself. His gains from this true body simulation were too great. He had not only validated the retention of rule perception from true body simulation, but also figured out why Mansur was so obsessed with probing deeply into the world sea. A trace of profundity flashed through Milton's eyes. The entire course of the true body simulation was now completely clear to him. Chapter 371. Some thoughts gradually become clear in Milton Cheney's mind. This true body simulation, the time Milton lived was not particularly long, but not too short either. The 2000 years in the true body simulation gave Milton a deeper understanding of the future of the wizard realm. Before experiencing this true body simulation, Milton always thought that Mansur's plan was to devour the world. But now, Milton knows this is not the case. Devouring the world is just to become a level 8 wizard. And Mansur wanting to become a level 8 wizard is actually to enter the depths of the world sea. Mansur is not the orchestrator, but rather more like a spokesman for the world consciousness of the wizard realm. It is not Mansur who wants to enter the world sea, but the wizard realm itself. However, the world's ascension is often not that easy. So the ultimate fate of the wizard realm is inevitable destruction, and the world consciousness's plotting ultimately turns into nothing but illusions. Of course, this is everything Milton sees from a god's perspective at this moment. As for these events that happen in the future, whether they will occur in the future in reality is still unknown. Bertatu has always existed in the wizard realm but has lost its original consciousness and has become a robot with a preset path. The idea emerged in Milton's heart. Knowing the direction of the future wizard realm, Milton couldn't help but feel some regret. Since the end of the last reincarnation simulation, Milton already knew the identity of Bertatu as the avatar of world consciousness. After all, he had seen it with his own eyes in the soul realm. If not for the simulator's protection, that memory would have been washed away long ago. Because of the simulator, Milton had learned some secrets of the wizard realm in advance. But things in the soul realm happened tens of millions of years ago and were too far apart from reality. Some secrets were also buried in the history of the wizard realm. So after the reincarnation simulation ended and he returned to reality, Milton didn't deliberately search for these secrets. But this time, during the true body simulation, Milton stumbled upon the secrets of the wizard realm. Bertatu was indeed transformed from the world consciousness of the wizard realm, but that was tens of millions of years ago. Now Bertatu has lost the original consciousness of the world consciousness avatar. Simply put, Bertatu a million years ago could think like a normal person because it had the ability to think. Now Bertatu still exists but has lost its ability to think, becoming a tool for the world consciousness's plotting. It's like an empty shell. The middle-aged man Milton saw at the end of this true body simulation was the so-called world consciousness avatar, Bertatu himself. As for why Bertatu would lose consciousness, Milton didn't know. After all, Milton couldn't possibly know the entire history of the wizard realm over tens of millions of years, especially such a secretive part. I cannot afford to be so reckless in future true body simulations. Though the world consciousness cannot find my anomaly, it can vaguely sense that I am a variable. Usually, it's okay, but in this sensitive stage of the wizard realm, I need to be more cautious in my future true body simulations. Milton pondered in the wizard tower. The seemingly calm wizard realm was already in turmoil within. Of course, this was still somewhat distant from the real Milton. After all, even in the true body simulations, the major changes in the wizard realm occurred 1,000 years later. Compared to 1,000 years later, the ongoing inter-realm war seems trivial to the wizard realm. Even the Bloody Sea realm is nothing but a pawn. Milton even had a hunch that the Bloody Sea realm's proactive launch of the inter-realm war was part of the wizard realm's scheme. But, the ultimate outcome is destined to be failure. The world's hierarchical level was actually set the moment the new world was created. Trying to change and allow the entire wizard realm to enter the world sea center, with the current wizard realm, is nothing but a pipe dream. Milton thought to himself. Milton can't stop all this at the moment, so he can only prepare in advance. If the future really happens as it did in the true body simulation, he at least has to protect himself. In the minds of the world within the world sea, the wizard realm is more like a bottomless well. The likelihood of the wizard realm being able to leap out of this skyscraper-high well is minuscule. If it fails, the cost is that it will end in a complete mess. At this point, Milton stopped thinking further. Some thoughts in his heart were gradually suppressed. The next moment, a thought moved in Milton's mind. A flame rose around him. This flame was formed by the power of rules that Milton had borrowed. In the 2,000 years of the true body simulation, Milton's understanding of the rules had greatly improved. And this advancement in the true body simulation was fully retained after the simulation ended. In other words, in just an instant in reality, Milton has walked a road that normally takes others 2,000 years. Now Milton finally knows why the simulation count for the true body simulation lasted the longest. After all, there's no such thing as a talent for understanding the rules, it's all about accumulating over time. In this way, the extraordinary effect of the true body simulation is particularly pronounced. Chapter 372. Many others might only be starting to comprehend the rules after several hundred years, but Milton Cheney has already done so for over 100,000 years. This gap will only grow larger as time goes on. After experiencing the variations of the power of rules, Milton Cheney conceals it. The flames around him gradually start to extinguish. Despite having a substantial enhancement in his comprehension of the rules after the true body simulation, the increase in Milton Cheney's spiritual power was not that much. In terms of increasing the level of spiritual power, a text simulation would even be better than the true body simulation. The reason for this is simple: there is a huge difference between true body simulation and text simulation. In true body simulation, Milton Cheney had truly experienced everything. So in true body simulation, many things would delay his practicing of the meditation technique. Milton Cheney also can't spend thousands of years practicing the meditation technique like he can in a text simulation. But a text simulation is different, it's more like Milton Cheney is controlling a game character. He can choose to let this game character constantly practice the meditation technique. Therefore, in terms of practicing the meditation technique, the text simulation is actually more beneficial. However, even though the improvement in spiritual power wasn't particularly high, in this true body simulation, Milton Cheney once again inscribed a fourth ring magic in his spiritual sea, thus saving him a chance to use a text simulation. After examining his overall strength, Milton Cheney's heart moved, and he once again called up the simulator panel. Milton Cheney directly ignored the property bar and moved his gaze to the simulation count bar at the bottom of the light screen. The accumulated text simulation and true body simulation have already been used. But the accumulated chance for the reincarnation simulation Milton Cheney hadn't used yet. Milton Cheney has always had no habit of accumulating the reincarnation simulation count, so he is prepared to use this chance for the reincarnation simulation too. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. Would you like to start the reincarnation simulation? Looking at the two black fonts appearing on the screen, a thought passed through Milton Cheney's heart. Start. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney started this reincarnation simulation. The moment Milton Cheney's heart mentioned start, Milton Cheney's consciousness appeared in the reincarnation space of the simulator, overlooking the various colored light clusters below him. Milton Cheney's gaze moved towards a light blue cluster that was far from the Wizard Realm cluster. The size of this cluster was much larger than that of the Wizard Realm, probably about 5 or 6 times as big. Although it couldn't compare to the black cluster representing the spiritual divine world, it was nevertheless a great world that the Wizard Realm could not match. There were no other colored clusters around the light blue one. The closest cluster to the light blue cluster was also not a short distance away. True Spirit Realm. Milton Cheney's consciousness gaze remained on the light blue cluster without moving, and he murmured to himself. This cluster, although Milton Cheney was noticing it for the first time in the reincarnation space, he was not unfamiliar with the world it represented. It's precisely the True Spirit Realm. This is the world Milton Cheney decided to reincarnate into after the true body simulation ended. After all, this world might be a great realm that the Wizard Realm will have to face in the future, it's inevitable. It's also one of the worlds at the center of the World Sea. If the reincarnation simulation can help Milton Cheney understand this world, then why wouldn't he do so? After all, Milton Cheney can accumulate a reincarnation simulation count every 2 years. Of course, Milton Cheney was also curious about what made this world in the center of the World Sea so special. Apart from these, Milton Cheney had no other emotions. Fear? Nothing exists. Even if he died in the reincarnation simulation, it wouldn't be a real death. And he had already reincarnated in the spiritual divine world twice, so he certainly wouldn't be fearful to reincarnate into the true spirit realm this time. Without another moment's hesitation, Milton Cheney had a thought. His consciousness began to gradually approach the light blue cluster. The moment his consciousness touched the light blue cluster, Milton Cheney's consciousness went black. At the same time, a white light pierced through time and space, drilling into the world barrier of the true spirit realm and flying into the true spirit realm. The colorless world barrier of the true spirit realm seemed to trigger a faint ripple at this moment, but it calmed down in an instant. Even the world consciousness of the true spirit realm couldn't detect any anomalies. Time slowly passes, I don't know how much has passed. It wasn't until Milton Cheney regained consciousness that a glimmer of light appeared in his mind. No memories of this world have emerged. Have the memories been retained directly without solving the mystery of the womb? The first idea emerged in Milton Cheney's mind when he regained consciousness. After all, this wasn't the first time this happened. When Milton Cheney reincarnated into the soul realm last time, all his memories were inherited from the very beginning. But the next moment, Milton Cheney noticed something that felt odd. because his current state was not that of an infant. Milton Cheney could feel his body, but it didn't seem like a body. Is this a spiritual body? Or a consciousness body? Milton Cheney could clearly feel his own body, but his body did not exist in substance. It seemed like only a consciousness, or perhaps only a bundle of energy. This was the first time that Milton Cheney had reincarnated into something other than a human being. Did he reincarnate into a creature he didn't understand? The next moment, a piece of unfamiliar memory emerged in Milton Cheney's mind. This memory feels like instinct the moment it appears. True spirit see? Young spirit. The moment the memory appeared, Milton Cheney understood his current situation. He indeed hadn't reincarnated as a human, but reincarnated as a young spirit. One could say there were no humans in the true spirit realm. Only spirits existed in this world. And he was a newly born young spirit, born in the true spirit sea. His current location wasn't inside someone's stomach, but in the true spirit sea of the true spirit realm. Milton Cheney's understanding of the true spirit realm was limited to its name. Before reincarnating into this world, Milton Cheney hadn't expected this situation. However, Milton Cheney wasn't in a rush but followed the instincts of this spiritual body and started absorbing the spiritual power from the true spirit sea. I really didn't expect the birth environment of a spiritual body in the true spirit realm to be so cruel. This is a competition from birth. To get on shore to become a true spirit, at least millions of competitors must be swallowed up. Roaming in the true spirit sea, Milton Cheney sighed in his mind. Just within this moment, a few young spirits hit Milton Cheney's spiritual body and then merged into his spiritual body. Before reincarnating into this world, Milton Cheney hadn't expected that to be born in this world relied on such luck. For instance, the current Milton Cheney wasn't really a spiritual body yet. At the moment, he wasn't born. He, now, was more like a sperm, not an actual creature. To be born, one must get on shore. This was like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, becoming a true dragon only after crossing the gate. Milton Cheney's situation was similar. Only by leaving the true spirit sea could he become a real true spirit. Suddenly, Milton Cheney, who was in deep thought, was taken aback. It's over. That was the thought that suddenly appeared in Milton Cheney's mind. Without any warning, an enormous phantom image enveloped this sea region instantaneously. At the instant the phantom image appeared, Milton Cheney's spiritual body immediately turned into nothingness, and a light emitted from his spiritual body, soaring out of the true spirit sea. Within the reincarnation space, Milton Cheney's consciousness instantaneously emerged there. The next moment, Milton Cheney's consciousness was kicked out of the reincarnation space. Inside the wizard tower, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained reincarnation simulation memory. Detected that the host won't be affected by reincarnation memory. Simulator memory protection function not enabled. Initiate manually. Do not enable memory protection. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. The next moment, Milton Cheney hid the light screen, with a touch of helplessness showing on his face. Chapter 373. The memories from the reincarnation simulation gradually became clear again. Huff. Milton Cheney let out a deep breath. A feeling of helplessness only flickered in his heart for a brief moment. Choosing to reincarnate into the true spirit realm had always been part of Milton's plan. But due to his lack of understanding about true spirit realm, this reincarnation simulation ultimately ended up wasted. The reason for his sense of helplessness was not because the simulation had ended abruptly. After all, it was just one reincarnation simulation, and Milton could save up for it in just 2 years. It was his poor luck in this reincarnation simulation, he could have comfortably survived for a longer time. The situation he faced at the end of his young spirit body's life was quite rare. Rather unfortunate. Milton sighed slightly in his heart. But the simulation had given him some things to ponder over. That was whether choosing to reincarnate in the true spirit realm was the right decision. Previously, Milton's understanding of the true spirit realm was only limited to its name. One could say he had some understanding, but fundamentally, Milton was still unfamiliar with the true spirit realm. But now it was different. After reincarnating in the true spirit realm once, he could not claim to fully understand it, but at least he wasn't completely unfamiliar. Although Milton did not survive until he successfully landed, he had a general understanding of the true spirit realm. If he chooses to reincarnate in the true spirit realm again, Milton would have some advantages. Of course, these additional advantages were not substantial. If he still can't survive to land in the next reincarnation simulation, then his understanding of the true spirit realm would remain as it was after the first reincarnation simulation. That is to say, if Milton dies again in the state of a young spirit in the next simulation, then this opportunity would really go to waste. This simulation in the true spirit realm wasn't exactly a waste, as it at least gave Milton some initial understanding of the true spirit realm. However, the second and third time would be different. After all, in a world where survival depends on luck, Milton isn't confident he can successfully land 100% of the time. He had the advantage of memory retention, but its benefits during the reincarnation simulation in the true spirit realm were not as great as he imagined. Becoming a true spirit still greatly depended on the vague opportunity of luck. After ponderating for a moment, Milton stopped thinking further. He had 2 years until the next reincarnation simulation, plenty of time to ponder these thoughts. Milton gradually pushed these thoughts to the back of his mind. Next moment, Milton got up, summoned his spiritual power, and left the wizard tower. Time won't stop for anyone. Time passed slowly, and before he knew it, a year had passed. Above the wizard continent, Milton summoned the Book of Truth. The next moment, a beam of white light from the Book of Truth enveloped his body, sending him away from the wizard realm. When Milton's figure appeared again, he was already in the void beyond the realm of the wizard realm. For this year, Milton returned to the subcontinent. Although in reality, he hadn't returned to the subcontinent for just a few years. But if the simulated time is factored in, Milton hadn't returned to the subcontinent for nearly 1,000 years. So during this time, Milton stayed on the subcontinent for a year. Without stopping in the void beyond the realm, Milton summoned his spiritual power and disappeared into the void from here. Third rift of the wizard realm, above the sea region. Milton's figure suddenly appeared here. Looking at the familiar surroundings, Milton's face showed no change. He moved again, returning back to his wizard tower. At the top of the wizard tower, Milton was sitting cross-legged at the array center. Milton didn't start practicing the meditation technique, instead, he summoned the light blue light screen of the simulator. The next moment, with a thought, a line of black characters appeared in his sight. Text simulation count, 2. Do you want to start the text simulation? In a year, Milton had saved up 2 opportunities for text simulation. Start. Without planning to accumulate more, with a thought, Milton started the text simulation. Simulation ends, please choose your rewards. Retain realm or retain technique. You may choose to retain 3 memories. Retain realm. After the second text simulation, Milton once again chose to retain realm. The next moment, his peaceful spiritual sea stirred with faint ripples once again. Feeling the upliftment of spiritual power in his spiritual sea, Milton's face showed no change. The black characters on the light screen gradually began to disappear. Retain the memories at the age of 46, 47, and 225. Ignoring the change in the light screen, Milton chose to retain 3 periods of memories. The moment Milton chose to retain memories, 3 unfamiliar ones emerged in his mind. Milton closed his eyes, digesting these 3 unfamiliar memories. After a moment, Milton perfectly integrated the 3 periods of memories. There was no discomfort, Milton slowly opened his eyes. Milton's gaze didn't linger on the light screen in front of him any longer, instead, he dismissed the panel with a conscious thought. In just a short while, 2 text simulations were consecutively used by Milton. Sitting cross-legged at the top of the wizard tower, Milton's face had a gleam of contemplation. Chapter 374. In the first of these 2 text simulations, Milton Cheney did not choose to enter the river cavern, instead, he put all his emphasis on practicing the meditation technique. As a result, Mansur seemed to have not paid that much attention to him. And it wasn't just that. During the first text simulation, Mansur even personally met with Milton Cheney a year later. Specifically, to get him to enter the river cavern to sense the power of rules. Of course, he still refused in the first simulation. But just because of this factor, Milton Cheney's future changed significantly. The most noticeable change was that he didn't live as long as he did in the previous text simulation. So, in the second text simulation, Milton Cheney decisively chose to enter the river cavern to perceive the rules. Although the perceptions of these rules were not retained in reality after the simulation ended. However, During the simulation, Mansur did pay more attention to him. Why did this happen? If it's just because my perception of the rules is too shallow, that's not entirely the case. After all, I've actually experienced the rules perception in the river cavern once already. Milton Cheney pondered in his heart. This unexpected discovery indeed gave him a strange feeling. In the first text simulation, the simulated Milton Cheney didn't choose to enter the river cavern due to the influence of Milton's subconscious mind. After so many text simulations, Milton Cheney was already adept at influencing the simulated him through his subconscious mind. And the reason why Milton Cheney did this was extremely simple. That was because the rules perceived in the text simulation couldn't feed back into reality, so there was no need to waste time on this. But what Milton Cheney didn't expect was that this unintentional act led to such a discovery. Could the river cavern have a function that I don't know about? A thought like this suddenly popped into Milton Cheney's mind. After all, he didn't have a deep understanding of the river cavern. All his knowledge about the river cavern actually came from what his ancestral master Lan told him. After all, Milton Cheney couldn't investigate this, and the only source of information he had was what his ancestral master had said. But thinking about it, Milton Cheney felt that something was not right. Because Lan had no need to hide it from him, and there was no need to deliberately deceive him. Milton Cheney did not believe that Lan was fooling him, he could discern that much. But the river cavern's function of enhancing rules perception was real, beyond doubt, as this was something Milton Cheney had personally experienced during the true body simulation. Could it be possible that Ian's understanding of the river cavern is also incomplete? After all, how and when the river cavern appeared in the Guardian Sea, probably even Lan is not clear. Worse still, could the river cavern be Mansur's hidden means of controlling someone? At this thought, Milton Cheney slightly frowned. Thinking things through from the worst-case scenario was a sort of habit of Milton's. When he thought about a problem, he would never only consider the best-case scenario. But that didn't seem right either. At least in the true body simulation, Milton Cheney didn't feel any adverse effects on his body due to the river cavern. Furthermore, the river cavern represents the long river of rules in the wizard realm. Could Mansur be so powerful as to manipulate the long river of rules? Milton Cheney thought the possibility of that was quite low. Time slowly passed, and after pondering for a while, Milton Cheney temporarily suppressed these thoughts deep in his heart. As for why, Milton Cheney could not figure out the precise reason at this time. He had some ideas, but they were just that, ideas, mere conjectures. Milton Cheney did not overthink it. After all, there would be plenty of time in the future to uncover all the secrets. Moreover, with the true body simulation, the real Milton Cheney had no plans to enter the river cavern. Even if the river cavern really had some special effects on those who entered, as long as Milton never physically entered the river cavern, it would be fine. As for whether entering the river cavern in a true body simulation would affect the real him, Milton Cheney believed it wouldn't. Because the text simulations had already done the experiment for him. If it would, Mansur's attitude wouldn't have changed in the first text simulation just now. Stopping his ponderings, Milton Cheney started running the meditation routes, beginning his cultivation of the meditation technique. If there was a way to completely clear his mind of distractions, then meditation was the best method. Time slips away, and in a blink of an eye, 10 months have passed. In this nearly year-long span, Milton Cheney has been continuously practicing the meditation technique within the Wizard Tower. For Milton at this time, the period of practicing the meditation technique could be a few months, or it could be a few years. For him, the span of a few months and a few years have approximately become indistinguishable. Inside the Wizard Tower, Milton, who had been meditating with crossed legs at the array center, ceased the operation of meditation routes. Milton slowly opened his eyes, and the spiritual power swirling around him was retracted back into his spiritual sea. After 10 months, this is the first time Milton has halted his practice of the meditation technique. The reason he stopped this meditation technique practice was not something else, but because someone had messaged him. In the next moment, Milton's mind stirred. The Book of Truth, which had been suspended in his spiritual sea, appeared in front of Milton. After checking the message in the Book of Truth, Milton returned the Book of Truth to his spiritual sea. Milton, who had already experienced once in the text simulation, naturally wasn't a stranger to what would happen next. So, his facial expression did not change at all. He stood up, mobilized his spiritual power, and left the top floor of the Wizard Tower. When Milton's figure reappeared, it was in a space that was not strange to him. The rules space of LAN. Milton did not survey the environment within the space, but instead directly shifted his gaze onto LAN, who was within the space. Milton did not speak, waiting for LAN to take the initiative to speak. The conspiracy of the Bloody Sea Realm against the wizards of the Wizard Continent in the Wizard Realm has been verified as true. LAN spoke, his tone containing a hint of surprise. It seemed that he was also somewhat surprised that what Milton said was indeed going to happen. Nobody, not even the wizards standing at the top of the Wizard Realm, noticed this before Milton spoke. Perhaps this was due to the arrogance of the Grand Wizards themselves. Hearing these words, Milton merely nodded. LAN paid it no mind, instead continuing, "The Guardian Lord wishes to see you, perhaps it's because of this." The Guardian Lord. Hearing this, Milton paused, expressing some uncertainty. Of course, this was a deliberate display by Milton. With the memory retained from the text simulation, Milton naturally knew that the Guardian Lord wished to see him. However, he still needed to make a point of displaying this, as anyone would naturally react when hearing that the Guardian Lord wished to see them. Not showing a hint of reaction would seem unnatural. LAN didn't find Milton's reaction surprising, expressing a slight smile on his face and nodding lightly. "I understand, Ancestral Master, thank you for the trouble," Milton said. As his words fell, LAN gently waved his hand. A white light surged in the rules space, enveloping Milton's body and transported him out of the rules space. Milton's consciousness was not affected, he could clearly feel a force enveloping his body, seemingly leading him somewhere. Time slowly passes until the light brightens before Milton's eyes. The silhouette of a middle-aged man appears before him. As Milton appeared there, the middle-aged man turned to look at him. Even though he was prepared, Milton's heart tightened as he recognized the middle-aged man's face. Mansur. No matter what had happened in the simulation. In reality, this was the first time Milton had truly come face to face with Mansur himself. "Flame rules, very good." Mansur started speaking, his voice was quite gentle. He did not mention the plot of the Bloody Sea Realm, instead, he pointed out the rules that Milton had merged with. It seemed as if in Mansur's eyes, the plot of the Bloody Sea Realm did not mean much. Chapter 375. In front of Mansur, there was no sign of change on Milton Cheney's face. As for Mansur understanding the rules he has integrated, Milton had anticipated it early on. Moreover, before coming here, Milton had already visited once during a text simulation. Although it was not Milton's personal experience in the text simulation, the preserved memories allowed him to make some preparations. You discovered the Bloody Sea Realm's plot in time, your discovery spared the Wizard Realm from a wave of turbulence. Mansur spoke again, his tone relaxed, as if he were casually chatting with Milton. It was merely an accidental discovery. Milton replied softly, without taking any credit. Because he knew that Mansur's meeting him was not about discussing the schemes of the Bloody Sea Realm. As Milton expected, after he finished speaking, Mansur nodded and spoke. You have just merged with the rules, your understanding of them is still very shallow. LAN should have told you that the river cavern will be very beneficial for you at this stage. Practicing the meditation technique can be done slowly, but the realization of the rules requires you to seize the opportunity in time. After Mansur finished speaking, Milton did not immediately respond. A thoughtful look appeared on Milton's face, as if he were considering something. Seeing this, Mansur didn't interrupt Milton's thoughts. Instead, he stood at the same spot with a smile on his face, watching Milton, seemingly waiting for Milton to respond. However, the thoughtful expression on Milton's face was deliberately displayed. He didn't need to think at all. After the true body simulation ended, Milton had already decided not to enter the river cavern in reality. Not to mention other reasons, even ignoring the possible other functions of the river cavern, Milton would not choose to enter the river cavern in reality at this time. After all, once he chose in reality to enter the river cavern, he would lose the opportunity to enter the river cavern in the subsequent true body simulations. In reality, he only has one chance to enter the river cavern. But as long as he doesn't use this opportunity in reality, he will have countless chances to enter the river cavern in the future. Under these circumstances, Milton definitely wouldn't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. So, after a while, the thoughtful expression disappeared from Milton's face, as if he had made a decision. The next moment, Milton spoke, I still want to wait a bit longer, I don't think I'm fully prepared yet. There was a serious tone in Milton's voice. It seemed that this was a decision he made after serious consideration. Hearing Milton's words, Mansur nodded. He was not surprised by Milton's decision. I won't change your mind, but it's best to realize the understanding of the rules at the initial stage of your integration with them. Otherwise, the more time passes, the more difficult it will be for you to comprehend the rules. By then it will be too late to comprehend the power of the rules. Mansur said. After his voice fell, Milton nodded solemnly. Even after another direct encounter with Mansur, Milton still couldn't figure out Mansur's attitude. He didn't know if this level 7 wizard was truly considering for his sake, or had other thoughts. Even though Milton had the simulator, and had interacted with Mansur more than once in simulations. Yet, Milton still couldn't see through Mansur. After all, as a level 7 wizard, he was much stronger than Milton. At this time, Milton, who is just a level 4 wizard, was not on the same level as Mansur, the level 7 wizard. Take this. Seeing that Milton took his words to heart, Mansur didn't say more on the subject. Instead, he suddenly held out a white-covered book. The moment his voice fell, the book flew out of his hand and hovered in front of Milton. Milton instinctively took the white book floating before him. At the same time, Milton was taken aback. This time, it was not an emotion he feigned. Because in the text simulation, Mansur didn't give him this book. So this scene, different from the text simulation, gave Milton a slight surprise. Although Milton knew that the future in the text simulation would have inaccuracies, at least in most cases, the text simulation was accurate in the first few years. This was why Milton deliberately accumulated 2 text simulation times. It was to selectively retain his memories of the nearest few years after the text simulation ended. But this time, the future in the text simulation had some slight changes again. Milton was certain that after coming here, he behaved the same as he did in the text simulation. But even though he behaved the same as in the text simulation, Mansur's thoughts in reality still underwent some minor changes. Although there was a slight ripple in Milton's heart, there was no sign of it on his face. After all, it wasn't the first time he had encountered this situation. The next moment, a faint glow appeared on the white book in Milton's hand. This glow rushed towards Milton's mind the moment it appeared. Milton's countenance changed slightly. He deliberately wanted to dodge it, but the speed of this white light was too fast. Milton had no chance to dodge, and in an instant, the glow entered Milton's mind. But the next moment, the color on Milton's slightly surprised face eased. Things were not as he had imagined. Chapter 376. After all, if a level 7 wizard really wanted to do something to him, there would be no need for these petty schemes. Is this the method to construct the rules space? Processing the sudden memory in his mind, this thought sprang up in Milton Cheney's heart. Time slowly passed, and after a while, Milton Cheney opened his eyes. Upon seeing this, Mansur nodded. It seemed that he was somewhat surprised that Milton Cheney could accept it so quickly. It seems that your consciousness is strong, no wonder you could successfully fuse with the rules so early. I have taught you the method of constructing rules space in advance, but with your current perception of the power of rules, you cannot successfully construct the rules space. Your initial fusion with the rules means your perception of them is much higher than the average person. After the expedition to the river cavern, you might be able to attempt to build the rules space. Mansur said. Upon hearing these words, Milton Cheney immediately understood Mansur's meaning. Mansur's implication was that he should enter the river cavern to perceive the power of rules as soon as possible. However, why would Mansur say that his initial fusion with the rules gave him a much higher perception of them compared to the average person? Could it be that Mansur could sense his intensity of perception towards the power of rules? If that was truly the case, then in the future, if he continues to perceive the rules in the true body simulation, but does not actually enter the river cavern, Mansur will undoubtedly detect the abnormality. Milton Cheney was instinctively cautious about this. He would need to verify it in future simulations. Of course, according to Milton Cheney's understanding of the rules, it was almost impossible for Mansur to sense the intensity of his perception towards the rules. This might be possible for Bertatu, considering that Bertatu's predecessor was the incarnation of world consciousness. Thank you, I understand. Despite his thoughts, Milton Cheney did not reveal anything. Instead, he responded seriously. I'm a bit curious, rules are not so easy to find. The flame rules that you have fused with is a higher level rule. Where did you find this unknown rule? Of course, if this involves some of your secrets, you could choose not to answer. After Milton Cheney's words fell, Mansur asked. It seemed that he was genuinely curious and had no other intentions. Hearing Mansur's question, Milton Cheney didn't hesitate and answered directly. I accidentally found and fused with flame rules in the soul realm. Hearing this, Mansur nodded thoughtfully. Milton Cheney wasn't surprised, after all, he had known that Mansur would ask this. So he chose to answer in reality the same way as he had in the text simulation. As expected, after hearing Milton Cheney's words, Mansur didn't ask any further. In the ensuing time, Mansur discussed some matters regarding the rules with Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney listened attentively and, of course, would ask proactive questions where he didn't understand. After all, a level 7 wizard personally answering his questions was not an opportunity that came about often. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months passed. 2 years had passed since the last reincarnation simulation and true body simulation. And it had been 2 months since Milton Cheney had faced Mansur in reality. From the time Milton Cheney left Mansur, he had been staying in the Wizard Tower within the Guardian Sea for these 2 months. Milton can choose to leave the Guardian Sea and go to other places, but Milton Cheney did not do this. After all, for Milton Cheney, the Guardian Sea can be said to be the perfect place to practice the meditation technique. At the top of the Wizard Tower, Milton Cheney slowly opened his eyes, ceasing his practice of the meditation technique. 2 months of practicing the meditation technique naturally couldn't bring Milton Cheney a huge advancement. However, cultivating is like this, every little bit accumulates over time. Maybe at a critical moment, Milton Cheney will only lack these 2 months of practicing the meditation technique. Therefore, even in reality, Milton Cheney rarely slacks in practicing the meditation technique. After ceasing the practice of the meditation route, at Milton Cheney's thought, a light blue transparent light screen was suspended in front of him. Text simulation count, 2. Reincarnation simulation count, 1. Do you want to start a text simulation? Yes. Seeing the black text before him, Milton Cheney gave it a thought and decisively chose to activate text simulation. A year passed, and Cheney had amassed another 2 text simulations. Furthermore, 2 years had passed since his last reincarnation simulation, so he accumulated 1 reincarnation simulation count. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You may choose to retain 3 memories. Retain realm. Cheney's gaze moved away from the last line of black text on the light screen. The next moment, he gave a thought and chose without hesitation to retain his realm. That's because in his last true body simulation, Cheney had already inscribed a new 4th ring magic into his spiritual sea. So in this text simulation, he had only one choice, and that was to retain his realm. After Cheney chose to retain the realm, his spiritual sea subtly rippled. A moment later, everything calmed down. Feeling the boost in spiritual power within his spiritual sea, Cheney exhaled a sigh. As the black font on the light screen dissipates, Cheney's heart twitched again. Retain the memories of being 49, 50, and 1325 years old. When the black characters on the light screen disappeared completely, Cheney had successfully retained 3 unfamiliar memories in his mind. A moment later, these 3 memories were perfectly digested by Cheney. Cheney slowly opened his eyes, and the blue light screen still hovered in front of him. Text simulation count, 1. Do you want to start text simulation? No. Cheney did not activate the second accumulated text simulation count. The next moment another line of black text floated up on the light screen. Do you wish to start reincarnation simulation? Yes. This time, Cheney did not hesitate. As for why he didn't use the second text simulation first, it's because Cheney had his own considerations. He wanted to know if the text simulation in reality would undergo changes again, should he manage to retain some power in his reincarnation simulation. So Cheney deliberately held on to 1 text simulation count. In an instant, Cheney's consciousness appeared in the reincarnation space. The reincarnation space remained the same, without any change. Cheney's gaze bypassed the other differently colored light clusters in the space and went directly to the light cluster representing the true spirit realm. In 2 years' time, Cheney had thought it through. That is, his reincarnation simulation would still choose reincarnation in the true spirit world. The reason is simple, because currently, only this world interests Cheney, and that is enough. Besides, this world will have significant connections with the wizard realm in the future. As for whether he will return empty-handed again, how could he know without trying? If he always holds the idea of returning without gain, then even if he became a level 7 wizard in the future, the reincarnation to this world would still be fruitless. After all, reincarnation simulation means starting all over again. Reincarnation to the true spirit realm as a level 4 wizard, and waiting until he is a level 7 wizard to reincarnate to the soul realm, would both equate to the same starting point. Then why not do it earlier? After all, there's a chance that reincarnating earlier could actually yield the best results. For his obscure luck, Cheney still had some confidence. After all, if his luck was that bad, he wouldn't have gotten the simulator, this external plugin. The next moment, Cheney gave a thought, and his consciousness gradually approached the light cluster representing the true spirit realm. As Cheney's consciousness and the true spirit realm light cluster fully merged, his consciousness plunged into darkness in that instant. An invisible beam of white light crossed the world barrier of the true spirit realm again, and plunged into the true spirit sea of the true spirit realm. Chapter 377. Time slowly passes, who knows how long it has been. Quietly, a newborn young spirit was born in the true spirit sea. Milton Cheney's consciousness, engulfed in darkness, gradually recovered, and the memories in his mind become clear over time. Only when Milton's consciousness was fully recovered, and his memories were clear, did he begin to perceive his surroundings. As expected, the sensation was identical to his previous reincarnation into the true spirit realm. Reincarnating into the true spirit realm for the second time gave Milton some more experience. After all, he still adhered to the principle that practice makes perfect. The next moment, a new memory appeared in Milton's mind. This sudden memory in his mind was the same as the memory that appeared after his last reincarnation into this world. The memory of the true spirit sea should be shared by every young spirit born in the true spirit sea, Milton mused at this familiar memory. Actually, for Milton, although there are slight differences between his first reincarnation and the second in this world, these differences are not significant. Because his understanding of this world is still limited. The uncertainty of whether he could transform from a carp to a dragon, and become a true spirit, remained the same as his first simulation. A moment later, Milton cast aside his chaotic thoughts and stopped ponderizing. Because his body was sending him an intense feeling of hunger, it was like a primal instinct. Just like humans feel hunger when they lack food and thirst when they lack water. Milton's young spirit body was experiencing such a feeling. And this instinct, even Milton couldn't restrain. It had to be said that it had been many years since Milton had experienced such a feeling in reality or during true body simulation. He hadn't felt hunger since reaching the level 3 wizard, let alone at the level 4. The next moment, Milton began to absorb the energy in the true spirit sea according to the memories in his mind. Suddenly, a comfortable feeling welled up from the depths of Milton's heart. As time slowly passed, Milton felt a long-lost sensation of satiety. Of course, this sensation didn't last long. Followed by the feeling of hunger again. However, this was not the first time Milton had experienced such a situation. When he first reincarnated into this world, he had encountered the same scenario. Moreover, even though his last reincarnation into the true spirit realm had ended early due to misfortune, he had survived in the true spirit sea for hundreds of years. So in this regard, Milton did have some experience. In the true spirit sea, the experienced Milton was effortlessly absorbing the endless energy around him. This intermittent feeling of hunger was not temporary, but would accompany Milton for several years. After all, a young spirit at its birth is in severe energy deficit. This period typically lasted about 2 to 3 years. Of course, this was based on Milton's experience during his last reincarnation into the true spirit realm. This time it might be a little different. After all, he wasn't unprepared this time. With experience, he might be able to cut the time frame down to 1 to 2 years. And in these few years, Milton would be in the most dangerous phase. Because if any accident occurred during this time, Milton would be completely defenseless. Even if he tried to resist, he would be powerless. After all, he was just a young spirit. As time slowly passed in the true spirit sea, Milton quietly absorbed its energy. Time flies, 2 years vanished in a blink. 2 years had passed since Milton's reincarnation into the true spirit realm. During this time, Milton hardly moved from his place. It wasn't that he didn't want to move, but he didn't need to. Moving arbitrarily would consume energy. Although the energy consumption was small, it would still waste some time. What Milton needed to do was to absorb energy as quickly as possible and get rid of the primal sense of hunger at the earliest. Therefore, he didn't want to waste a single moment. Furthermore, the area where he was born was very safe, thus he could avoid unnecessary movement. You should know that in the true spirit sea, countless young spirits are being birthed every moment. However, in these 2 years, Milton seldom encountered other young spirits. As to why this situation occurred, Milton, who had undergone the true spirit realm simulation once, had some speculations. He was likely in the beginner district of the true spirit sea. Of course, this was just a guess from Milton. Whether it was indeed so, he was uncertain. But according to his observations in his previous life for hundreds of years, there was a high probability that was the case. Of course, even in the beginner district, rare situations might occur. For instance, during Milton's previous reincarnation, he had encountered the big boss in the beginner's district. This was why Milton felt he was a bit unlucky. Also, the true spirit sea was simply too vast. Therefore, although there were many young spirits in the true spirit sea, compared to its vastness, the number seemed not so many. In the true spirit sea, Milton, who had remained silent for 2 years, finally made a move. Milton's young spirit body moved slightly, and then began to slowly change its position. Chapter 378. As to why he did this, Milton Cheney was actually testing whether he had completely rid himself of the instinctual feeling of hunger. It has to be said, this instinctual feeling, even with all his countless experiences, Milton Cheney has a feeling of discomfort. That feeling of being beyond one's control, anyone would find it uncomfortable. A moment later, Milton Cheney was happy in his heart. Finally, I have rid myself of the instinct of hunger. Now, I can start devouring other young spirits and officially start my path of spiritual body evolution. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. Overcoming the instinct of hunger was just the first step. If he wants to ascend to the true spirit coast, transform from a young spirit to a real true spirit, there is still much for Milton Cheney to do. Devouring other true spirits in the true spirit sea is what Milton Cheney needs to do right now. To be precise, at this point, all the young spirits in the true spirit sea are not actual life forms. Even at this point, Milton Cheney is just a cluster of energy that has gained memory. The rest of the young spirits are even worse, they are completely acting out of instinct. Devouring energy, naturally, Milton Cheney won't feel any guilt. If he were to feel guilty, he wouldn't have chosen to reincarnate into this world. Moreover, to become a true spirit, devouring other young spirits is indispensable. And this act of devouring is actually an instinct. After all, not all young spirits are like Milton Cheney, having developed what's called memory. Even if they are just acting on their instincts, other young spirits will also devour the same young spirits. I can't be hasty, I have to take it slow. Milton Cheney's heart gradually steadied. He still has a lot of time in the future, and he can take it slow. Milton Cheney has never been one to rush. Compared to immediate benefits, he values future gains more. Time slowly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 50 years have passed. At this point, 52 years have passed since Milton Cheney reincarnated into this world. During this time, Milton Cheney wasn't just staying in one place in the true spirit sea anymore. Instead, he was constantly moving his spiritual body, wandering in the true spirit sea region. In these years, Milton Cheney also didn't just absorb the energy in the true spirit sea, but began to devour other young spirit bodies. With the instinctively active newborn young spirit bodies, they naturally couldn't resist Milton Cheney's devouring. The phrase "big fish eat small fish" is definitely applicable to the true spirit sea. Given enough time, Milton Cheney can slowly build up his momentum. Of course, this premise is that no accidental situation like the one that previously occurred in the true spirit realm will happen. It's still a bit too slow, but there's no other way, it can only rely on time to slowly accumulate. Wandering in the true spirit sea, Milton Cheney sighed slightly. Although time indeed passed by 50 years, this amount of time is not a particularly long time for Milton Cheney's young spirit body. At least for now, he is still far from the first qualitative change of the young spirit body. Fortunately, this boring and tedious feeling does not greatly affect Milton Cheney. After all, he has also experienced even more tedious simulations. It must be said, although the young spirit body is not a real life form. However, its lifespan is something that even Milton Cheney is envious of. If there are no accidents, young spirit bodies have no need to worry about lifespan until they become true spirits. Of course, perhaps young spirit bodies don't have the concept of life at all. After all, young spirits are not real life forms. After all, there is no talk of a lifespan. In the next moment, Milton Cheney stopped thinking. Then he mobilized his spiritual body and actively started to move towards the nearest young spirit body. A moment later, Milton Cheney's body came into contact with the young spirit body he approached. This young spirit body disappeared in the true spirit sea the moment it came into contact with Milton Cheney. The reason for its disappearance is naturally because it was devoured by Milton Cheney. After devouring this young spirit body, there were no changes in Milton Cheney's emotions. After all, this kind of situation has been happening almost constantly these years. Milton Cheney didn't intentionally calculate how many young spirit bodies he had devoured, but there were at least 1,000. Without stopping his moving body, Milton Cheney wandered towards his next target. The true spirit sea is vast, but if you want to find young spirit bodies, you can find them anywhere. If Milton Cheney deliberately wanted to avoid, he could easily do it at any time. Of course, this is subject to being able to avoid those young spirits' bodies of the same level as him and those weaker than him. If it's the kind of young spirit that is already on the verge of becoming a true spirit, Milton would only consider himself unlucky if they happen to clash. Just like the last scene when he first reincarnated into this world, at the moment the idea appears, he could already have been devoured. Time slowly passes, this time, 500 years have blinked past. Within the true spirit sea, Milton Cheney skillfully swallowed the last true spirit body surrounding him. Feeling the changes in his own spiritual body, a thought occurred to Milton. Seems like the first spiritual body transformation is not far off. Milton Cheney was thoughtful. His current spiritual body is clearly on the verge of transformation. This feeling, it is not just that his outer spiritual body has grown larger, but also that he has suddenly developed a feeling of hitting the limit in recent years. Of course, this limit is not the absolute limit. Milton is still a considerable distance from reaching the real limit. This limit, it represents the imminent arrival of the first transformation of his young spirit body. And this transformation will definitely bring a qualitative change, Milton was absolutely clear about that. The next instant, Milton Cheney was suddenly taken aback. Because at this moment, a foreign memory suddenly appeared in his mind. This situation did not happen when he first reincarnated into this world. Milton stayed stationary in his spot. No other young spirits were approaching him. After all, even if other young spirits are merely acting on instinct, they won't purposely approach a vastly superior young spirit body. This unfamiliar memory was gradually digested by Milton. Follow intuition, go to the next region. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. This memory, or rather, an instinct forcibly imposed on him. At this moment, Milton had a feeling of his spiritual body being uncontrollable, as if it wants to keep moving towards a certain place. Now that this unfamiliar memory has appeared, if Milton Cheney's former supposition was just a guess, now he could confirm that. Namely, the area where he is currently located is indeed the beginner district. Because he could not be deceived by this almost instinctive memory. Is this instinct guiding me to leave this area and head towards the next one? Is it because I have grown to the limit in this area? If that's really the case, then how is it that when I first reincarnated into this world, I met a young spirit that was on the verge of becoming a true spirit? Milton Cheney had some difficulty in restraining the instinct of his body and was pondering in his mind. This sudden instinct imposed on him was somewhat beyond Milton's expectations. Previously he thought of barely scraping by to snowball. But now, the sudden instinct in his spiritual body has dashed this idea of his. Obviously anyone would know that the area where he will be heading next would certainly not be as safe as the current beginner district. If there were other unexpected situations, wouldn't all of these more than 500 years have gone to waste? Milton Cheney was quite resistant, he did not want to leave this treasure trove. But even for him, he had no resistance against his body's instincts at all. After struggling to suppress it for a moment, Milton still began to migrate in the true spirit sea according to the instinct of his spiritual body. Time slowly passes. In an instant, several years have passed. During this period, Milton did not force himself to suppress the instinct of his spiritual body again. Because he knew, even if he could resist this instinct, it would only last for a moment. Suddenly, a thought crossed Milton Cheney's mind. Because he suddenly discovered that the instinct imposed on him seemed to have disappeared. And at this very moment, his young spirit body finally went through its first transformation. Chapter 379. Without the influence of physical instincts, Milton Cheney suddenly felt completely at ease. After the transformation of the young spirit body began, Milton could distinctly feel his spiritual body continuously drawing energy from the true spirit sea. This energy stream was incredibly vast. Moreover, this wasn't a result of Milton actively drawing energy from the true spirit sea. Instead, the energy from the true spirit sea was flowing ceaselessly towards Milton. This sensation was extremely comfortable, much like a weary body submerging in a hot spring. The transformation of the spiritual body sprung from the memories that formed in his mind after reincarnating into this world. And this transformation happened earlier than Milton had anticipated. Time slowly passes, yet the transformation of Milton's spiritual body was still progressing steadily. Although he was no longer in the former beginner district, at this moment, no other young spirit bodies came to disturb him. If a spiritual body were to attempt to devour Milton's at this time, he would be utterly defenseless. Fortunately, perhaps due to the protective mechanism of the true spirit sea, this situation did not occur. Milton's spiritual body began to grow at a visibly increasing rate. The energy stream from the true spirit sea flowed into Milton's spiritual body at an even faster speed. Time went by unhurriedly. During the spiritual body transformation, Milton was almost unaware of any changes in the outside world. What he could sense was only the transformation of his spiritual body. The flow of time was something that Milton could no longer perceive, so he didn't know how long it's been. Perhaps it was only a moment, or maybe it was several years. Only when Milton could no longer feel any more energy flowing into his spiritual body from the true spirit sea, did he fully recover his perception of the outside world. How much time has passed? It seems as if only a fleeting moment has gone by. When everything had settled, Milton murmured to himself. At this moment, he regained his sense of time passing. However, he was clueless about how long his young spiritual body's transformation had taken. Of course, this didn't affect Milton significantly, so within a moment, he cast this thought out of his mind. The next moment, Milton began to perceive the changes in his spiritual body. As expected of a transformation, it's indeed quite dramatic. No wonder the true spirit sea guided my spiritual body to a new region. With my current form, staying in the previous region would have resulted in devouring all other young spirits, wouldn't it? After perceiving the transformation of his spiritual body, Milton felt slightly awestruck. Needless to say, the changes the spiritual body transformation brought upon him were immensely significant. His current self was entirely different from his pre-transformation self, almost as if they were two distinct beings. If his current spiritual body were to confront his pre-transformation self, it would be a dimensionality reduction attack with absolutely no differences. This was why, during his first reincarnation to this world, he was left defenseless in the simulation against the nearly matured young spirit on the verge of becoming a true spirit. Because the gap between them was simply too vast. So vast that even with his memories, consciousness, and experience, Milton could not bridge this gap. At the following moment, Milton began to try moving his newly transformed spiritual body. His spiritual body now was several times larger than before, yet he did not feel any difficulty moving it. Not at all cumbersomely large, it seemed to move even more fluidly than before. It was much like upgrading an engine, without any sense of discomfort. Suddenly, Milton, who was in motion, came to a standstill. Right then, a section of unfamiliar memory suddenly appeared in his consciousness. Facing this situation, Milton wasn't surprised. After all, ever since he reincarnated into this world, the occurrence of new memories suddenly appearing in his mind was fairly common. Milton ceased moving his spiritual body, beginning to digest this unfamiliar memory. As time slowly passed, moments later, this unfamiliar memory was fully assimilated by Milton. I originally planned to explore this region myself, who would have thought that its introduction was included in the inherited memory. After digesting the memory, Milton murmured to himself. That's right, this memory contained a detailed introduction to the region where he was now located. The beginner district where he was before, is actually referred to as the Sea of Life and Spirit. As for why it is called this, Milton didn't know since this was informed to him by the inherited memory. The region he was in now, according to the inherited memory, was referred to as the authentic spirit sea. As for whether there are any new regions further down, Milton wasn't sure. Because the inherited memory did not have any related records. Not only that, in the inherited memory post-spiritual body transformation, there was a careful division into 4 stages of the young spirit body. Having already undergone one spiritual body transformation, Milton was only in the first stage of the young spirit body. He still had a long way to go till the 4th stage. As for becoming a true spirit, that was still even more unreachable. He was even beginning to doubt if there was any possibility of becoming a true spirit in this simulation. So exaggerated, it turns out that to become a true spirit, just luck alone isn't enough. With his deepening understanding of this world, Milton's impression of the true spirit realm became more bizarre. If the inherited memory in his mind was true, then the true spirits in the true spirit realm were virtually perfect creatures. Chapter 380. No wonder the world consciousness of the wizard realm wants to evolve the realm into a world centered around the world sea. It appears all these worlds are as twisted as each other. Dispelling the chaos of thoughts in his mind, Milton Cheney stops pondering. At this point, further contemplation wouldn't help him anyway. Rather than contemplating these far-off matters, he should focus on how to cling to life in this region. On becoming a true spirit, Milton can only say he'd do his utmost. With extreme luck, and without a single misstep, perfect transformation of the spiritual body 4 times at its limit, only then would Milton have a slight hope of becoming a true spirit. Of course, compared to the other young spirits, Milton holds significant advantages. Because compared to other young spirits, Milton more closely resembles a genuine living being. He has consciousness, he has memory, he can think, he can strategize. What he lacks, is the extreme luck. In the next moment, Milton begins to slowly move his spiritual body. Since arriving in the authentic spirit sea, Milton has not encountered any other spiritual bodies. Of course, Milton also hopes that he won't encounter any other spiritual bodies so soon. Without needing to guess, he knows that in the authentic spirit sea, he is among the weakest of the spiritual bodies. What Milton needs to do now is to hang on and grow. Once he becomes fully accustomed to the authentic spirit sea, he will consider consuming other young spirits. After all, the authentic spirit sea is not like the sea of life and spirit. The young spirits appearing here are no longer newborn spirits. They have already transformed to the first stage spirits. In the sea of life and spirit, Milton was the biggest fish. And here, Milton has once again become the smallest fish. Time slowly passes, 1,000 years fleet by in the blink of an eye. In the authentic spirit sea, Milton's spiritual body aimlessly wanders in the authentic spirit sea. Over these 1,000 years, Milton remained in the authentic spirit sea. It was not that he did not want to leave this sea region, it was simply that he had no opportunity to leave this sea region. 1,000 years, even for Milton, is not a short time. Wandering for millennia at sea, it is impossible for Milton not to feel anything else. Boredom, dryness, these emotions were accompanying Milton at all times during these 1,000 years. Moreover, the authentic spirit sea is not like the sea of life and spirit. Here, young spirits are not that easy to consume. Even after 1,000 years, the number of young spirits of the same level that Milton has consumed still has not reached double digits. Is this all worth it? After all, if Milton wants an absolute understanding of the true spirit sea, he must become a true spirit. But to become a true spirit, the difficulty is extraordinarily high. Even if he becomes a true spirit, getting to know the secrets of the true spirit realm, will he have a chance to use these secrets in future? Put simply, will these secrets serve any practical use for Milton? After all, even with the simulator, Milton can't be sure about future matters. And to become a true spirit, a few thousand years might not be enough. Perhaps even tens of thousands of years are not enough. It might take hundreds of thousands, or even millions of years. And this extensive period would surely exceed any of Milton's previous simulations, perhaps even exceeding the total time of all his previous simulations. However, Milton believes it's worth it. Never mind whether he will have the chance to apply these secrets. Even if he never gets the chance, the more he knows, the greater the benefits to Milton. Moreover, if he truly becomes a true spirit in this world, it would greatly benefit him in the real world. After all, Milton's goal is not merely to become an advanced level wizard. Milton knows that as he grows stronger, the duration of his simulations will inevitably grow longer. Be it true body simulation or reincarnation simulation, both will be the same. The experiences of this world will surely strengthen his will to the utmost extent. Of course, if he indeed stays too long in this world, which could affect his real life, Milton would choose to activate the memory protection mechanism of the simulator. Actually, Milton himself is not sure whether after staying in this world for hundreds of thousands of years, he would be greatly affected after ending the simulation. The next moment, Milton's spiritual body wandering in authenticity suddenly halts. At the same time, a touch of excitement and surprise sprang up in his heart. Could this be the spiritual sea tides? Milton Cheney pondered silently. A moment after, Milton Cheney was entirely sure. It was indeed the spiritual sea tide. Because the sudden thirst for this feeling erupting within his spiritual body could not be fooled. This opportunity, which might not be encountered in hundreds of thousands of years, had unbelievably found its way to him. This is indeed the epitome of luck. Spanning the next moment, with a stir in Milton's thoughts, his stagnated spiritual body instantly moved swiftly towards the spiritual sea tides. Even if Milton Cheney did not actively shift his spiritual body, his instinct would deliberately guide him closer to the spiritual sea tides. In a situation that could save him tens of thousands of years, how could Milton Cheney ever give up? Even if this adventure ends his simulation, Milton would not have any dissatisfaction. After all, experiencing such an opportunity is a display of extreme luck. This opportunity lay before Milton Cheney, how could he resist trying to seize it? Time slowly passed, and Milton Cheney's spiritual body gradually approached the spiritual sea tides. Of course, what's getting closer to the spiritual sea tides now is far more than just Milton's young spirit body. The first stage young spirits, usually rare in the authentic sea, now swarmed towards the spiritual sea tides at this moment. The number of young spirit bodies is simply too many to count. An innumerable quantity of young spirit bodies, at least in the hundreds of thousands. Unlike Milton, these other young spirit bodies are fully attracted to this place due to the instinct of the spiritual body. Milton Cheney was one of the first batch of young spirits to fully enter the spiritual sea tides. Just about the moment when Milton Cheney's spiritual body entered the spiritual sea tides, a storm of violent energy flowed into Milton Cheney's spiritual body. Yes, it was fierce. Too overwhelming, too swift. Am I about to undergo the second transformation? After a moment, an incredible idea crept into Milton Cheney's mind. He knew the spiritual sea tides were exaggerated, but he hadn't realized they were this intense. His inherited memory had not deceived him. But now is not the time to ponder. Milton Cheney swiftly begins the second spiritual body transformation. He must complete the second transformation in the shortest time possible. Otherwise, even if he completes the second transformation, the outcome would be the end of this simulation. Yes, why is it said that the spiritual sea tides are an opportunity that comes once in hundreds of thousands of years? Because every appearance of the spiritual sea tides signifies the birth of a third stage young spiritual body. In this gathering of hundreds of thousands of young spirit bodies, only one young spirit body can become a third stage young spiritual body. The fate of all the remaining young spirit bodies is one, to become nutrients for that unique third stage young spiritual body. This is why Milton Cheney says that seizing this opportunity could save tens of thousands of years. And in this scenario, Milton Cheney has an absolute advantage. Because he has memory, has consciousness, so even amongst hundreds of thousands of young spirit bodies, he has an absolute advantage. Moreover, his luck this time was excellent, the appearance of the spiritual sea tides was very close to him. What Milton Cheney needs to do now is to become the first to complete the second transformation. Time slowly passes, not only Milton Cheney, but other young spirit bodies also began the second transformation of the spiritual body. But, it was already too late. Because Milton Cheney has already made it. At this moment, a giant wave is suddenly set off in the central region of the spiritual sea tides. And Milton Cheney's spirit body also completed its second transformation at this moment. At the same time, all the young spirit bodies around him suddenly stopped their transformation, as if the pause button had been pressed. Milton Cheney's spiritual body at this moment seemed to have turned into a black hole, engulfing all the surrounding spiritual bodies utterly and completely. In the span of a moment after Milton Cheney completed the second transformation, the third spiritual body transformation has begun. Chapter 381. The upheaval caused by the third spiritual body transformation was greater than any before it. In the center of the spiritual sea tides, countless energy streams recklessly surged into his spiritual body. Milton Cheney could clearly sense his spiritual body expanding at an extremely fast speed. This expansion was not just manifested in the outward enlargement of his spiritual body. Time outside slowly passed by. But Milton, who was undergoing the spiritual body transformation, couldn't feel the passage of time at all. Milton's consciousness fell into a peculiar realm. It felt somewhat similar to the visions he had during his first and second transformations, but also a bit different. Meanwhile, one after another, unfamiliar memories surfaced in Milton's mind. With the commencement of his third spiritual body transformation, the inherited memory of the young spirit body became more complete. A moment later, Milton gradually came out of this special feeling. His memory gradually cleared up, and his consciousness slowly recuperated. Milton could once again clearly perceive the existence of the outside world and the passage of time. As for how much time had passed during this transformation, Milton did not know. At this moment, the tides of the spiritual sea had already completely subsided. His surroundings were empty at this moment. Apart from him, no other young spiritual bodies were present. All the young spiritual bodies attracted here by the spiritual sea tides had been transformed into nutrients and completely devoured by Milton. Of the tens of thousands of young spiritual bodies that have gone through one transformation, only Milton's spiritual body emerged supreme. This was the cruelty of the true spirit sea. The next moment, the familiar spiritual instinct appeared once again on his spiritual body. Milton suddenly had a feeling that this region could no longer contain his spiritual body. Here we go again. Milton's heart tightened. This situation also wasn't new. Before his spiritual body had transformed, he had experienced this feeling. So, the tightened mood in Milton's heart only lasted for a moment. At the same time, his spiritual instinct began urging him to leave the area where the spiritual sea tides just occurred. However, this time, Milton felt that he could to some extent resist his spiritual instinct. After 3 transformations, even his spiritual instinct could now be restrained by Milton. By now, Milton understood why he had encountered the colossal young spiritual body in the Sea of Life and Spirit when he was reincarnated into this world in his first simulation. The reason was simple. That was because the young spiritual body in the 4th stage could almost entirely resist the influence of the spiritual instinct. That is to say, once he completes his 4th transformation and becomes a young spirit body in the 4th stage, then he could go anywhere in the true spirit sea. Young spirits in the 4th stage could possibly appear anywhere in the true spirit sea. However, young spirits in the 4th stage rarely appeared in the Sea of Life and Spirit. The likelihood of such occurrences was extremely low, even lower than that of the appearance of the life tides. Therefore, Milton was indeed extremely unlucky when he was reincarnated into this world simulation for the first time. Of course, the misfortune of the first reincarnation simulation seems to have been compensated for in this reincarnation simulation. Although young spirits in the 4th stage can forcibly restrain their instinct, Milton, who is currently just in the 3rd stage, is far from achieving this. However, Milton doesn't have any intention to forcibly restrain this instinct. After all, even if he did restrain this instinct, it wouldn't make much difference. If he was still just a 2nd stage spiritual body, staying in the authentic sea would indeed be beneficial for him. However, having experienced the spiritual sea tides, he has jumped to become a spiritual body in the 3rd stage. The present authentic sea holds no purpose for Milton anymore. Staying here would only waste time for no gain. So, Milton didn't restrain this instinct forced onto his spiritual body, but let it lead his spiritual body away from this sea region. At this moment, Milton wasn't idle either. He was assimilating the memories that newly surfaced in his mind after his 3rd successful spiritual body transformation. He has successfully completed his 3rd spiritual body transformation, becoming a 3rd stage young spirit body. Milton's consciousness was now filled with a massive amount of inherited memory. These memories were suppressed by Milton just a moment ago, but now these memories were gradually becoming clear again. At this moment, Milton could concentrate on digesting these newly surfaced inherited memories. True Spirit Sea region, the actual center region of the True Spirit Sea. Milton murmured to himself after digesting these additional inherited memories. Milton now had a comprehensive understanding of the True Spirit Sea. There are only 3 levels of sea regions in the True Spirit Sea. The Sea of Life and Spirit, the Authentic Spirit Sea, and the True Spirit Sea region which his spiritual instinct is compelling him to go towards. And within the True Spirit Sea region, almost all the third stage young spirit bodies in the True Spirit Sea were gathered. Even the fourth stage young spirit bodies were active in the True Spirit Sea region. Despite having experienced the spiritual sea tides, Milton, at this moment, is still a considerable distance from becoming a young spirit body in the fourth stage. Therefore, the True Spirit Sea region is an extremely perilous area for Milton. If Milton wanted to become a true spirit, then his test has only just begun at this moment. Chapter 382. The third stage seemed to be quite near the true spirit, but Milton Cheney knew this wasn't the case. The third stage of the young spiritual body was still only that of a young spirit. There was still a vast distance to the true spirit. Of course, compared to the first stage of the young spiritual body, this distance had significantly shortened, making Milton Cheney somewhat content. After all, his luck this time had been exceptionally good. You could even say that it was the pinnacle of good luck. After digesting all the excess memories, Milton Cheney cleared all the disorderly thoughts from his mind. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 10 years had gone by. True Spirit Sea region. Milton Cheney's spiritual body stopped drifting in the spiritual sea. The next moment, the instinctual influence exerted on Milton Cheney's spiritual body vanished. Milton Cheney made a conscious thought. The disappearance of the instinctual influence indicated that he was now within the True Spirit Sea region. 10 years, not too long nor too short. Of course, this was within Milton Cheney's expectations. In these 10 years, Milton Cheney had been drifting along with his instinct within the True Spirit Sea. Milton Cheney hadn't deliberately restrained the influence of his instinct, so 10 years was probably the shortest time possible. At this moment, Milton Cheney began attempting to absorb the energy within the spiritual sea in the True Spirit Sea region. The effect was significant. Compared to the authentic Spirit Sea, the sensation of directly absorbing energy from the sea in this region was much clearer. Milton Cheney could very distinctly feel that the energy he absorbed here was much greater than what he could absorb in the authentic sea. Of course, this energy was nothing but a drop in the bucket for Milton Cheney, who had already undergone the third spiritual body transformation. The mere accumulation of energy within the True Spirit Sea was extremely limited in promoting Milton Cheney's current progress. For a more significant enhancement, there was only one thing Milton Cheney could do. That was to devour young spirits of the same level. But in the True Spirit Sea region, there weren't that many young spirits for him to devour. So, if he wanted to enhance himself, all he could do was take his time. There was no miraculous encounter like the tides in the spiritual sea in the True Spirit Sea region. Completing the fourth transformation is not going to be easy. After familiarizing himself with the changes in his surroundings, Milton Cheney muttered to himself. It was undoubtedly a poor experience to return to the tortoise slow evolutionary stage after dramatically completing 2 transformations in one go. Thankfully, Milton Cheney had a stable mindset and was not affected at all. After all, he considered himself to be already lucky enough, so how could he demand more? Being greedy has no good outcome. This was something Milton Cheney understood clearly. But just at this moment, another unfamiliar inherited memory emerged in Milton Cheney's mind. There's more. He was somewhat surprised, but he still started to examine the newly appeared inherited memory in his mind. He had thought that inheriting all his memories after completing the third transformation was over. But to his surprise, a new inherited memory appeared again after reaching the True Spirit Sea region. The newly appeared inherited memory gradually clarified. Isn't this offline autopilot? After digesting the new inherited memory, Milton Cheney's heart skipped a beat. In this new inherited memory, he inherited a method named spiritual body hibernation. During spiritual body hibernation, the spiritual body becomes completely enclosed. During this time, Milton Cheney wouldn't be able to sense anything from the outside world, or the passage of time. But when the spiritual body was hibernating, it would automatically absorb energy from the True Spirit Sea region. This was exactly what Milton Cheney understood as offline autopilot. After all, he had played games with this feature in his previous life, so it wasn't difficult to understand. Spiritual body hibernation, should I give it a try? Milton Cheney pondered for a moment in his heart. But the next moment, he dispelled this thought. He would certainly try it, but not now. Because once the spiritual body hibernation began, Milton Cheney didn't know whether a foreign spiritual body would suddenly appear and devour him. After all, during hibernation, he would be entirely defenseless. If such a situation did arise, the high starting point he'd achieved would be utterly wasted. If Milton Cheney was going to try hibernating his spiritual body, he had to first ensure that it would stay 100% safe during his whole hibernation period. He put aside the idea of putting his spiritual body into hibernation for now and started wandering around the true spirit sea region controlling his spiritual body. This region was still foreign to him. For a long time after, Milton Cheney would first familiarize himself with the true spirit sea region. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 2,000 years had gone by. In the true spirit sea region. In an instant, Milton Cheney's spiritual body swelled up a bit, but this change didn't last for long. After a moment, his spiritual body returned to normal size. Merely judging by the size of the spiritual body, Milton Cheney's spiritual body had not grown at all after these 2,000 years. On the contrary, it had become much smaller. Compared to when he had just completed the third transformation more than 2,000 years ago, his spiritual body had shrunk by dozens of times. It was even smaller than his spiritual body at the first stage. Although his spiritual body was smaller, the energy contained within it was much larger. As for the size of his spiritual body, he could control that. As long as he wanted, he could make his spiritual body expand dozens of times in an instant. I'm pretty lucky, seems like it's only been 40 years since the last time I absorbed a young spirit body. But it's still just a drop in the bucket. I need to absorb thousands of young spirit bodies of the same level to complete the fourth transformation. After sensing the changes in his spiritual body, Milton Cheney sighed inwardly. He had absorbed a young spirit body from the third stage, but the change in his spiritual body was only minimal. The thought that at first a single young spirit would need to absorb millions of young spirit bodies to become a true spirit, was still lacking in imagination. He had underestimated the difficulty of becoming a true spirit. If we were simply talking about a newborn young spirit, then a young spirit might not even need to absorb 100 million young spirit bodies to become a true spirit. It might not even be enough to complete the fourth transformation. I can't wait anymore, there's no point. I can wait 10,000 years, but I can't wait 100,000 years, let alone a million. It looks like I can't delay putting my spiritual body into hibernation anymore, I'm already at my limit with a 95% chance. Cheney muttered to himself, making up his mind. He decided to try putting his spiritual body into hibernation for the first time. There was no point in delaying any longer. To complete the fourth transformation, he still needed to rely on the ability to put his spiritual body into hibernation. Evolving by directly absorbing other young spirit bodies was undoubtedly the fastest method. But it also had the highest time cost. If Milton Cheney wanted to absorb thousands of third-stage young spirit bodies, it would take at least several 100,000 years. And during this time, there could be no accidents. As long as he encountered a fourth-stage young spirit body, all of his efforts would be for naught. Compared to this method, putting his spiritual body into hibernation was undoubtedly a better option for Milton Cheney. Although Milton Cheney had not yet really tried hibernation, after years of observation, he had reason to believe that the effect of hibernation would be significant. After all, he didn't merely wander around doing nothing all these years. In order to successfully carry out his first spiritual body hibernation, Milton Cheney had made a lot of preparations over these years. The next moment, Milton Cheney did not hesitate anymore. With a thought, he suddenly felt a strong wave of fatigue. It seemed like he was about to fall into a deep sleep the following moment. This feeling was something he had never experienced since reincarnating into this world. But since he was prepared, Milton Cheney didn't manifest any emotions. Time was slowly passing by, and Milton was slowly losing touch with the outside world. Until his consciousness fell entirely into darkness, as if the whole world had plunged into darkness. Spiritual body hibernation started at this moment. And the period of a single spiritual body hibernation was at least 10,000 years. Chapter 383. In the midst of the true spirit sea region. A spiritual body, at times indistinct, continually absorbs the energy from the spiritual sea. This spiritual body belongs to Milton Cheney, who has fallen into a state of spiritual body hibernation. After falling into this hibernation, even Milton cannot forcefully end it. It is like a deep sleep unless one wakes up naturally, one cannot break it, even if it is oneself. Under these circumstances, Milton has no consciousness to perceive what has happened or is happening in the outside world. If Milton were awake at this moment, his mind would absolutely not linger here, continuing to absorb energy from the spiritual sea. Because at this very moment, in a region very close to him, a colossal spiritual body is slowly drifting. However, strangely, this colossal spiritual body seems to not have detected Milton's hibernating spiritual body. Or perhaps it has detected it, but chose to ignore it. The massive spiritual body passes by Milton's faint spiritual body without any seeming acknowledgement. Nothing occurred in the process. It didn't actively ingest Milton's spiritual body. Nor did Milton's hibernating spiritual body provoke this massive entity. A potentially dangerous scene appeared extraordinarily peaceful at this moment. Time slowly passes, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. Thousands of years pass. This span of time does not cause any discernible changes in the true spirit sea region. Even tens of thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years would not change it. The true spirit sea remains the true spirit sea, with no changes whatsoever. During these thousands of years, new young spirits have emerged in the true spirit sea and grown to become true spirits. New young spirits have also completed their third transformation and been drawn into the true spirit sea region. On the other hand, young spirits that completed the fourth transformation get absorbed and completely dissipate within the true spirit sea region. The true spirit sea is so vast that anything happening here wouldn't be surprising. Yet, this long passage of time has no effect on Milton. After falling into a spiritual body hibernation, Milton has no capacity to sense anything outside. Even if the spiritual sea tides were to suddenly appear beside him, he would perceive nothing. Of course, this is merely a metaphor. Spiritual sea tides would not appear in the true spirit sea region. Only two conditions would allow Milton to regain consciousness and wake up. The first would be that his spiritual body hibernation ends naturally, leading to Milton's awakening. The second would be if something unexpected occurs during the hibernation, causing Milton to regain consciousness within the reincarnation space. Only these two conditions could awaken Milton, no other possibilities exist. Thousands of years pass. More than one spiritual body have drifted past the hibernating Milton. However, without exception, these spiritual bodies, which have accomplished at least 3 transformations, all seem uninterested in Milton's hibernating spiritual body. They don't even linger around Milton. Could it be they have not detected Milton's hibernation? Or perhaps hibernating spiritual bodies are protected by the true spirit sea? Of course, if this were true, it would be a hidden feature. At least, in Milton's inherited memories, there is no memory of hibernating bodies being immune to other spirits' ingestion. After all, if there were such memories, Milton wouldn't have waited so long to begin spiritual body hibernation. As time went by, in the blink of an eye, thousands more years passed. If the time from when Milton first started his spiritual body hibernation is taken into account, 10,000 years have already passed. In the true spirit sea region, Milton's phantom-like spiritual body becomes clearer and clearer. At this moment, his spiritual body instinctively stopped absorbing energy from the true spirit sea. Is it over? The spiritual body hibernation. Consciousness gradually awakening, memories slowly become clear. Milton felt a bit disoriented, but in the next moment, he discarded this feeling from his mind. Aside from being slightly disoriented, Milton didn't feel any other discomfort. On the contrary, he felt very comfortable. Just like the feeling when a tired person wakes up naturally after a good sleep. Milton feels just like that right now. Apart from a moment of confusion upon waking up, Milton feels that he is in an unusually good state now. The feeling of boredom has disappeared completely in an instant. Right now, Milton feels that he could live in this world for any number of years without any problems. Has it really been 10,000 years? Suddenly, Milton remembers that each spiritual body hibernation lasts at least 10,000 years. Since it was his first time, Milton chose to hibernate for 10,000 years. He has woken up now and he did not appear in the reincarnation space, but is still in the true spirit sea region. This indicates that 10,000 years have indeed passed. However, Milton only felt as if he had slept once. If it was indeed 10,000 years, then this time period was far too short. This was 10,000 years, not 100 years, not 1,000 years. 10,000 years have passed so easily. For the first time, Milton has a feeling that time is not really time. Realizing this, Milton stopped thinking about the issue of time. After all, after experiencing spiritual body hibernation once, Milton is very clear about what this ability means for him. The next moment, Milton felt the strength of his spiritual body. Chapter 384. Milton Cheney also wondered how much advancement his spiritual body has made over the course of 10,000 years. Then, to his surprise, he found that the enhancement of the evolution of his spiritual body was much greater than he had imagined. Almost as if I had absorbed about tens of young spirits of the same stage, it's incredibly higher than I thought. Is it due to the first time of spiritual body hibernation, or does each spiritual body hibernation result in such a great improvement? After sensing the enhancement of spiritual body evolution, Milton talked to himself. With a clear and direct feeling to the change of his spiritual body, Milton was even more surprised. He knew it was equivalent to absorbing dozens of young spirits of the same stage. If Milton had chosen to absorb young spirits during these 10,000 years, he might not have been able to absorb as many. But he did nothing, just hibernated, and there was such a great enhancement. This undoubtedly further confirmed Milton's determination that devouring evolution is not the right path, offline constant operation is the correct way. However, at this moment, Milton does not know whether this huge enhancement is due to the first hibernation of his spiritual body. After all, it's entirely possible. If the first time is the only occasion when it is this effective, and subsequent spiritual body hibernations are less effective, then certainly, Milton will choose to use spiritual body hibernation as his adjustment tool in this world. More time will be spent wandering in the true spirit sea region, absorbing other young spirits. But if every hibernation is as effective as this, Milton will probably prefer spending most of his time in spiritual body hibernation. Ultimately, Milton's final choice would always be maximizing benefits. Of course, whether this great effect only occurs the first time, Milton will find out by testing. After experiencing the benefits of spiritual body hibernation, Milton certainly won't only hibernate once. The next moment, a new thought suddenly appeared in Milton's mind. Almost forgot, during such a long span of 10,000 years, has no other young spirit discovered my hibernating spiritual body? This thought just suddenly popped up in Milton's mind. Although he had prepared abundantly, the place he had chosen was not perfect. Milton had thought that he might not be able to complete the hibernation and will end this simulation and return to the reincarnation space. But the final result turned out to be smooth. Is my luck really that good? But considering that, during the thousands of years before my spiritual body hibernation, I never discovered any other hibernating young spirits. Upon this thought, Milton carefully recalled his memories of the years before hibernation. In the end, he confirmed that within those thousands of years before he went into hibernation, he had not found any hibernating spiritual bodies. The young spirits he had absorbed were all wandering in the true spirit sea region. Not one of them was in a state of hibernation. Milton felt like he might be onto something, but he was not sure yet. He had some speculations, but currently they were only speculations. Is it possible that hibernating young spirits cannot be sensed? This was Milton's speculation. He had a reason for this speculation. Combining his experiences in the true spirit sea region and during his spiritual body hibernation. After all, even the weakest young spirits in the true spirit sea region were those who had gone through 3 transformations. And young spirits that underwent 3 transformations all had the ability to undergo spiritual body hibernation. Since Milton had this ability, there was no reason why other young spirits wouldn't use it. During the thousands of years that Milton had been in the true spirit sea region, he hadn't found any young spirits that were in the midst of hibernation, which was clearly unusual. So Milton had this speculation. However, at this point, everything remained as a suspicion in Milton's mind because this was not mentioned in the inherited memory. Having thought this over, Milton decided to not dwell on it anymore. As the saying goes, practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. After experiencing spirit-body hibernation once, Milton was incredibly refreshed, and was just worried that there was nothing to do. His suspicion could just keep him busy over the next thousands of years or so. That's right, Milton had no plans to start his second spiritual body hibernation immediately. He decided to wait for a few thousand years before starting the next spiritual body hibernation. After all, he wasn't feeling particularly tired right now. Time slowly passed and in the blink of an eye, 3,000 years had passed. In the true spirit sea region, Milton, who was wandering in the true spirit sea region, stopped his wandering spiritual body in a familiar area. 3,000 years had flown by, and he had returned to where he had hibernated. 3,000 years, and not a single hibernating spirit found. Having returned to this place, Milton murmured to himself. For these years, he had been verifying the suspicion in his heart. As expected, after 3,000 years, Milton was almost sure. That is, a hibernating spiritual body cannot be found. This should be a hidden property of spiritual body hibernation. Furthermore, with the ability of spiritual body hibernation that emerges after completing the third spiritual body transformation, Milton seemed to understand its implications. The true spirit realm doesn't seem to want young spirits who have reached the third stage to devour each other anymore. Instead, they appear to want young spirits who have reached the third stage to feed on the energy in the true spirit sea region. In this way, there will undoubtedly be a significant increase in the number of young spirits that can reach the true spirit level. Chapter 385. If that's the case, the true spirit sea doesn't seem that heartless. However, Milton Cheney still needs to verify this. After all, it might be possible that a couple thousand years of verification time was too short. Perhaps Milton just had poor luck and hasn't discovered any hibernating spirit bodies yet. After all, this is not impossible. This is why Milton only has a basic belief, rather than an absolute one. Of course, the next step for verification would need to be done while in spirit body hibernation. For this spiritual body hibernation, Milton plans to carry it out again in the same place. If he really gets devoured by other spirit bodies during hibernation, then his guess is invalid. Hibernating spirit bodies can indeed be found. However, if he isn't devoured in this spiritual body hibernation, then he can confirm that hibernating spirit bodies will not be discovered. As for why Milton has such confidence, because this time he won't hibernate for just 10,000 years, but would choose to hibernate for the extreme limit of time possible. 100,000 years. 100,000 years, can definitely verify his conjecture. No matter whether his speculation exists or not, Milton doesn't lose out. After all, this is a choice he has to make sooner or later, it's just that Milton is bold and audacious, advancing the timing of this choice. If he really gets devoured, it would serve as a verification for his conjecture. In the next reincarnation to this simulated world, Milton will no longer tread the same old path. If he's not devoured, then Milton can essentially complete the fourth spirit body transformation in peace. 100,000 years might not be enough, but after 100,000 years, there are countless more periods of 100,000 years. As long as he can confirm that hibernating spirit bodies will not be discovered by others, Milton can continuously hibernate without worry from now on. At least he doesn't have to keep feeling anxious anymore. Thinking this far, Milton no longer hesitates. With a thought, his consciousness progressively sinks back into darkness. Milton begins to slowly lose awareness of everything outside. There's no difference from the first time he entered spiritual body hibernation. However, this time Milton, having gained the experience, lets no emotions beyond tranquility arise. Time slowly passes, Milton's consciousness falls completely into darkness, memories cease to arise, and he can't perceive the passage of time in the outside world at all. Milton's spiritual body at this moment becomes illusory. Of course, Milton himself does not know about all of this. At this point, he has slipped into spiritual body hibernation. During spiritual body hibernation, Milton is unaware of everything. Not only everything in the outside world but even changes within himself cannot be perceived at all. This state will persist until the end of this spiritual body hibernation. Meaning, this state will continue for 100,000 years. Time slowly flows, 1,000 years, 10,000 years. In a blink of an eye, 50,000 years have passed. 50,000 years, for Milton, is almost equivalent to the sum of all his previous simulations. But this time, after 50,000 years, Milton doesn't feel a single thing. It's not strange that he doesn't feel anything, after all, one doesn't feel anything when in deep sleep. The same is true when a spirit body is hibernating. Milton's spirit body is illusory within the true spirit sea region. This illusion, it's as if Milton's spirit body is breathing. And between this ebb and flow, streams of energy flow ceaselessly into Milton's spirit body. These energy streams subtly alter Milton's spirit body. Although 50,000 years have passed, Milton's spirit body hasn't moved a single bit. Even someone asleep would turn over, but a hibernating spirit body isn't affected by anything from the outside world. Over these years, countless spirit bodies passed by the spot Milton's body is hibernating. Some even passed directly through Milton's spirit body. However, without exception, none of these spirit bodies discovered Milton's spirit body. And Milton's spirit body, even when passed through by other spirit bodies, doesn't feel a thing. Time, for the hibernating Milton, seems to mean nothing. Because even after 50,000 years have passed, Milton's consciousness has not restored by a single bit. Meaning, even if a full 100,000 years pass, Milton won't feel ill upon waking. After all, it is just the difference between sleep and awakeness. What discomfort could there be? Perhaps this time, even the feeling of being dazed wouldn't appear again on Milton. Suddenly, another young spirit body gradually approaches Milton's spirit body. But in just a short moment, this young spirit body passes through Milton's spirit body. At this moment, the young spirit body suddenly stops. As if it has sensed something. This young spirit body cannot detect Milton's spiritual body, but it can sense the abnormality in the energy here. However, it did not linger here for too long. After a while, as if it lost interest, this young spirit body slowly drifted away from here. All of this happened within a single moment. But within this moment, Milton's spirit body continued to draw the energy from the true spirit sea normally. It did not stop because of this, nor did anything unusual occur. Everything seems so natural, without any sense of discord. Chapter 386. Actually, this situation was indeed normal. After all, in the true spirit sea, besides Milton Cheney, all other young spirit bodies were driven by instinct. Even if they noticed something amiss, they wouldn't feel anything wrong. To be precise, in the entire true spirit sea, only Milton could be considered as truly half alive. The other young spirit bodies, to the utmost, could only be regarded as energy bodies. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 50,000 years have passed. At this moment, it has been a full 100,000 years since Milton's second spiritual body hibernation. During these 100,000 years, Milton was not affected by any external factors. His spiritual body has always been in hibernation, quietly absorbing energy from the true spirit sea region. In the true spirit sea region. At this moment, the elusive spiritual body of Milton was materialized in an instant. And Milton's consciousness also returned to clarity at this moment. His memories gradually became clear. Milton didn't feel any discomfort. Even though 100,000 years had passed, Milton did not feel out of place. Not to mention feelings of discomfort, he hardly felt anything at all. It was as if Milton had just woken up from a nap. It did not feel like he had hibernated for 100,000 years at all. You must know, this was a period of 100,000 years, equivalent to the total of all his previous simulations. Has it been 100,000 years already? Such a thought occurred to Milton. He suddenly experienced a surreal feeling. This feeling of not perceiving the passage of time but time indeed passing was unreal. He was not sure himself if 100,000 years had truly passed. Of course, if the inherited memory had not deceived him, then 100,000 years had indeed passed now. At the next moment, Milton sensed the changes in his spiritual body. As expected, the unimaginable extent of elevation he achieved because of this 100,000 years of hibernation was exactly as he had imagined. It seems like indeed 100,000 years have passed in reality. 100,000 years passed while I was in spiritual body hibernation, but I don't feel any discomfort in reality. This ability is truly exaggerated. After experiencing the changes in his spiritual body, Milton mused to himself. Milton had a feeling that if he hibernated for another 200,000 years, he would be ready for the fourth spirit body transformation. Moreover, the benefits of this spiritual body hibernation to Milton were not just limited to the transformation of his spirit body. His two hypotheses were validated after this spiritual body hibernation. The improvement brought by the spiritual body hibernation seems to be constant and does not have any special enhancements for the first time. Also, during spiritual body hibernation, I indeed will not be discovered and devoured by other spirit bodies. Milton mused to himself. After this spiritual body hibernation, Milton found the answers to his conjectures. After all, 100,000 years is longer than 10,000 years, this duration was sufficient for him to confirm his speculations. Indeed, after validating these, Milton heaved a sigh of relief. After all, he would not have to worry about these in the future. This also meant that his fourth spiritual body transformation was getting closer. Not only the fourth spiritual body transformation, his confidence to become a true spirit was greater than ever before. Ever since his reincarnation into this world, becoming a true spirit has been the sole goal of Milton. As for what changes would happen to him after becoming a true spirit and what secrets he could discover, all these could only come to know after becoming a true spirit, otherwise, all these are mere speculations. And at this moment, he has taken one step closer to this undoubtedly ultimate goal. At this point in contemplation, Milton did not move his spiritual body. Instead, he immediately followed it with another spiritual body hibernation. Milton didn't want to waste any more time doing something meaningless. At present, he only had one thing to do, and that was to expedite the completion of the fourth spirit body transformation. Based on Milton's experience, after the completion of the fourth transformation, there will definitely be a new inheritance memory appearing. A new inherited memory would undoubtedly mean that Milton will gain more profound understanding of this world. This time, Milton decided to hibernate for another 100,000 years. With a thought, the consciousness that he just regained again fell into darkness. His perception of the outside world also disappeared at this moment. Milton's newly materialized spiritual body again became elusive. The third spirit body hibernation thus began. During the spiritual body hibernation, time always seems to elapse exceptionally fast. Unconsciously, another 100,000 years passed in a flash. You must know, this was a period of 100,000 years. It can be said that the simulation time for Milton this time was several times the total of all his previous simulations. It was indeed that exaggerated. Of course, most of this time, Milton was in spiritual body hibernation. In the true spirit sea region. At this moment, Milton woke up from his spiritual body hibernation state. His consciousness returned to normal at this moment, and his memories gradually became clear again. Thus, the third spiritual body hibernation was successfully completed. And this time after the completion of spiritual body hibernation, Milton barely felt anything at all. Chapter 387. It was just like waking up from a normal sleep. Milton Cheney habitually sensed the state of his spiritual body. 100,000 years had passed and there had been a significant change in Milton's spiritual body. At this point, he was just a spiritual body hibernation away from undergoing the fourth spiritual body transformation. Another 100,000 years have passed. In this world, time doesn't really feel like time. After sensing his own spiritual body's state, Milton slightly marveled inwardly. The thought of hibernating for 100,000 years was something Milton had never imagined before his reincarnation in this world. After all, 100,000 years was an incredibly long time for Milton in the real world. Not just for Milton, but even for a world, 100,000 years was not a short period. But, within the true spirit realm, in the true spirit sea, 100,000 years was merely the time it took for Milton to complete one hibernation. This contrast made Milton feel a hint of melancholy subconsciously. Is the ratio of time in the true spirit sea the same as that in the true spirit realm? This question suddenly surfaced in Milton's mind. This question was an unexpected thought that he had. Because he suddenly realized, if the time of his reincarnation is the same as that in reality, then, the wizard realm may have ceased to exist by now. After all, 100,000 years have passed. Of course, this thought was quickly buried deep within Milton's heart shortly after it arose. After all, now is not the time to dwell on such things. What he should be thinking about now is to complete the fourth spiritual body transformation as quickly as possible. Everything else should be put aside until then. Thinking this, Milton wasted no more time and started his fourth spiritual body hibernation. Yes, Milton didn't waste a moment. He did not let his spiritual body wander into the true spirit sea. Nor did he choose to devour some other young spirit bodies. Instead, after sensing the changes in his spiritual body, he immediately started his fourth spiritual body hibernation. Since there was no discomfort during the spiritual body hibernation and he couldn't perceive the passage of time, Milton felt there was no need to do anything else that was meaningless. Going offline was the right thing to do. After all, another hibernation and he would be able to undergo his fourth spiritual body transformation. The appeal of the fourth spiritual body transformation to Milton was undoubtedly enormous. Because, a fourth stage young spirit body was already at the limit, and it was only one step away from becoming a true spirit. At this moment, Milton's recently revived consciousness sank back into darkness again. His sense of the outside world disappeared once more. After already hibernating for 200,000 years, Milton decisively chose to hibernate for another 100,000 years. Time slowly passed, fleeting as is, another 100,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Thus, from the time Milton began his first spiritual body hibernation to now, a full 310,000 years have passed. This period of time, just to hear, is incredibly exaggerated. However, even after such a long period, the true spirit sea remained unchanged. In the true spirit sea region, Milton's spiritual body, which was faintly visible, once again materialized. Milton's consciousness became clear again, and his memory once again became clear. This time was different from any previous end of spiritual body hibernation. This time, after Milton finished his hibernation, before he could actively sense the changes in his spiritual body, he had already sensed it. It was a feeling of expansion. And this feeling, Milton was not unfamiliar with. Because this feeling was not the first time it appeared. Milton was pleased for a moment, but then he quickly calmed down. This is the fourth spiritual body transformation. Milton's mind moved slightly. The next moment, his spiritual body began to undergo a tremendous change. His originally small spiritual body began to expand rapidly without Milton's control. Until it expanded to a terrifying extent. A huge spiritual body appeared in the true spirit sea region. Compared to the first stage young spirit body, this Milton was thousands of times larger. A massive phantom appeared in the true spirit sea region. The current Milton was almost indistinguishable from the huge phantom he first saw when he reincarnated into this world. Time slowly passed, Milton's colossal spiritual body was swallowing the energy within the true spirit sea region. Massive energy streams flowed into Milton's spiritual body. There was no other spiritual body around Milton. This change lasted for a long time. Only after hundreds of years did this change gradually calm down. Milton's spiritual body began to shrink slowly, but if Milton wanted, he could instantly make his spiritual body expand by thousands of times. After the end of the fourth spiritual body transformation, before Milton could sense any significant changes in his spiritual body, one after another, unfamiliar memories began to emerge in his mind. So, Milton postponed the sensing of changes in his spiritual body, and instead began to check the newly emerged inherited memories in his mind. Time slowly passed, and the inherited memories were slowly absorbed and exhausted by Milton. True Spirit Bridge. Milton murmured to himself. The true spirit body was just one step away from him now. Chapter 388. The inherited memories gradually become clear in Milton Cheney's mind. After digesting all the inherited memories, many thoughts emerged in Milton Cheney's heart. Indeed, there are only 3 sea regions in the true spirit sea. However, whenever a young spirit body completes the fourth spiritual body transformation, it can proceed to face the final challenge of the young spirit body, the true spirit bridge, in the true spirit sea. As long as the young spirit body can leap across the true spirit bridge, it can transform into a true spirit body. Just this alone can show how difficult it is to leap across the true spirit bridge. It could even be said that a young spirit body that has undergone 4 transformations only possesses the admission ticket to attempt the leap across the true spirit bridge. The opportunity has now been given to Milton Cheney, whether he can seize it depends on him alone. Milton Cheney slowly exhales a breath. The newborn inherited memories are gradually suppressed by him. After completing the fourth spiritual body transformation, there isn't any instinct imposing on his spiritual body anymore. The young spirit body of the fourth stage can act unaffected by any instinct, now he is free to roam anywhere in the true spirit sea. Although no instinct drives him to go to the true spirit bridge, there is a specific position of the true spirit bridge in Milton Cheney's inherited memories. He can go there whenever he wants. Only one step away from becoming a true spirit. At this moment, Milton Cheney lets out a small sigh. To be honest, when he decided to reincarnate in this world for the second time, he never thought he could get this far. But that's how the reincarnation simulation is, when starting from scratch, no one knows where the end point of the simulation will be. Having reached this point, it's impossible that Milton Cheney doesn't have a little ambitious. Now, he has only one goal, and that is to become a true spirit body. Once he becomes a true spirit body, he will stand out among the countless young spirit bodies. Whether the hibernation of the spirit body for over 30,000 years was a waste of time or not depends on this final leap. With that thought, Milton Cheney didn't think any further. Instead, he followed the inherited memory in his mind and urged his spirit body to move towards the direction of the true spirit bridge. After completing the fourth spiritual body transformation, the speed at which Milton Cheney moves his spiritual body increased significantly. At this point, it can't be called moving the spirit body anymore, but rather the spirit body is shuttling through the true spirit sea. Milton Cheney's spiritual body shuttles through the true spirit sea region. Other young spirit bodies occasionally float around him, but Milton Cheney pays them no mind. Having become a young spirit body of the fourth stage, swallowing the other third stage young spirit bodies won't be of any help to him. So Milton Cheney didn't stop moving his spirit bodies because of these third stage young spirit bodies. Time slowly passes, Milton keeps shuttling through the true spirit sea region. The true spirit bridge is located at the edge of the true spirit sea, a great distance away from the sea region where Milton Cheney is currently located. There is only one kind of young spirit body there, that is, the young spirit body that has completed the fourth transformation. In the entire true spirit sea, the number of young spirit bodies that have completed the fourth transformation is an exaggeration. After all, the base number of young spirits in the entire true spirit sea is way too large. Even if only 1 out of 10 billion newborn spirit bodies can become a fourth stage young spirit body, the number of fourth stage young spirit bodies would still be astronomical. It's not an exaggeration to say that the competition to become a true spirit body is only just beginning. As for what happened before, they were just trifles. As for Milton Cheney, at this moment, he finally sees a glimmer of hope. Time slowly passes, 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. In a blink of an eye, 3,000 years have passed. Milton Cheney's spirit body, which has been shuttling through the true spirit sea region, has finally stopped at this moment. From the true spirit sea region to the edge of the true spirit sea. Even after Milton Cheney completed the fourth spiritual body transformation, it took a full 3,000 years. Moreover, he did not stop for a moment during these 3,000 years. From this, it can be seen how vast the true spirit sea is. Milton Cheney's spirit body stopped here, and a mysterious force enveloped his spirit body. The next moment, Milton Cheney can clearly feel a pulling force exerted on his spirit body. Although this situation is happening for the first time, because of the inherited memories, Milton Cheney is not unfamiliar with it. Milton Cheney did not deliberately suppress this pulling force, but let it pull his spirit body. The next moment, Milton Cheney's spirit body disappeared instantly from this place. When he appears again, he is already in a completely unfamiliar region. At the same time, unfamiliar memories appear in Milton Cheney's mind. Time slowly passes, and these memories are gradually fully digested by Milton Cheney. This region is none other than the interior space of the true spirit bridge. And this sudden increase in his memory is none other than the rules of how a young spirit body leaps across the true spirit bridge. After digesting the memory, Milton Cheney subconsciously perceives the surrounding environment. Only his spirit body exists around him. Other spirit bodies have been completely blocked by the true spirit bridge. Inside the true spirit bridge's internal space, there are a number of small rooms. And each room represents each fourth stage young spirit body. There are millions of small rooms like these here. But the rooms are separated from each other, and there is no need to worry about the spirit bodies being swallowed. As soon as he came into this space, it meant that a decision was made. Because if you are unwillingly pulled into this space, there is only one choice to leave, and that is to become a true spirit body. Milton Cheney was already prepared. Thus, even if he could resist the pulling force of the true spirit bridge by force, he chose not to do so. From now on, all Milton Cheney can do is wait. Leap over the true spirit bridge to become a true spirit. For the young spirit bodies that come here, it seems kind of like queuing up. Milton Cheney is in line now. As for when his turn will come, that is still an unknown. Each fourth stage young spirit body has a chance to leap over the true spirit bridge to become a true spirit. Moreover, this opportunity is not just once. If they fail, they can try again. A failure is essentially starting the queue from the beginning. However, the cost of a single failure is significant. Because once a failure occurs, the wait to attempt to leap over the true spirit bridge again takes countless years. This may not matter much to other young spirit bodies. But for Milton Cheney, it can have a somewhat adverse effect. After all, he consciously retains memories and awareness. Waiting hundreds or even thousands of years here would be tolerable. But waiting here for several 100,000 years or even more, even for Milton Cheney, would somewhat influence him. After all, Milton Cheney's will has not yet reached the point where it is unaffected by hundreds of thousands of years of time. Fortunately, he has the ability to induce spiritual body hibernation. After completing the fourth spirit body transformation, Milton Cheney can now maintain a thread of consciousness even during spiritual body hibernation. That is, he can end the spiritual body hibernation at any time during the process. Just when Milton Cheney was preparing to start a spirit body hibernation, his heart suddenly paused. Because at this moment, another force of attraction appeared above his spirit body. And the place he is currently in is inside the true spirit bridge. This force of attraction represents the formal opportunity to leap over the true spirit bridge. So soon. This thought suddenly bubbled up from the depths of Milton Cheney's heart. Better to come opportunistically than to come early. Milton Cheney hadn't expected to have the first opportunity to try leaping over the true spirit bridge just after entering the true spirit bridge space. Next moment, the chaotic thoughts were suppressed by Milton Cheney. Milton Cheney didn't resist the force of attraction. Instead, he let it lead him out of this space. An instant later, Milton Cheney sensed a huge change in his surroundings. Around him, suddenly appeared countless young spirit bodies. Merely with a crude perception, Milton Cheney sensed tens of thousands of young spirit bodies. And these young spirit bodies, without exception, had all completed the fourth spiritual body transformation. At this moment, Milton Cheney had lost control of his spiritual body. He sensed that his spiritual body was confined to its original place. All the spirit bodies around him were immobile, most likely confined as well. Forthwith, a massive bridge that bridged the horizon appeared in Milton Cheney's consciousness. The instant this bridge appeared, hopelessness involuntarily welled up in the bottom of Milton Cheney's heart. Yet this sudden feeling of despair seemed to be an instinct of his spirit body. Milton Cheney quickly suppressed this emotion. Though the instinctive emotions didn't have such a strong impact on Milton Cheney at this time. To leap over this massive bridge. This thought filled Milton Cheney's heart. It's too difficult. Yes, even for him, it seemed excessively challenging. This was not a step away, but rather a gap as vast as heaven and earth. Even his spirit body was instinctively filled with feelings of powerless desperation. This emotion was not Milton Cheney's intention. The next instant, Milton Cheney suddenly felt the power of confinement vanish from his spirit body. Meanwhile, Milton Cheney could distinctly sense that countless young spirit bodies around him instantly surged towards the massive bridge in the sky. Milton Cheney was no exception. At this instant, Milton Cheney suppressed all the instinctive emotions rising in his heart. He controlled his spiritual body to leap towards the true spirit bridge, a place seemingly unreachable as the end of the world. Back in the true spirit bridge space, Milton Cheney's spiritual body returned again. 0% success rate. This attempt to leap the spirit bridge, Milton Cheney had no prior experience. But he still led the way. Among these tens of thousands of young spirit bodies, he was the closest to the true spirit bridge. Yet even so, he was still about halfway from the true spirit bridge, let alone leaping over it. And this attempt involved tens of thousands of young spirit bodies. But the number of young spirit bodies that successfully leaped over the true spirit bridge was 0. True spirit? Though it seems close, it seems like an unreachable distance as well. Although he failed, Milton Cheney was very calm in his heart. The next moment, Milton Cheney mentally commanded and entered spiritual body hibernation. Since he failed the first time, let's wait for the next opportunity. Since he's come to this point, other than becoming true spirit, there won't be a second outcome. Chapter 389. Time slowly passes, in a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years pass in a flash. Within the true spirit bridge space, Milton Cheney's spiritual body was barely visible. Since the failure of his last leaping spirit bridge, Milton Cheney had been in spiritual body hibernation during these thousands of years. After completing the fourth spiritual body transformation, spiritual body hibernation could no longer allow his spiritual body to evolve. Now, if he wants his spirit body to evolve again, there is only one way, which is to cross the spirit bridge to become a true spirit body. There were no other methods. The reason why Milton Cheney was in spiritual body hibernation was not to absorb the energy from the true spirit sea, but to wait for the next opportunity to leap the spirit bridge during his rest. Suddenly, Milton Cheney's faintly visible spiritual body turned solid at this moment. After tens of thousands of years, this was the first time Milton Cheney had intentionally ended his spiritual body's hibernation. His consciousness gradually regained clarity, and his memories slowly reliving. Not feeling any discomfort at all. At the same time, a force of attraction appeared above his spiritual body. Milton Cheney, who had experienced this once, naturally knew what this meant, hence Milton did not intentionally suppress this force of attraction. Instead, he let this force of attraction stick to his spiritual body. The next moment, Milton Cheney's spiritual body vanished within the spiritual body's space. Milton Cheney's consciousness went dark, and when it cleared again, he could sense that his surroundings had greatly changed. After tens of thousands of years of spiritual body hibernation, Milton Cheney had waited for his second opportunity to leap the spirit bridge. Milton Cheney was extremely calm in his heart, without revealing any other emotions. Once again appearing under the true spirit bridge, Milton Cheney subconsciously sensed his environment. Sure enough, it was exactly like what he had sensed the last time. This time, Milton Cheney could also sense at least tens of thousands of young spirits that had completed the fourth transformation. These young spirits were all awaiting the start of the leap across the spirit bridge. And the number of these young spirits that could leap over the spirit bridge to become true spirits was still an unknown. However, Milton Cheney knew that the greatest possibility was that none of them would make it. Time slowly passed, all the young spirits were frozen in place at this moment, waiting for the start of the leaping spirit bridge. Suddenly, Milton Cheney felt the power of confinement on him disappear. At the same time, all the young spirits around him began to move in this moment. Young spirits that had completed the fourth spiritual body transformation could not yet think independently like Milton Cheney could. But the power of instinct, they had gradually had a hint of consciousness. Young spirits of the fourth stage could be considered half alive already. However, even so, compared to young spirits of the same level, Milton Cheney had a great advantage. If there really were young spirits that could cross the spirit bridge to become true spirits, then Milton Cheney would definitely have a greater chance than the other young spirits. The more times Milton Cheney's spiritual body went through transformation, the greater his advantage. After almost all the other spiritual bodies started moving, so did Milton Cheney. Having had the experience from the first time, Milton Cheney didn't rush this time. Instead, he chose to leisurely hang at the back of all the young spirits. There was still a long time left. The leaping spirit bridge was somewhat similar to a marathon in Milton Cheney's previous life. The fastest wasn't necessarily the one with the greatest chance of success. Milton Cheney had to ensure that he had enough energy left to leap over when he got close to the true spirit bridge. As to whether he was the first young spirit to reach the true spirit bridge, it didn't matter much. Because the opportunity to leap over the spirit bridge to become a true spirit didn't just belong to one young spirit in one leaping spirit bridge. The first time he leapt the spirit bridge, Milton Cheney had suffered due to lack of experience. Rushing headlong resulted in him consuming all the energy in his spirit body before he even got close to the true spirit bridge. So, the final result could only be failure. Time slowly passing, Milton Cheney leisurely hung at the back of all the young spirits. In the range that Milton Cheney could sense, only he remained. This suggests that he was the slowest. But the advantage was, he had hardly consumed any energy. Milton Cheney didn't actually know how much time was given in one leaping spirit bridge trial. But he guessed that he would be able to verify this time. Even if he failed again this time, Milton Cheney would not be disheartened. Because he did not hold much hope for this time in the first place, this time, he was more about trial and error. Until he completely understood the rules of the leaping spirit bridge, he would be closest to success. This was indeed a great advantage he had over other young spirits of the fourth stage. He could accumulate experience from each failure after every leaping spirit bridge, while other young spirits could not do this. This was also the reason why countless young spirits of the fourth stage wasted their lives here. Time slowly passed, 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. In a blink of an eye, 1,000 years had passed. Milton Cheney gradually sensed some other young spirits appearing around him. These young spirits were gradually being surpassed by Milton Cheney's spirit body. And Milton Cheney still didn't change his spirit body's speed, still taking his time. 1,000 years, which was already half the time he took for his last leaping spirit bridge trial. But the distance he was from the true spirit bridge was not even 1/5 of the last time. Of course, even then, Milton Cheney did not feel the least bit of pawnee. Chapter 390. This time, he originally intended to rely on trial and error, tend not to change his thoughts because of extraneous reasons. Unless he could clearly see the hope of becoming a true spirit during this try. Otherwise, Milton Cheney would not be greedy. Once deviating from the original intention, perhaps not even trial and error could proceed perfectly. Milton Cheney was never greedy, he was always patient. Since he had come this far, Milton Cheney would naturally not cause any accidents due to his own reasons. He didn't want the tens of thousands of years of his simulation to go to waste. If he did not become a true spirit, it would contribute nothing to his reality. Milton Cheney could not accept this. What is the purpose of the reincarnation simulation? Fundamentally, it is all for the improvement in reality. Time quickly flies by, and another 2,000 years pass in the blink of an eye. During this period, the number of young spirit bodies that Milton Cheney can sense has grown more and more. This shows that he is gradually catching up with the majority. And this time, a total of 3,000 years passed, which is 1,000 years longer than his last leap at the Spirit Bridge. Last time, Milton Cheney had already finished his leap at the Spirit Bridge after 2,000 years. However, this time it is obviously different. This time, 3,000 years have passed, but the energy inside Milton Cheney's spiritual body hasn't even consumed a third. There seems to be a great hope this time. Time slowly passes, and another 5,000 years go by in a blink of an eye. The true Spirit Bridge spans the horizon, emitting a soft white light. At this time, Milton Cheney could no longer sense any young spirit bodies around him. For this leap of Spirit Bridge, only Milton Cheney's spiritual body made it to the end. This time, one could say that he has succeeded, but also that he has failed. He successfully approached the true Spirit Bridge, but it seemed that he didn't have energy left for the final leap. Now he was at the closest distance to the true Spirit Bridge. His spirit body can no longer wander forward. To become a true spirit, he could only leap across the Spirit Bridge. But it was too far. Milton Cheney felt like it was impossible to leap across. If he did not consume even a bit of energy, there may be a good chance. But now the energy of his spiritual body had already hit rock bottom. Moreover, in the leap of Spirit Bridge, the energy of the spirit body could not recover normally. This place no longer belonged to the area of the true Spirit Sea, there was no more energy for him to draw on. Otherwise, Milton Cheney would definitely recover fully before attempting this final leap. But such good luck obviously did not exist. No choice, I can only try forcefully, Milton Cheney muttered to himself as he sensed the true Spirit Bridge. There was no other way, he could only try forcefully. Through this journey of the leap of Spirit Bridge, the trial and error Milton Cheney wanted to achieve had already been completed. This last leap can be completely considered as an unexpected joy. Milton Cheney did not expect he could reach this final step. Thus, he was already very satisfied. Adjusting his condition, Milton Cheney manipulated his spiritual body to complete this final leap. However, from when he leapt to landing, there was still a significant distance from true Spirit Bridge. There was no miracle. Milton Cheney ended his leap of Spirit Bridge with failure again. In the true Spirit Bridge space, Milton Cheney's spiritual body was forcibly transferred back here. There were no other emotions in Milton Cheney's heart, no disappointment, let alone despair. The first attempt failed, so did the second, but the third attempt might not necessarily fail. Milton Cheney, who understood the reason for failure, would not walk the same path in his next leap of Spirit Bridge. Milton Cheney had a hint of enlightenment. Patience seems to be the final test for the true spirit beings towards the young spirits. Because in this leap of Spirit Bridge, Milton Cheney has verified one very important underlying rule. That is, the leap of Spirit Bridge seemed to have no time limit. This rule is not in the inherited memories. This rule was completely tested out by Milton Cheney during his second leap of Spirit Bridge. In the true Spirit Bridge space, Milton Cheney put aside all the distractions in his heart. Without thinking further, Milton Cheney moved in thought and his spiritual body returned to an imaginary and real state again. Without any hesitation, Milton Cheney once again initiated the hibernation of his spiritual body. Milton Cheney's spiritual body fell back into hibernation, waiting for the next leaping Spirit Bridge to begin. At this point, Milton Cheney had started to use spiritual body hibernation as a method to dodge the passage of time. After all, during the hibernation of the spiritual body, he couldn't perceive the passage of time. Of course, Milton Cheney could choose not to hibernate his spiritual body, but there would be no point in that. Since he had this ability, why not use it? Time slowly passes. This time, a full 100,000 years have passed. 100,000 years passed in a flash. Within the true spirit bridge space, Milton Cheney's seemingly translucent spiritual body finally solidified at this moment. The moment his spiritual body materialized, Milton Cheney's consciousness gradually awakened, and memories also became clearer. Almost instantly, a familiar force of attraction once again appeared on his spiritual body. This was already the third time, and this time, Milton Cheney had no excuse to fail anymore. This time, it wasn't a trial, it wasn't trial and error. This time, Milton Cheney had only one goal, and that was to become a real true spirit body. This time, Milton Cheney sincerely considered it to be his last chance. If he still wasn't successful this time, even if he had chances in the future, it would be difficult to succeed. The next moment, Milton Cheney did not resist this force of attraction. His spiritual body suddenly vanished from the true spirit bridge space, and when it reappeared, it was the same place where Milton Cheney had already been twice before. Milton Cheney then sensed his surroundings. Still around him, were countless fourth-stage young spiritual bodies. Whether any of these young spiritual bodies were familiar to him, Milton Cheney couldn't tell. Of course, it didn't matter. Still feeling the familiar power of confinement, Milton Cheney didn't struggle, but simply allowed this force of confinement to envelop his spiritual body. Time slowly passed, and Milton Cheney gradually withdrew his perception of the surrounding environment. There was nothing good to perceive. After all, it wasn't his first time here. Everything around him never changes, and Milton Cheney was quite familiar with it all. Everything outside was unable, at this point, to have any influence on Milton Cheney. He no longer cared about what the other young spiritual bodies were doing. The next moment, Milton Cheney clearly felt the power of confinement enveloping his spiritual body disappear completely. Although the power of confinement had disappeared, Milton Cheney remained motionless. Milton Cheney did not activate the energy of his spiritual body, it just continued to hover in place. All the surrounding young spiritual bodies had already started moving, but only Milton Cheney's spiritual body remained motionless. Time slowly passed, Milton Cheney eventually started to move. However, the speed of his spiritual body moving was extremely slow. The reason for this was simple. That was, Milton Cheney hadn't mobilized the energy of his spiritual body. The reason his spiritual body was moving slowly now was simply due to instinct. And this instinct was something Milton Cheney had forced upon his spiritual body. Simply put, at this point, all the other young spiritual bodies were running, even sprinting. But Milton Cheney's young spiritual body was the only one walking, even stopping occasionally, as if he didn't care about the leaping spirit bridge at all. But this was exactly Milton Cheney's intention. If there was no time limit, this time, Milton Cheney was determined to walk until the end. The disadvantage of walking to the end is that it would take dozens, even hundreds of times more time than before. And the advantage was simple: if Milton Cheney could last till the end, he would have all the energy to complete the leaping spirit bridge. If this still fails, then no matter what happens next, he wouldn't be able to succeed. In simple terms, Milton Cheney had compressed all the chances of the leaping spirit bridge in the future into this one time. That's why Milton Cheney said that this was his last chance. Time passes, and 120,000 years later, Milton Cheney's spiritual body sensed the true spirit bridge in the sky above, and also sensed his almost completely undiminished energy. The next moment, without any hesitation, Milton Cheney made the final leap. Chapter 391. With Milton Cheney's spirit body making its final leap, the true spirit bridge became increasingly clear in his perception. At this moment, the true spirit bridge suspended above the true spirit sea was emitting a faint white light. The energy within Milton Cheney's spiritual body was fully released in this instant. During the 12,000-year-long wandering and waiting, Milton didn't use up any of his spiritual energy. His spiritual body was able to get to this point relying solely on the instinctive force he applied onto his spiritual body. At this point, there were no other spiritual bodies present around him. All the spirits that participated in the leaping spirit bridge have vanished, leaving only his spiritual body. His energy burst out in this instant, exhausting all the energy in Milton's spirit body. This explosive leap was the only opportunity. Without a doubt, Milton seized this opportunity. As time slowly passes, everything at this moment was cast aside by Milton. At this time, he had only one goal, and that was to leap across the true spirit bridge, becoming a true spirit. This was his ultimate goal in choosing to reincarnate in this world. And it was now that he had the best opportunity to achieve this goal. After the energy of his spiritual body fully erupted, Milton felt he could no longer control his spiritual body. However, Milton could feel that his spirit body was getting closer and closer to the true spirit bridge. There was no distance like heaven and earth, and at this point, Milton was only one step away from the true spirit bridge. And this step didn't seem so distant anymore. Time was irrelevant at this point. Milton was gradually feeling a transformation occurring in his spiritual body. This transformation was unlike any he had experienced before. This metamorphosis was more like a sublimation. Milton could clearly feel that consciousness was beginning to form within his spiritual body. This consciousness was not the consciousness from his previous life that he retained when he reincarnated to this world, but the consciousness that a young spirit body is supposed to generate. There was a fundamental difference. The reason why Milton was able to have such a smooth reincarnation into this world was due to his external plug-in-like advantage, that is, his memory and consciousness. And this kind of memory and consciousness is something that doesn't exist in other young spirit bodies. That's why Milton could always have the upper hand. If a young spirit body wants to have memory and consciousness like a real life form, it needs to become a true spirit body. Milton's situation is unique to him. At this moment, Milton could clearly feel that a new consciousness was about to be born in his spirit body. This consciousness would naturally belong to him, but it would belong to his spirit body in this world. As to whether this consciousness emerging will be retained in reality after this simulation, Milton had no idea. If it could, that would be quite exaggerated. After all, this would undoubtedly make his consciousness in the real world stronger. And even a level 7 wizard probably hadn't mastered the method to strengthen consciousness. The most important thing was that his current situation meant that Milton was transforming from a semi-living being to a real living being. As long as he successfully completed this step, Milton's spirit body could fully transform into a real living being. Milton couldn't be clearer about what a real life form represents in the true spirit realm. In this world, real life forms are represented by true spirit bodies. At this moment, Milton was undergoing the transformation from a young spirit body to a true spirit body. And this transformation at its core was by no means an easy task. Milton, who was undergoing this transformation, maintained a high level of tension. Because Milton knew that even at this step, success wasn't guaranteed. Therefore, Milton didn't slack off in the slightest. Although he couldn't control his spiritual body at this moment, Milton could still control his consciousness. Thus, there were absolutely no obtrusive thoughts in Milton's mind at this moment. At this moment, even a single stray thought could affect whether he could transform into a true spirit body. This moment could be considered the most critical moment in Milton's reincarnation simulation. If one were to say that Milton was completely calm, not the least bit nervous, that would be impossible. After all, it took him hundreds of thousands of years to get to this point. Whether he could succeed or not depended on this final leap. And in such a critical moment, affecting the final outcome of this simulation, he couldn't directly affect the result. This situation indeed posed a huge amount of uncertainty. As time slowly passed, everything was proceeding smoothly. Milton could clearly sense the consciousness of his spirit body gradually forming. The newly formed consciousness of the spirit body didn't conflict with the consciousness of his previous life he retained. At least at this moment, Milton didn't sense any conflict. This undeniable fact brought a sigh of relief to Milton. To be honest, Milton was somewhat worried about a conflict between the consciousness newly generated in his spirit body during this metamorphosis and the consciousness he retained when he reincarnated in this world. Because if such a situation occurred, it not only meant he would fail this time but also signified that he wouldn't likely succeed in becoming a true spirit body in this world in the future. After all, when one reincarnates in this world, memories and consciousness of a previous life are inevitably retained. Chapter 392. Without the consciousness of his past life, Milton Cheney could not have reincarnated from the reincarnation space into the true spirit realm. Fortunately, the situation that Milton Cheney worried about did not occur. The consciousness of the newborn, at least at this time, had not had any conflict with his original consciousness. In Milton's perception, the true spirit bridge was getting closer and closer to his spiritual body. At this moment, Milton was far beyond any previous distance from the true spirit bridge. Time passed, and another moment went by, when the new consciousness was fully formed at this moment. The moment the spiritual consciousness was fully born, not only did it not conflict with Milton's original consciousness, but it gradually began to integrate into Milton's original consciousness. This situation brought joy to Milton's heart. This was a complete surprise. This means that, if he can become a true spirit body, then his consciousness will be stronger than that of other true spirit bodies. Of course, this brief joy was quickly suppressed by Milton. One cannot count chickens before they hatch, as he has not yet fully completed the transformation into a true spirit body. Milton couldn't slack off for a moment. After the formation of consciousness, the changes in Milton's spiritual body became more prominent. Milton's gigantic spiritual body began to gradually shrink. This was not the influence of Milton's consciousness, but a change brought about by the transformation of his spiritual body. The gradual shrinking of the spiritual body represented the condensation of energy in Milton's spiritual body. This shrinkage was completely different from the shrinkage controlled by Milton's consciousness. Because this shrinkage not only involved a change in form but also a condensation of the energy in Milton's spiritual body. Milton could clearly feel that there seemed to be something extra in his spiritual body. It's as if some organs were being generated in his spiritual body at this moment. This was a very wonderful feeling, a feeling that Milton had never experienced before. As for whether these things suddenly produced in his spiritual body were organs or not, Milton was not sure. In any case, this situation was beneficial to him at this time. The process of transformation from a young spirit body to a true spirit body had been smooth up to now. Gradually, the energy consumed by Milton's spiritual body began to slowly recover. Milton also began to gradually regain control of his spiritual body. After regaining control of his spiritual body, Milton did not hastily manipulate his spiritual body. Instead, he allowed his spiritual body to instinctively continue its approach to the true spirit bridge. The changes were still going on. Leaping over the true spirit bridge and the transformation of his spiritual body from a young spirit body to a true spirit body were proceeding steadily. All this was destined to be a prolonged tug of war. This undoubtedly tested Milton's patience. Patience was something Milton had never lacked, especially under these circumstances. He would be even more patient. 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. Time passed neither too slowly, nor too quickly, but the changes in Milton's spiritual body never ceased. As for the passing of time, Milton already put it out of his mind. At this moment, time was not the most important thing for Milton. After 10,000 years, Milton still hadn't made this final leap. Although he hadn't fully succeeded, he hadn't failed either. The reason for not succeeding was simply that the changes in his spiritual body were still ongoing. At this point, Milton understood that leaping over the true spirit bridge would not make him a true spirit body. Only when he has fully transformed into a true spirit body, can he leap over the true spirit bridge. Milton had initially misunderstood the sequence of these two processes, but now he understood it much clearly. The gap between the young spirit body and the true spirit body was too large because they were fundamentally different. Therefore, transforming from a young spirit body into a true spirit body will take a long time. All young spirit bodies will birth a consciousness during the transformation process into a true spirit body. Although Milton kept his consciousness from the previous life when he was reincarnated into this world. Nevertheless, when it comes to this stage, the starting point of all young spirit bodies is the same. The phase of transformation from a young spirit body to a true spirit body indeed tests the patience of the young spirit body. Because this transformation can be actively given up. In the newly conscious Milton Cheney, memories of voluntarily surrendering existed. Giving up voluntarily would end this transformation instantly. But it wouldn't necessarily lead to any adverse situations. Even if the spiritual body chose to voluntarily surrender, it could still maintain the progress of the spiritual body transformation. In that case, the next time crossing the leaping spirit bridge would be all the more smooth and easy. After all, progress would be retained. To put it in another way, it's just like a long-distance race where some start from the starting point, while those who voluntarily give up would rejoin the race from halfway. Of course, Milton wasn't sure if this memory was real or not. What if this was another test? At least, in the 3 leaping spirit bridges Milton participated in, he hadn't seen anyone starting from halfway through. That said, even if this was true, he wouldn't choose to voluntarily surrender and then wait for the next leaping spirit bridge. After all, Milton knew the principle of winning at one go better than gradually diminishing effort. If it could be finished in one try, why would he choose to surrender voluntarily? Below the true spirit bridge, Milton's spiritual body inched nearer to the true spirit bridge, neither too fast nor too slow. Over the course of epochs, constant changes occurred in Milton's spiritual body. Milton gradually adapted to these changes over these 10,000 years. Having undergone dramatic transformations at the beginning, he hardly paid any attention to these minute changes anymore. The transformation now was more like polishing his spiritual body. Cheney's spiritual body now was entirely different from his previous ones. His current spiritual body was just like a human body. Its facial features even bore striking similarities to his previous human form in the wizard realm, though, of course, not entirely identical. Before this, Milton's spiritual body seemed more of a giant sphere. He has no clue why his spiritual body was gradually evolving into a human form. Perhaps, humans were the most perfect species in the world. He wasn't exactly sure. However, as per his impression, besides this simulation, all his reincarnation simulations seemed to involve reincarnating into humans. Time slowly passes, and in a blink of an eye, 10,000 years passed. Suddenly, Milton's consciousness trembled. At that moment, he felt his spiritual body's transformation come to a halt. This undoubtedly signified the end of the transformation. Tens of billions of years of waiting and anticipation, the transformation, at this moment, had finally concluded. The next moment, Milton found that he had complete control over his spiritual body. More so, Milton realized that his spiritual body at this moment was perfect. At the same moment, the true spirit bridge radiated with dazzling white light. Milton Cheney felt closer to the true spirit bridge more than ever. This moment, truly, was the very last leap. In that split second, Milton instinctively harnessed all the energy within his spiritual body. His spiritual body lunged towards the true spirit bridge with unstoppable momentum. Just within a flash, the world as seen through Milton's eyes transformed drastically. The true spirit sea and the true spirit bridge disappeared out of sight. The world in his eyes at this moment appeared extraordinarily vivid, almost as if the resolution was turned up to 4K. What his eyes captured was a world full of vibrancy and colors. Milton had no recollection of how many years it had been since he'd seen so many colors. A young man was standing right in front of him at that moment, looking at him with a gentle demeanor. Before Milton could make his next move, a torrent of inherited memories suddenly flooded his ocean of memory. This sudden surge of inherited memories was way more than all the memories he had gained after all the previous transformations combined. Milton could only choose to process these extra inherited memories in his mind first. Time slowly passed, and the vivid memories in his mind were gradually fully processed by Milton. After a while, Milton opened his eyes. At that moment, he had become a true spirit. At this point, he found himself in the real true spirit realm. Chapter 393. The inherited memories gradually became clear in Milton Cheney's mind. These additional memories were quickly fully assimilated by Milton Cheney. After assimilating the inherited memories in his mind, Milton opened his eyes and subconsciously looked at the young man standing in front of him. The young man also had a human form of the spiritual body, no different from Milton. It will be hundreds of years before the next pure spirit pond begins. This voice appeared directly in Milton's mind. Although this language differs from the wizard realm, Milton, who has inherited the inherited memories, can still clearly understand the meaning of this sentence. As for the pure spirit pond mentioned in this sentence, there is also a related description in the inherited memories, which Milton is not unfamiliar with. So Milton nodded subconsciously. The true spirit body standing in front of Milton didn't say anything more after conveying this sentence to Milton. Its gaze also moved away from Milton's spiritual body and continued to stare straight ahead. And the location of his gaze was exactly where Milton had just suddenly appeared. His facial expression did not change at all, he seemed like a robot usher. Seeing this, Milton Cheney didn't care either. Instead, he stood here, looking around at the environment and at the same time sensed the changes in his spiritual body. After the spiritual body had transformed from a young spirit body into a true spirit body, the changes in Milton's spiritual body were enormous. Milton could clearly feel a powerful energy contained within his spiritual body. However, this energy seemed to be shackled within his spiritual body, and he could not freely mobilize this massive energy. Milton, who knew the reason, didn't show any surprise at this. The key to the issue lies in the so-called pure spirit pond. The location where Milton is now is indeed in the true spirit realm. But to be precise, he is only on the periphery of the true spirit realm. He is unarguably a true spirit body now, but he does not yet have a legal identity. In other words, he is just an unregistered resident at the moment. Only after going through the baptism of the pure spirit pond can he become a real true spirit body and enter the central realm of the true spirit realm. Fortunately, Milton can wait for 100 years. Milton is not lacking in patience. After all, he has been waiting for hundreds of thousands of years. Hundreds of years is really nothing. Milton's spiritual body stood here, looking at the environment around him. Needless to say, the environment here is very unfamiliar and fresh to Milton. Everything here is very different from the wizard realm. Countless streams of energy surrounded his spiritual body. These streams of energy, which filled the entire space, were even denser than in the true spirit sea. With every breath he took, Milton could clearly feel energy constantly flowing into his spiritual body. Although this energy doesn't mean much to Milton at this time. At this time, Milton no longer has a need for energy. After all, his spiritual body has now fully transformed into a true spirit body state, and energy is of no use to him. After becoming a true spirit body, Milton no longer needs to absorb energy. But it must be said that always feeling yourself evolving is indeed a good feeling. Time slowly passes. For Milton now, 100 years is not a long time at all. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of years have passed. 100 years passed, the true spirit body with a normal young man's face standing next to Milton did not speak a single word. Milton, of course, did not take the initiative to break this silence. After all, even if he initiated a conversation, this true spirit body would most likely not respond to him. Now, Milton's surroundings are no longer the same as when he first arrived. There are now hundreds of true spirit bodies around him, apart from him. These true spirit bodies all completed their transformation into true spirit bodies by leaping over the true spirit bridge in these years. The area where Milton is now is also not the only base for newly born true spirit bodies. The true spirit sea is just too big. Just in terms of area, the true spirit sea alone is the size of several wizard realms. Under such premise, although the probability of becoming a true spirit is tiny, the number of young spirit bodies is just too large. So, we are not even talking about counting in years. Even if we count by days, countless young spirits are transformed into true spirit bodies every day in the true spirit realm. Although Milton's reincarnation into this world has been smooth and his luck has been good, he is just one of the countless spirits that transformed into true spirit bodies. Even so, Milton is already very satisfied. After all, even becoming one of them is incredibly difficult. Moreover, not every true spirit body is the same. Milton can clearly feel that the hundreds of true spirit bodies around him are somewhat different from him. These true spirit bodies all stood silently in place after coming to this area, without a single spirit body taking the initiative to say a word. Though Milton knew these spirit bodies all have independent consciousness. But the consciousness of these true spirit bodies is just born, it is certainly not as developed as Milton's consciousness. The true spirit bodies around Milton now are more like works of art chiseled out of a mold. Chapter 394. Although these true spirit bodies have perfect forms, their consciousness has only just emerged, thus making it almost impossible for them to think independently like Milton Cheney. Hence, even if they have the same inherited memory as Milton, there are some essential differences between these true spirit bodies and him. Over the years, Milton has observed these true spirit bodies around him more than once. Undoubtedly, they all share a common trait. That is, their gaze is extremely turbid, much like a device that hasn't been properly set up yet. Milton stands out as the only oddity amongst these true spirit bodies, but none of them seems to have noticed his peculiarity. At this moment, a voice echoes directly in Milton's mind. This voice is not unfamiliar to Milton. After all, when he first arrived here hundreds of years ago, the same voice echoed in his mind. The pure spirit pond is now open. The moment this voice resonates in Milton's mind, Milton suddenly feels a special power engulf his spiritual body. As this special power wraps around his body, Milton feels taken aback. because he is not unfamiliar with this special power. Power of rules. Milton feels a shock in his heart. The power that suddenly engulfs his spiritual body is too similar to the power of rules. One must know that in the wizard realm, Milton's body has truly integrated into a set of unknown rules. So, he is by no means unfamiliar with the power of rules. However, this thought only lingers for a moment in Milton's mind. After all, it's only similar, not exactly the same. In the next moment, Milton's spiritual body vanishes from this region. Not only does his spiritual body suddenly vanish from this region, but all the true spirit bodies around him also disappear from here. When Milton's spiritual body appears again, it is already inside the pure spirit pond. The pond in the pure spirit pond is filled with milky white water. Milton, immersed in the water, doesn't feel any temperature. Not only does he not feel the water's temperature, but Milton also can't even feel the presence of the water. In his perception, there's nothing around him. It seems as if he was in a space filled with air, and his spiritual body doesn't change at all. The water in the pure spirit pond isn't really water, it just takes the form of water. After all, Milton knows what real water looks like. White mist rises around Milton. However, being here, Milton can't perceive any changes in his spiritual body. But Milton isn't anxious and waits patiently instead. At this moment, Milton is alone. There are no other spiritual bodies around him. The other true spirit bodies have been randomly transferred to other areas of the pure spirit pond. It's only natural that they are not around Milton. Time slowly passes, and after a moment, Milton's heart tightens. It's coming. Milton whispers to himself, an idea spontaneously occurs. And at this moment, the transformation of his spiritual body finally begins. Milton can clearly feel the energy within his spiritual body gradually releasing. The energy, which he originally had no control over, now seems to be completely at his beck and call. Milton subconsciously starts to control the energy within his spiritual body. The next moment, a huge burst of energy explodes from his spiritual body. This is an instinctive outburst from Milton's spiritual body. However, the moment this energy bursts out of Milton's body, it is immediately suppressed by the pure spirit pond and forced back into Milton's spiritual body. This change is not the only one the pure spirit pond brings to his spiritual body. The bigger change is in his consciousness, which seems to have undergone a transformation at this moment. The nascent consciousness finally starts to change. This change, even for Milton, is quite noticeable. Milton could clearly feel his thinking becoming more agile. His consciousness also becomes incredibly robust at this moment. In this moment, numerous thoughts inexplicably surge through Milton's mind. And these thoughts are all about the true spirit realm, having nothing to do with his past life in the wizard realm. This transformation of consciousness does provide some aid to Milton. However, it's not a substantial one. One could only say that for Milton Cheney, it was merely icing on the cake. Of course, this was in reference to Milton himself. After all, he already possessed consciousness. After reincarnating in this world, Milton had inherited the consciousness and memories of his past life. So, this transformation of consciousness was only icing on the cake for him. However, for other true spirit bodies, this transformation of consciousness was completely like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Because the only weakness of other true spirit bodies was in the realm of consciousness. And the pure spirit pond was the perfect ingredient to compensate for the true spirit body's single weak point. If one were to say that the leaping spirit bridge was the greatest transformation for the spiritual body, then, the pure spirit pond was the greatest transformation for one's consciousness. This assembly line-like creation of humans suddenly gave Milton a sense of terror. Milton was certain that, after experiencing the pure spirit pond, all true spirit bodies would leave the assembly line in their most perfect form. As time slowly passed, the enhancement of Milton's consciousness gradually subsided. When Milton was fully in control of the energy within his spiritual body, his sensory environment changed once again. The pure spirit pond disappeared from his senses. A new set of unfamiliar memories appeared in Milton's mind, and his spiritual body appeared in an unfamiliar place once more. Time flies, in the blink of an eye, 2,000 years had passed. In the 8th ring of the true spirit realm, within the sage ring, Milton and another true spirit were seated cross-legged, facing each other. The memory transfer was going smoothly. As time slowly passed, the other true spirit opened its eyes. Milton also opened his eyes. "Thank you," he said. The other true spirit simply nodded, didn't reply verbally, and vanished from Milton's sight at a gesture. Milton began to gradually decipher the new memories that appeared in his mind. The wizard realm has indeed been destroyed, and it happened millions of years ago. However, the plan of the world consciousness of the wizard realm almost succeeded. How did they manage that? After decrypting the memories in his mind, Milton mused to himself. The memory transfer he had just experienced cost him a lot. Fortunately, the harvest was good at the end, and Milton got the information he wanted. The wizard realm had been destroyed 12 million years ago. In other words, Milton's reincarnation had taken him to the future of the true spirit realm. Of course, it could also be possible that the flow of time in the true spirit sea was different from that in the true spirit realm. What surprised Milton was not this, but the fact that the wizard realm had entered the center of the world sea 12 million years ago. However, the tide realm forcefully initiated an inter-realm war against the wizard realm, not giving the wizard realm any chance to develop. As expected, the wizard realm was destroyed in the world sea without the slightest resistance. I hadn't expected that the realm who initiated the war against the wizard realm wasn't the true spirit realm but the tide realm. Moreover, if the wizard realm hadn't affected the interests of the worlds at the center of the world sea, these great worlds probably wouldn't have taken an interest. After all, elephants wouldn't normally take interest in ants for no reason. However, the fact that the wizard realm was actually capable of completing its ascension was beyond Milton's expectations. In a strict sense, the wizard realm had successfully completed the world transition. Unfortunately, it was instantly destroyed after completing the world transition. If the wizard realm had survived the malice of other worlds following the world transition, then there's no doubt that by now, the wizard realm would be one of the great worlds in the center of the world sea. If the wizard realm that wasn't destroyed continued to develop for another 12 million years, even if it couldn't compete with the true spirit realm, it could have produced a level 9 wizard. However, unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. Even though the wizard realm had completed the world transition and ascension, it couldn't withstand the invasion of other worlds. One could say that it both succeeded and failed. Of course, Milton had no way of knowing what kind of process it had undergone. Chapter 395. The true spirit realm is divided into 9 rings from inside to out. Specifically, the 4 inner rings and the 5 outer rings. At this time, Milton Cheney is located in the 8th ring of the true spirit realm, the Sage Ring. As time passes, Cheney can increasingly appreciate the remarkable aspects of his true spirit body. Although the true spirit body also appears in the form of a human, it is entirely different. Put simply, the true spirit body has no limits. The true spirit body does not need to cultivate, as long as it exists in the true spirit realm, it is constantly growing stronger. This kind of strength is different from the strength of wizards in the wizard realm. The true spirit body commands a power that resembles the power of rules. Of course, this power of rules isn't an individual power, but rather like the power of rules of the entire world. It is as if the world consciousness of the true spirit realm grants an enhancing buff to all true spirit bodies. However, this power of rules has its drawbacks as well. This almost infinite power will lose its original effect once it leaves the boundaries of the true spirit realm in the world sea. Simply put, the true spirit body can only exert terrifying power within the true spirit realm. But once it leaves the boundaries of the true spirit realm within the world sea, the power controlled by the true spirit body will significantly decrease. Of course, even with a great reduction, the energy that a true spirit body can control is still enormous. It could even rival the spiritual power held by a level 4 wizard in the wizard realm. In other words, every true spirit body in the true spirit realm rivals a level 4 wizard the moment it is born. The wizard realm is still very far from achieving this level. This is why Cheney was amazed that the wizard realm was only one step away from establishing a solid foundation in the world sea millions of years ago. These worlds at the center of the world sea are simply too exaggerated. Compared to these worlds, the wizard realm seems like a small village. The speed of my consciousness expansion is beyond my expectations. In the Sage Ring, Cheney's spiritual body wanders through this space. By now, nearly 10,000 years have passed since he transformed from a young spirit body to a true spirit body. Over these years, Cheney's spiritual body has been subtly changing. Although these changes aren't clear, they are undeniably present. It's just like he's growing from an infant to an adult. Cheney can clearly feel his spiritual body growing up. Transitioning from a young spiritual body to a true spiritual body in the true spirit realm is like being newborn. And after birth, the actual growing up process begins. It must be said that these changes feel very strange to Cheney. But Cheney can't resist the changes in his spiritual body, just like an ordinary person cannot control the passing of time. Moreover, these changes are not only reflected in changes to his spiritual body. If it was just a change in the spiritual body, Cheney would not mind it. After all, the stronger the spiritual body, the more benefits it is to him. However, the key issue is that these changes are most minor in the spiritual body. The greatest changes are in Cheney's consciousness. Simply put, every spiritual body technically matures the moment it transforms from a young spirit body to a true spiritual body. As adults grow older, their bodies will change. However, these changes will be very small. And the greatest changes from infancy to adulthood, aside from the body, are what? That's right, consciousness. As infants gradually grow up, their cognitive ability will become stronger and stronger. It is the same for the true spiritual body. The true spiritual body enters a kind of distorted state after birth. This state is where the spiritual body is mature, but its consciousness is still at the infant stage. However, as time passes, the consciousness of the true spiritual body becomes increasingly powerful. But the strengthening of consciousness also has its limits. If wizards in the wizard realm mainly cultivate spiritual power, then true spirit bodies in the true spirit realm primarily cultivate consciousness. Because Cheney reincarnated into this world, he brought his consciousness when he reincarnated. That is to say, he has a big difference compared to other true spirit bodies. That is, his consciousness was in the adult stage at the moment of his birth. And for the true spirit body, consciousness is equivalent to lifespan for humans. The current Cheney is like a newborn who has inexplicably lost a lot of lifespan. This is why he has reached the end of his consciousness expansion. That is to say, he, who should be in his prime, is actually old. Although his spiritual body is still young, his consciousness has already begun to age. Who would have thought that having a naturally strong consciousness in this world would have such a huge drawback? I can't really say it's a drawback, rather, it has its advantages and disadvantages. Cheney muttered to himself. However, in the next moment, he cleared these scattered thoughts from his mind. From his reincarnation into this world until now, Cheney has actually already accomplished all his goals. So even if this situation arose which he hadn't anticipated, Cheney wasn't too bothered by it. If he really had to stay in this world for hundreds of thousands of years, it wouldn't mean much to Cheney. After all, this world doesn't even have a specific path of cultivation. Ending the simulation in a few 100,000 years won't really differ from ending it now. Chapter 396. The most it could do was to increase Milton Cheney's understanding of this world. However, Milton felt that his current understanding was entirely sufficient as he didn't plan to live in this world in the future. Therefore, he didn't feel the need to understand everything about this world. After all, in the history of this world, the wizard realm wasn't destroyed by the true spirit realm. Perhaps, the destruction of the wizard realm had a lot to do with the true spirit realm, but ultimately, the true spirit realm wasn't the one who struck the final blow against the wizard realm. Nevertheless, Milton had a premonition that he would inevitably be entwined with this world in the future. Milton Cheney had great confidence in his intuitions, as they scarcely proved to be wrong. Since he couldn't change the changes in the spiritual body consciousness, then it is best to just let it be. In the time to come, Milton Cheney would spend more time investigating the mysteries of this world. Naturally, he would also use this time to learn about the history of this world, and some information about other worlds in the world sea. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, another 6,000 years had passed. By this time, 15,000 years had passed since Milton Cheney's transformation from a young spirit body to a true spirit body. In the seventh ring of the true spirit realm, within the ring of life, Milton's substantial spirit body was slowly becoming ethereal. A moment later, Milton's ethereal spirit body had completely disappeared into nothingness. At the same time, a pure white light flew out from Milton's completely dissipated spiritual body. Almost instantly, the white light left the seventh ring of the true spirit realm, and then flew out of the true spirit realm. This white light traversed time and space, flying to an unknown place. In the reincarnation space, a white light suddenly appeared. This white light instantly transformed into Milton's consciousness. The next moment, Milton's consciousness moved. Of course, the moment his consciousness was restored, he had already sensed that he was in the reincarnation space. As expected, forcefully dispersing my consciousness didn't help. Milton Cheney muttered to himself. The moment he had this thought, his consciousness was expelled from the reincarnation space. Along with it, a familiar mechanical sound echoed in his mind. This sudden voice in Milton's mind gave him a familiar yet strange feeling. It had been too long. This reincarnation simulation had been the longest Milton had ever experienced. Even at the moment when his consciousness returned to reality, the huge stream of memories was about to overtake his original memories. Fortunately, with the effect of the simulator, this would not happen. Reincarnation simulation ended. Successfully retained simulation memory. Detected host influenced by reincarnation memory, simulator memory protection function auto-activated. Detected host is true spirit body. Would you like to retain modifications to adapt to the rules of the wizard realm? Retain modifications for adapting to the rules of the wizard realm. Milton Cheney decided without hesitation to retain modifications to adapt to the wizard realm's rules. Milton was also eager to find out how helpful this retained true spirit body would be for him in the wizard world after such a long simulation. Following this decision, Milton's consciousness instantly found itself within his spiritual sea. In the spiritual sea, an ethereal figure that looked just like him suddenly appeared. This figure squeezed out several multicolored gems surrounding it, securing a place in the center of Milton's spiritual sea. At this moment, Milton's consciousness was located within his own spiritual sea. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation after a reincarnation simulation had ended. Just as Milton was wondering if this might have any adverse effects on him, the ethereal figure in front of him fused with his consciousness. In an instant, a batch of unfamiliar memories appeared in Milton's mind. The moment these memories appeared, Milton's consciousness left his spiritual sea. In the Guardian Sea, at the top of the Wizard Tower, Milton slowly opened his eyes. In front of him was the familiar transparent light screen. Needless to say, he hadn't seen the holographic display of the simulator in hundreds of thousands of years. However, at this moment, Milton was ignoring the light blue transparent light screen in front of him. The additional memories in his mind had been fully integrated. An expression of surprise appeared on Milton's face. This reincarnation simulation, he seems to have indeed developed a different aspect. Specifically, his true spirit body remains and is a complete true spirit body. In other words, when Milton Cheney summons the phantom in his spiritual sea representing his true spirit body, his real body would also transform into the shape of the true spirit body. This form is no different from the real true spirit body. Although this is what he remembers, at this moment, Milton does not attempt to do it hastily. He still trusts the memories implanted by the simulator. Of course, it's not that Milton doesn't want to try, but that trying would carry a significant risk. Even if he were to try, he would do so through text simulation. After all, the designs of the wizard realm against the world sea have already begun. Milton is currently in the wizard realm. If a true spirit body suddenly appeared in the wizard realm, it would definitely attract the attention of the world consciousness. This is not within a simulation. Milton does not wish to attract the world consciousness's attention in reality. So even though Milton is very curious to observe the effects of the true spirit body in the wizard realm, he has managed to restrain himself. After all, in reality, Milton only has one life. He does not want to put himself in danger out of curiosity alone. The next moment, Milton once again summoned the simulator's panel. The familiar light blue translucent screen reappeared in front of him. Text simulation count 1. Start text simulation. Before the reincarnation simulation, Milton has reserved a chance for text simulation in advance. To validate whether there would be any changes in the wizard realm due to his reincarnation. Now, this opportunity of a text simulation can be used. Therefore, without any hesitation, Milton started the text simulation. Start. With a single thought from Milton, a string of black text began to appear on the light blue translucent screen. Milton was staring at the black text on the screen with complete concentration. As the black text was appearing, Milton had a thoughtful look in his eyes. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. Choose to keep 3 memories. Retain realm. Milton's gaze moved away from the last line of black text on the screen. With a thought, Milton chose retain realm. Keep the memories from the ages of 432, 433, and 434. The next moment, without hesitation, Milton chose to retain 3 unfamiliar memories. The memories of 3 years instantly appeared in Milton's mind. Digesting these recollections is extremely quick for Milton. In almost an instant, Milton had fully assimilated these 3 unfamiliar memories. In the Wizard Tower, Milton, who was sitting in meditation at the array center, slowly opened his eyes. The world consciousness of the wizard realm really has undergone an anomaly. It can even separate from the body of world consciousness avatar to form a separate consciousness. Instinctively shutting off the simulator's panel, Milton was deep in thought. The text simulation really proved to be the best way to verify his thoughts. In this simulation, as Milton had expected, the moment he revealed his true spirit body, he was instantly locked on by the world consciousness. The power of rules was completely ineffective in front of the world consciousness. However, the world consciousness really did form an independent consciousness. This kind of situation doesn't even exist in the true spirit realm. Normally speaking, the world consciousness is just a machine that's constantly operating. How could a machine have human consciousness? Previously, Milton assumed that the wizard realm's design on the world sea was merely a move left behind by the world consciousness avatar, Bertatu. And the role of the world consciousness was merely to guide. Now it doesn't appear to be the case. Chapter 397. This time, text simulation helped Milton test out many things. After experiencing this text simulation, Milton would not reveal his true spirit body within the wizard realm. Compared to the world's consciousness of the wizard realm, Milton is still very weak. It's completely irrational to oppose the world's consciousness alone, and of course, Milton had no such ideas. Moreover, as long as it did not fully transform into the form of a true spirit body in the wizard realm, it would not garner the attention of the world's consciousness. It is still possible to draw energy from the phantom of the true spirit body in the spiritual sea alone. Therefore, the true spirit body retained after this text simulation is not completely useless for Milton at this time. Inside the wizard tower, Milton began to slowly sort out memories in his mind. And suppressed some chaotic thoughts at the bottom of his heart. The next moment, Milton's figure moved and disappeared inside the wizard tower. Although only an instant passed in the physical wizard realm, countless years had passed for Milton within the simulation. After the simulation ends, it was natural for Milton to return to the wizard continent. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Outside the wizard realm, within the void space, Milton's figure suddenly appeared in this void space. However, after Milton's figure appeared in the void, he left without lingering and vanished again into the void. By the time Milton appeared again, he was already in the Guardian Sea. In this half-year's time, Milton had returned to the Kazan subcontinent. The practice of the meditation technique is also important for Milton at this point. After all, after he became a level 4 wizard, every little progress in spiritual power requires a huge amount of time. And in reality, the practice of meditation technique has almost no effect in the short term. Of course, even so, Milton would not stop practicing meditation technique in reality. Above the pure white sea region of the Guardian Sea, Milton summoned the Book of Truth. A message in the Book of Truth has already been reviewed by Milton. So the moment Milton summoned the Book of Truth, he sent the message out. The next moment, a faint fluorescent light lit up on the Book of Truth. Seeing this, Milton retracted the Book of Truth back into his spiritual sea. At the same time, Milton did not stay above the pure white sea region for long but left shortly after. When Milton appeared again, he was already at the top level of the wizard tower. Just after returning to the wizard tower, Milton received a new message from the Book of Truth. Without summoning the Book of Truth, Milton's consciousness directly entered the spiritual sea to check the content of this message. A moment later, Milton slowly opened his eyes. There was a look of "I thought so" on his face. What had to come has come. On the inter-realm battlefield above the Bloody Sea realm, the dispute over the rules has finally burst. Of course, at this point for Milton, he has completely lost interest in this matter. Even the memory of this incident was almost forgotten by Milton. If it weren't for the communication from his mentor, Milton might have forgotten about it. After all, things were entirely different now. Even if the unknown rule in the Bloody Sea realm were true, Milton wouldn't be interested anymore. Because at this time, he has already integrated an unknown rule. Of course, his mentor Bernard did not know that he had successfully integrated a rule. That's why Bernard sent him a message at this moment. Now, apart from Milton, only two people knew that Milton has integrated a rule. One of them is Milton's ancestral master, and the other is Mansur. Milton's mentor, Bernard, ironically did not know. But in the next moment, Bernard knew. Because Milton had once again communicated through the Book of Truth. And the content of this communication was nothing more than saying that he had already integrated an unknown rule, and he didn't need Bernard to get involved in this groundless dispute over the rules. Of course, from the fact that Milton received Bernard's reply almost instantly, it was clear to see. Bernard seemed not to believe it. It's normal for Bernard to not believe it. Even Milton himself would find it hard to believe such news. After all, it had not been many years since Milton has become a level 4 wizard. And unknown rules are obviously not that easy to find. Milton suddenly integrating an unknown rule, Bernard, who knew Milton best, was the least likely to believe it. If it comes to understanding Milton, Bernard definitely knows him better than Lan and Mansur. After all, from the moment Milton joined the Guardian Sea, he has been Bernard's student. There's no helping it if Bernard does not believe it. After all, he has not yet completed his mission in the Guardian Sea and won't be returning to the Guardian Sea for now. When he returns, he will have to believe it, even if he doesn't want to. Because this is reality. Milton sent another message to Bernard again, and then he withdrew his consciousness from the spiritual sea. In the next moment, Milton was sitting cross-legged at the center of the Wizard Tower's array. Milton slowly closed his eyes and began the practice of the meditation technique. The practice of the meditation technique can calm Milton completely. With more and more simulations Milton had experienced, the faster his thoughts ran. This was his main consciousness gradually getting stronger in subtle ways. This situation had its advantages and also some disadvantages. With a strong consciousness, various thoughts would appear in Milton's mind from time to time. Chapter 398. Even without making any conscious effort, Milton Cheney's mind would always stay in a state of rapid operation. Under such conditions, the speed at which Milton Cheney processes information is undoubtedly greatly accelerated. However, if this continues for a while, even Milton Cheney would feel a slight sense of fatigue. Of course, this fatigue has a negligible impact on him. But if Milton Cheney is in a state of meditation, all the stray thoughts in his mind would be completely suppressed. As to why this happens, Milton Cheney already has some speculations in his heart. It's that his consciousness has become too strong. On the contrary, the realm of a level 4 wizard can hardly accommodate his exceptionally strong consciousness at the moment. In fact, after experiencing this round of reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney made an accidental discovery. Which is, after each reincarnation simulation, not only does his consciousness not weaken, but it actually somewhat strengthens. This seems to be a hidden ability of the simulator's reincarnation simulation. This hidden capability is something Milton Cheney discovered after this reincarnation simulation ended. Milton Cheney has long been puzzled about something. He transmigrates to other worlds, and each time a part of his consciousness is separated. Why then, after the reincarnation simulation ends and the him within the reincarnation simulation has perished, he in reality doesn't experience any impact on his consciousness? Because normally, after the reincarnation simulation ends, the consciousness that was separated will also perish. Then, the consciousness of him in reality will be affected, more or less. There is even the possibility that it could render the primary consciousness incomplete. However, evidently, the reality is not like this. Milton Cheney has used the reincarnation simulation almost 10 times. After each reincarnation simulation, his primary consciousness is not affected at all. In the first few reincarnation simulations, Milton Cheney was too weak in reality and couldn't perceive the changes in his consciousness. But when Milton Cheney became a level 4 wizard, he understood the importance of consciousness to the body. However, even after reincarnation simulation, Milton Cheney still couldn't feel any weakening of his consciousness. The previous Milton Cheney was only puzzled, but the current Milton Cheney is somewhat intrigued. After he experienced this reincarnation simulation, he finally clearly felt, not only did his consciousness not weaken, but it became stronger. As for why Milton Cheney has this direct sense, he guesses it's because the reincarnation simulation was too long this time. He previously did not have a clear sense, it should be because he didn't live long enough in every reincarnation simulation. So even if his consciousness slightly improved, because the improvement was too minimal, Milton Cheney could not sense it. But this time is different, This time Milton Cheney lived for several 100,000 years in the reincarnation simulation. So after the simulation ended, he could clearly and directly sense the change in his consciousness. This change was that his primary consciousness became much stronger compared to before. Milton Cheney's guess is, after every reincarnation simulation, the consciousness that he transmigrates to different worlds does not actually perish. Perhaps only the body in the transmigrated world perishes, while the consciousness returns and blends back into his primary consciousness. Moreover, because each reincarnation simulation brings different experiences, the consciousness that separated tends to become stronger. Finally, when this separated consciousness merges back into the primary consciousness, it also makes the primary consciousness a bit stronger. The reason it wasn't apparent previously was because he lacked enough experiences in the reincarnation simulation. And the reason Milton Cheney can directly sense it now, is because he experienced too much this time. It should be like this. Milton Cheney believes his speculation could very likely be correct. If this is the case, then reincarnation simulation is absolutely a perfect simulation option within the simulator. It has practically no disadvantage for him. However, when choosing the reincarnation simulation from henceforth, Milton Cheney must be more careful. He should try to pick those worlds where he can't live too long. He wants to live for a short time, but also achieve significant growth in reality. Worlds that fit this criteria are not non-existent, but they are rare. But with Milton Cheney's current understanding of the world C, he really knows a few such worlds. At least until he becomes a level 5 wizard, he needs to follow some of these principles. After all, his consciousness was already strong enough at this point, so he didn't need to keep elevating it. Sometimes, having too powerful a consciousness can actually be detrimental. Just like in this reincarnation simulation, his consciousness expanded too quickly, which led to the simulation ending after only 10,000 years, at the true spirit body stage. Reality was the same. Milton Cheney's consciousness had already far exceeded the height of his realm at this time. There was already a slight imbalance between the two. A little excess was fine, but now Milton Cheney's consciousness had exceeded the realm by far too much. Of course, if Milton Cheney could become a level 5 wizard in reality, he would absolutely reach a state of balance instantly. A level 5 wizard, if it had been before Milton fused the unknown rules, this realm would indeed be very far from him. It could even be considered a realm hard to wish for. But now things were different. Now, Milton Cheney had rules on his side. Becoming a level 5 wizard was just a matter of time. To be conservative, Milton Cheney was confident he could break through the limit of a level 4 wizard to become a true level 5 wizard within 20 years. Even if it took him 20 years, he would only be 70, not even 100. This rate of cultivation was absolutely unprecedented. Forget about being unprecedented, it might not even happen again in the future. Unless another character like Milton Cheney, who has an external plugin, emerges. Otherwise, becoming a level 5 wizard before 100 years old would be wishful thinking. After all, even in the true spirit realm where you were born equivalent to a level 4 wizard, getting born has extremely difficult prerequisites, let alone the road of transcendence as a wizard, which only progresses through hard work. Of course, while Milton Cheney's consciousness had already far exceeded his realm, it actually didn't have much of an effect on him. In fact, the benefits were much greater than the drawbacks. And if you say his consciousness is extremely strong now, it actually isn't. After all, the wizard realm doesn't mostly cultivate consciousness, it cultivates more spiritual power. So consciousness doesn't have as exaggerated an effect on wizards as it does in the true spirit realm. You have to know, when Milton was in the true spirit realm, his true spirit consciousness's strength was absolutely several times that of his real world's consciousness. Of course, if Milton manipulates the capability of the spiritual C's true spirit body in reality, he could also instantly expand his consciousness several times in reality. And because it's the form of a spirit, Milton wouldn't have the slightest bit of pressure. Of course, Milton wouldn't do that at this time, after all, he still has the heavy boulder of world consciousness hanging over his head. When the world consciousness stops paying attention to him when he becomes a true spirit, Milton will try to experience what it's like to take the form of a true spirit in reality. Time slowly passes with no external influence, Milton quietly cultivates his meditation technique. Half a year later, the Milton inside the wizard tower slowly opens his eyes, ending this cultivation of the meditation technique. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed since the last reincarnation simulation ended. Inside the wizard tower, the Milton who had ended his cultivation of the meditation technique didn't immediately stand up and leave the wizard tower, but instead continued to sit cross-legged at the array center. The next moment, the simulator's light blue transparent light screen surfaced in front of Milton. Milton's expression didn't change, he kept his gaze on the light screen. Text simulation count, 2. Do you want to start the text simulation? A year had passed, once again 2 counts of text simulation had been accumulated by Milton. Looking at the black text on the panel in front of him, Milton did not hesitate to start the text simulation. Having accumulated 2 counts was already the limit, Milton doesn't have the habit of saving them up. Start. The next moment, rows of black text began to surface on the light screen. Chapter 399. Simulation ends, please choose your reward. Retain realm or retain technique. You can choose to retain 3 memories. Milton Cheney's gaze moved away from the last line of black text on the light screen. As his gaze moved, the black text on the pale blue light screen gradually began fading. Retain realm. The next moment, Milton Cheney made up his mind and chose to retain the realm. For the second time of text simulation, Milton Cheney still chose to retain realm. After all, for him at this moment, the realm of spiritual power is most important. Magic has become secondary. Considering that he incorporated the rules, even without using magic, Milton Cheney now ranked at the top of level 4 wizards. The moment he chose to retain realm, slight waves stirred within Milton Cheney's spiritual sea. But this only lasted an instant, and the ripples in Milton Cheney's spiritual sea calmed down again. Retain the memories of when I was 51, 1326, and 1555 years old. After the spiritual sea calmed down, Milton didn't hesitate to choose to keep 3 useful memories. The next moment, 3 strange memories instantly appeared in Milton's mind. When these 3 strange memories were fully digested by Milton, he slowly opened his eyes. The pale blue transparent screen floating in front of him was concealed by Milton. The improvement that 2 text simulations brought him might not be much, but quite substantial. The text simulations mainly enhanced his spiritual power. After becoming a level 4 wizard, even a slight improvement in Milton Cheney's spiritual power required a lot of time. Text simulation, undoubtedly, had saved Milton a lot of time for meditation training. After all, the improvement from meditation training in reality and in text simulation were the same. Even, his improvement in text simulation was a little more. After all, the real Milton could never spend hundreds of years in constant meditation training. As my spiritual power increases, it seems that the rate at which the tasks in the Guardian Sea are being accomplished in the simulation is getting faster. Inside the wizard tower, Milton Cheney, sitting cross-legged at the array center, muttered to himself. The differences in each text simulation were visible to Milton Cheney. Years ago during a text simulation, he took almost hundreds of years to accomplish the first compulsory mission in the Guardian Sea. But now it was different. In this text simulation, the amount of time required by Milton to accomplish the first compulsory mission in the Guardian Sea didn't even reach 100 years. It was a very obvious change. After all, the sooner Milton accomplished the tasks, the earlier he received the next one. As he got stronger and stronger, the future he experienced would greatly differ from the past. But Milton had actually predicted this situation a long time ago. Fortunately, he could accumulate enough resources for a text simulation every 6 months. A text simulation every 6 months could let Milton constantly be aware of the general direction of the future wizard realm. He would not be like a headless fly. The world consciousness of the wizard realm seems to have a lot of disputes with the Guardian Sea. Reflecting on these 2 text simulations, a thought sprang up in Milton's mind. These 2 text simulations allowed Milton to verify some of his new conjectures. This was actually a piece of the puzzle for Milton. That was, among the many realm-level wizard organizations in the wizard realm, why the Guardian Sea ended up ruling the wizard realm. In the entire wizard realm, the Guardian Sea was not considered to be the biggest realm-level wizard organization. If one excluded the future Mancer, who became a level 8 wizard, the Guardian Sea could not even make it to the top 5 wizard realm-level organizations. It could only be said that the Guardian Sea was the biggest organization of the White Wizards. But the group of White Wizards was not the largest wizard group in the wizard realm. The real mainstream of the wizard realm was actually the Spirit System Wizards. White Wizards could at best be considered a small branch of the Spirit System Wizards. White wizards were indeed derived from the spirit system wizards. It made no sense then for the wizard realm to be ultimately ruled by an organization of white wizards. Although it is true that Mancer had become a level 8 wizard, the other realm-level wizard organizations in the wizard realm also had deep roots. Why would they not resist at all? After all, even before Mancer became a level 8 wizard, the Guardian Sea had already grasped almost all the opportunities. This was something that Milton had verified after countless simulations. The two remaining realm-level wizard organizations didn't know how the Guardian Sea had managed to grasp all the opportunities. All of this had been confusing Milton. But after these two text simulations, Milton seemed to have some guesses. That was, the world consciousness of the wizard realm seemed to be deliberately helping the Guardian Sea. In simple terms, the Guardian Sea was the heavenly ordained organization of the wizard realm, protected by the world consciousness. Even afterwards, when the wizard realm plotted to occupy the world sea, the Guardian Sea played the role of the vanguard. Furthermore, in the future of the wizard realm, the Guardian Sea was involved in almost all significant events. It was as if the center of the wizard realm was the Guardian Sea. But under normal circumstances, this should be absolutely impossible. After all, the world doesn't revolve around a person or an organization. Chapter 400. That's also why the world consciousness hardly ever gives birth to independent consciousness. When the world consciousness truly gives birth to an independent consciousness, it means that the world is already somewhat distorted. After all, an independent consciousness of the world consciousness has a natural advantage to influence the direction of the entire world. The trajectory of the entire world will undoubtedly affect all people living in that world. Whether they are ordinary people or wizards, they are like ants in the face of the vast world. If the world perishes, isn't everyone's fate destruction too? Of course, if the world develops steadily, from birth to destruction, then everything is normal. But obviously, the future of the wizard realm is not so. The world consciousness of the wizard realm is undoubtedly trying to accelerate the speed of the destruction of the wizard realm by countless years. After all, based on the normal development trend of the wizard realm, it would take at least 1 billion years for the wizard realm to be destroyed. Milton Cheney still didn't quite understand why the world consciousness of the wizard realm would see Mancer as the child of destiny of the wizard realm. Milton Cheney was clear about Mancer's real identity, the world consciousness couldn't have missed it. Mancer is an avatar of outer demons, he is not even a native of the wizard realm. An avatar of outer demons is the child of destiny of a great world. This is too strange. Has the wizard realm already been eroded by outer demons? If the avatar of world consciousness unconditionally trusts outer demons, so be it. After all, the pondering direction of the world consciousness avatar is centered on itself, so Milton Cheney wouldn't be surprised by any decision it makes. But the independent consciousness of world consciousness making such an outrageous choice was something that puzzled Milton Cheney. You need to know that even if the world consciousness has given birth to an independent consciousness, it's still centered on the entire world. After all, if the world is destroyed, what's the point of the world consciousness giving birth to an independent consciousness? It would still be destroyed along with the world. Milton Cheney even guessed that Mancer might have a way to directly communicate with the world consciousness of the wizard realm. Without the help of world consciousness, Mancer would definitely not be able to devour other worlds within the wizard realm. And remember that Mancer is an outer demon. In theory, world consciousness should be the natural enemy or nemesis of outer demons. If you compare outer demons to a virus, then world consciousness is the antivirus software. It would be too easy for the antivirus software to kill the virus. For example, in True Spirit Realm, if it were not for the protection of the simulator, then for the True Spirit Realm, Milton Cheney who reincarnated to True Spirit Realm would be a virus. If the world consciousness of True Spirit Realm could sense something wrong with Milton Cheney, it could easily kill Milton Cheney, the virus. But in the wizard realm at this moment, this is clearly not the case. Could it be that Mancer also has something like My Simulator, an external plugin, which could shield the perception of world consciousness? Thinking of this, Milton Cheney shook his head. This possibility is very low, even impossible. After all, if Mancer really did have that ability, then Milton Cheney would not have detected Mancer's identity. If he can sense it, let alone the independent consciousness of world consciousness. Milton Cheney is just one person, while world consciousness represents the consciousness of a whole world, which almost leaves no room for leak. Although Mancer hasn't devoured the world at this moment, it's only a few hundred years before he devours the Bloody Sea realm. And looking at the move of the Bloody Sea Realm launching inter-realm war, this plot was clearly not a spur-of-the-moment decision. This also means that the future of this line can hardly be changed. Because Mansor's decision to devour the Bloody Sea Realm was not made in the last few hundred years. It has been planned long ago. It is just a matter of time. Even if the future could truly be changed, at this point, Milton Cheney also would not be able to change the future on this line. Ideas passed quickly in Milton Cheney's mind. As his consciousness became more and more powerful, he had a feeling of not being able to stop whenever he thought about something. Furthermore, the problem he is pondering now, still has a lot to do with him. The Guardian Sea is the center of all future storms in the Wizard Realm. And as a member of the Guardian Sea, Milton Cheney is undoubtedly at the heart of the storm center. If the Wizard Realm is destroyed, Milton Cheney will not be able to protect himself either. It is beneficial for Milton Cheney to consider these problems earlier. After all, everything should be considered ahead of time because when the time comes, it might be too late. At that moment, a light bulb went off in Milton Cheney's head. He had been wondering why the World Consciousness Avatar had always regarded Mansur as the child of destiny of the Wizard Realm. But he had missed a fundamental question: why did the World Consciousness of the Wizard Realm produce an independent consciousness? Something must be influencing this. After all, if the Wizard Realm was developing normally, the World Consciousness would never give birth to an independent consciousness. After his reincarnation, Milton Cheney became a true spirit body in the true spirit realm and lived there for 10,000 years. He knows a lot. Even the true spirit realm, the Tide realm, the Black Mountain realm, these worlds located in the World Sea Center, their world consciousness does not produce independent consciousness either. Why can the world consciousness of the Wizard Realm produce independent consciousness? A key point is why? Unless the world consciousness of the Wizard Realm never gave birth to an independent consciousness at all. Is it possible that the world consciousness of the Wizard Realm now did not produce an independent consciousness, but transformed its consciousness into an independent consciousness? This idea was a speculation by Milton Cheney after his eureka moment. If someone had to be influencing things, the most likely candidate would be the avatar of the world consciousness. As for the avatar of the world consciousness, Milton Cheney had encountered it once before in both his reincarnation simulation in the soul realm and the true body simulation in the Wizard Realm. The most significant difference is that the world consciousness avatar in the soul realm has an independent consciousness. However, the world consciousness avatar in the Wizard Realm is an empty shell. Why did the world consciousness avatar in the Wizard Realm become an empty shell? Where did the consciousness of the avatar go? Could it be that the world consciousness avatar, pretending to be the independent consciousness of the world consciousness, is scheming everything? After all, if this is the case, everything makes sense. The world consciousness of the Wizard Realm did not give birth to an independent consciousness, everything behind the scenes is still the scheming of the world consciousness avatar. Despite similar sounds, the independent consciousness of world consciousness and the world consciousness avatar is fundamentally different. But since both are products of world consciousness, they are also very similar. So it is also possible that Milton Cheney made a cognitive error before. And his speculation could very well be correct. Because the world consciousness avatar considering Mansur as the child of destiny is much more likely than the independent consciousness of the world consciousness considering it so. After all, Mansur, this outer domain demon, is very likely brought into the Wizard Realm by the world consciousness avatar. And if everything really is as Milton Cheney guesses at this moment, then it's not as bad as it seems. After all, if the independent consciousness of world consciousness made this decision, it would not likely be able to be changed in the future. Even if Milton Cheney becomes a level 8 wizard, he cannot change the decision of the world consciousness. But if everything behind the scenes is the scheming of the world consciousness avatar, then there is still a chance for the future. After all, the world consciousness avatar is very similar to ordinary people. People have emotions, they have thoughts, but the independent consciousness of the world consciousness isn't the same. Thinking of this, Milton Cheney didn't want to think more. Because thinking more wouldn't result in any other possibility. Milton Cheney believes that his speculation is most likely true. But there is also a tiny chance that an independent consciousness was truly born in the Wizard Realm. If this tiny chance is really the case, then Milton Cheney has to consider where in the universe to hide from this overwhelming disaster in the future.